of the same, and the alert was shared somewhere around yesterday evening with the security forces, after which an advisory has been issued. Apart from that, there have been several precautionary measures that have also been taken, but we are told that these needs to be away from the public domain, so that's why we are not sharing. But yes, a key security advisory was issued, after which some precautionary measures, including a very important measure, has been taken that is in effect as we speak.
And also, Simran, I would like to know from you, has the security been beefed up in the region because of the raids that were conducted as well? And this, as intelligence inputs have said, that it could be a series of IED blasts that could go off. So in the raids, will there be any more raids that will come up, or also has the security been beefed up in the region?
So if we speak of the intel input, since it was by a central agency, that is has been corroborated and worked upon by the central intelligence agencies only, and was shared by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the paramilitary forces as well as with the Indian Army. Now coming to the high alert, the forces have been kept on the high alert so that any untoward incident can be foiled well within time.
All right, thank you so much, Simran, for joining us. We will definitely get back to you for more updates. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. All right, now, viewers, we have more updates coming in from the war in West Asia. Now, Iran has also updated saying that they want Lebanon to be included in any ceasefire as well, because there have been talks of negotiating talks between the U.S. and Iran. And also now Iran has been saying that Lebanon should be included in any ceasefire talks, because Lebanon has also been one of the key regions targeted in the recent attacks. And Iran has also told intermediaries that Lebanon must in fact be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel, and also saying that 6 regional sources familiar with Iran's position currently have said that linking an end of the war to a halt of Israel's offensive against Hezbollah. So this has been one of the conditions emerging in the talks that are being held with the US and Iran, and Iran now wants Lebanon included in the ceasefire. There have been talks of ceasefire, although that have been denied by Iran, but now officials who have been inside the talks have said that Iran now wants Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire, and that the Israeli strikes be completely stopped to target Hezbollah in the region. All right, now moving on to another top story. Iran has in fact rejected the U.S. proposal to end the war, saying any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Iran has also listed strict conditions, accusing the United States of trying to control how and when the conflict ends. We have more in this report. Take a look.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده.
Iran says it has shared these conditions with mediators and made it clear that no talks will happen unless they are accepted. The rejection signals a hardening stance from Iran, raising concerns that the conflict could continue to escalate with no immediate path to a ceasefire.
All right, now, viewers, a West Asia war is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas near the sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. The IRGC claims that over 70 sites have been hit across cities like Haifa and Tel Aviv, with visuals now showing strikes near critical zones as well. Tehran has also issued strong warnings, saying any ultimatum will be treated as an act of war, raising fears that the conflict could spiral into a wider regional confrontation. Take a look in this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorramshahr missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
All right, coming up next, after the short break, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Zag Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. And overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur district after violent protest triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. Coming up after the short break, stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासी
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Republic TV Nation First. My name is Nayan and let's get you all the details on Iran rejecting Trump's proposal to end the war, but let's take a look first at the headlines. All right, so Trump says Iranian leader want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. US denies Iran claims of successfully targeting American F-18 fighter jet. Huge escalation in West Asia war. Iranian missile hit industrial area of Rotem near Dimona nuclear plant. Two Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Also, overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, we have a breaking news coming in from Andhra Pradesh's Markapuram, where a devastating road accident resulted in death of 8 people. The accident took place near the Rayavaram in Prakasham district. It was a private travel bus that actually collided with a tipper lorry near the slabs quarries. In fact, following the collision, the bus caught fire and was completely gutted. Consequently, flames erupted in both the bus and the tipper. In the tragic incident, 10 passengers aboard the bus were burned alive, and the death toll is feared to rise further. It's an unfortunate incident where 10 people have lost their lives in a tragic accident that resulted in the bus and the lorry both the tipper catching fire. This unfortunate event has happened in Andhra Pradesh's Markapuram, where this devastating road accident resulted in the death of 8 people. We have my friend and colleague Aishwarya on the phone line with us, who will tell us what exactly happened at the venue. Aishwarya, over to you.
Yes, this unfortunate accident happened early in the early hours of Thursday here, where it is according between 6 to 6:30 is what preliminary information is given by the officials, saying that the accident might be occurred between 6 a.m. to 6:30, where the bus, which was traveling from Hyderabad to Pamuru in Andhra Pradesh, caught massive fire after its collision with a tipper lorry in Markapuram, resulting in this huge fire. More than 20 passengers were traveling at the time of fire in the bus is what the information we have. The people who were sitting at the front of the bus managed to escape when the fire had begun, but however, the people who were sitting at the behind or in between found it difficult to escape as the fire began and swiftly spread across the bus, and that is when 10 of them were burnt alive, is what the officials have said. However, the fire department and all the police officials reached the spot quickly and tried to diffuse the fire and took the injured as well to government hospital in Markapuram, and they are critically are undergoing treatment. However, there is also a fear of rising in death toll because officials saying who are critically injured may succumb to their injuries because they look very critically injured. That is what the officials are also saying. But however, now it remains to see if that death toll is at number 10 and will it increase, and the injured are getting treatment at the nearby government hospital.
Aishwarya, also, are there any rescue operations as we speak?
Yes, the police and the fire services rushed to the spot, and they're have launched the rescue operations. The injured are shifted to the hospital, and they're also trying to find out whose fault it might be, because if you look at the visuals, the collision is very massive, which erupted the fire. The collision is one of the reasons that the fire erupted and it engulfed the entire bus. So there are investigations launched on every angle to understand the accident, to rescue the the passengers, as well as to diffuse the fire as well.
Right. Aishwarya, thank you so much for giving us all that information. But we have another news that is coming in as live and breaking. The BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections, and the BJP has given the ticket to the mother of Arjikar victim from Panihati constituency, as it announces the names of the candidates for the 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. Now, more on this in this report. Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in. Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. He had sought to reopen his case, citing concerns about the potential ill treatment and prison conditions in India, relying on the Bhandari judgment. However, the court ruled that his arguments weren't strong enough to justify reopening the case, as they didn't meet the exceptional circumstances threshold. Nirav Modi is accused of defrauding Punjab National Bank over 13,000 crore rupees and has been in a UK prison since March 2019. India has been seeking his extradition since 2018, and this decision brings him closer to facing a trial in India. All right, the High Court has, like I said, rejected Nirav Modi's petition. He had made a big fraud of 13,000 crore rupees with the Punjab National Bank, and his plea to open the extradition case has been rejected, while he has been in the prison of London since the year 2019. He's one step closer to facing a trial here in India, and the UK High Court, like I said, has rejected Modi's petition. In fact, I have my friend Sarthak, who will be joining us shortly. All right, Sarthak, what is the latest news that is coming in from Nirav Modi's case? As we know that he has halted in fact, the UK High Court has halted his extradition, his petition to stay longer in London. What's more that's coming in, Sarthak?
Yes, absolutely. It's a major setback for Nirav Modi because yet again the UK High Court has rejected his petition to oppose the extradition back to India, and this is not the first time he had filed a petition in the High Court. He had done that before, and this time he made some legal challenges, and he relied on some Bhandari judgment, which was the judgment passed by UK High Court back in 2025. The case goes by the name Sanjay Bhandari versus Government of India. And in this case, an extradition was denied by UK High Court of an arms dealer, Sanjay Bhandari, on human rights grounds. So he tried pushing those grounds in, and then tried taking that as a precedent in this case. But UK High Court seemed like did not find enough reason or enough merit in his plea to reject his extradition. And the CBI has been trying his extradition since 2018. He was, just to give a little background in the case, Nirav Modi was declared as an economic offender and a fugitive by India. He was involved in a Punjab National Bank fraud case worth over 6,500 crores. And this, the prosecution, he made strong opposition to his plea. The prosecution was supported by CBI officers. They were present in London for the hearing. And the court said that the exceptional circumstances that have to be met in these kind of cases were not met. And since these are the circumstances that Nirav Modi is in, the proceedings cannot reopen in this matter. And the legal challenge that he based upon, like the Bhandari judgment, that was also rejected. So it is a major setback for Nirav Modi. It seems like his execution process will be carried forward. And he tried actually delaying the matter. It was cleared in August 2025. But right. Modi tried to reopen the case where he cited all these fear of mistreatment in India and all these concerns, and tried reopening, taking these legal hurdles and try to delay the matter. But it seems like it will be proceeded further and will be brought back to India at the earliest. Back to you.
Right. So he didn't meet the exceptional, circumstances threshold, as we understand. In fact, Nirav is accused of, like you rightly also mentioned, defrauding the Punjab National Bank. Is there any way that it is confirmed that he's one step closer to actually coming back to India?
Yes, because all his legal remedies have exhausted. It seems like he does not have any other legal remedy with him to delay the matter any further, because he has been declared as a fugitive and an economic offender in India, and the case has been pending for a very long time, because CBI had been asking and seeking his extradition since 2018. He was arrested in 2019. So it seems like all his legal remedies and everything that he could have relied upon to delay the matter has exhausted, and court has completely rejected his plea to reopen the case. And the UK court has also reaffirmed its earlier plans that there is no possibility for them to reopen the matter at this point, because he does not have any strong case of merit in his case, or strong reasoning to reopen the case. So the hurdles that he could have brought in to delay the matter, I think he seems to exhaust, and the CBI and the Indian authorities may try to rush it up and try to bring him back as early as possible.
Sarthak, thank you so much for giving us all of that information. We're up for another breaking news live that's coming in. President Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war. He has been declaring that Iran's military has been decimated, negotiations are underway, and the right people, the US, has essentially won. He cited a mysterious oil and gas-related present from Iran as a proof that Tehran desperately wants a deal, while shifting blame for starting the conflict and insisting productive talks involving Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's the VP J.D. Vance, in fact, Vice President J.D. Vance and others are advancing. However, Iran sharply rejected all of these stalled claims, and a senior Iranian military spokesperson mocked Trump, asking if the US was negotiating with itself amid the internal conflicts, and insisted Tehran will never come to terms with Washington despite Trump's optimistic statements. The war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missiles and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv, Binai Brak, and Tehran. Here's more in this report.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other people. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, J.D. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. we can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه
Well, meanwhile, Iran has rejected the US proposal to end the war, saying any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Iran has also listed strict conditions, accusing the United States of trying to control how and when the conflict ends. Here's more in this report.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده.
Iran says it has shared these conditions with mediators and made it clear that no talks will happen unless they are accepted. The rejection signals a hardening stance from Iran, raising concerns that the conflict could continue to escalate with no immediate path to a ceasefire.
Yes, no more time for all of these conversations to happen. Filhal, we're going to take you to the West Asia war, which is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas in the new sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. The IRGC claimed over 70 sites have been hit across cities like Haifa, Tel Aviv, with visuals showing strikes near critical zones. Tehran has also issued strong warnings saying that any ultimatum will be treated as an act of war, raising fear that the conflict would spiral into a wider regional confrontation. Here's more in this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorramshahr missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
Coming up next, counterintelligence, Kashmir raid at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Gandarbal. Overnight clashes breaking out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. Coming up right after this short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभा
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Chongtham Amrita and today we will have all the details on Iran rejecting United States ceasefire talks and more. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects U.S. proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel. Two Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. A vessel Zagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts of Srinagar, Shopian and Ganderbal. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur district after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking update coming in at this moment. A Delhi court has remanded 2 Bangladeshi nationals to 11 days of NIA custody. They were arrested by the NIA from West Bengal on Monday and brought to New Delhi on a transit remand. They were produced before the special NIA judge at New Delhi on Tuesday. And further, it is alleged that they have been accused of the murder of Bangladeshi political activist Sharif Osman bin Hadi in Bangladesh. This happened just a few months ago during the outrage that took place in Bangladesh. And these two accused had fled into India illegally through the Meghalaya border, and they were now apprehended in Bongaon when they were trying to go back to Bangladesh. And now additional sessions judge Prashant Sharma of the Patiala House Court on March 24 have remanded Rahul alias Faisal Karim, Masood and Alamgir Hossain to 11 days of custody of the National Investigation Agency. And let us recall that during the killing of Hadi was shot dead by two assailants in Dhaka on December 12 in 2025 while traveling in an auto rickshaw, and he had emerged as a political activist during the July 2024 uprising in Bangladesh, and that event in fact toppled the government, the Bangladeshi regime during that time. And further, it is also stated that riots took place in the region, in the country, and the following days Hadi was in fact shot and killed. And then he was transported to Singapore, and then he later died, and the two have been, in fact, taken custody by the NIA. Now, we are joined by Shivam live from the newsroom. So, Shivam, what is the latest on this NIA getting hold of custody of the two individuals who were accused of killing Hadi, who have been a big political activist during Bangladesh uproar, the outrage in Bangladesh, and he was also killed by these two individuals, and now they have illegally entered India, and now NIA has taken custody of them. What is the latest on this, Shivam?
Now, this relates to a very high-profile killing of Hadi. Now, he was a very famous personality in Bangladesh. He was a political activist and the leader of the Inqilab Moncho, and he was killed at around December 2025, while he was leaving a mosque in Dhaka. So he was brutally murdered. He was shot in head while he was in Dhaka. He was airlifted to Singapore for better treatment, for chances of survival, but he did not survive that assassination attempt, and he was killed in that assassination attempt. Now, this relates to those who were involved in the murder of Hadi, and they illegally crossed the border and entered India. Now, this also means that this will be closely monitored even by Bangladesh in this context, because they are involved in killing one of the very famous young student activist and political leader, that is Hadi, who was the leader of Inqilab Moncho. Now, NIA has got 11 days of custody of the two Bangladeshi nationals who are accused in this case of killing Osman Hadi. Now, they were remanded for 11 days of NIA custody. They were arrested by the NIA from West Bengal on Monday, and later brought to New Delhi on a transit remand. So they were brought to Delhi on a transit remand. Now, they were produced before the special NIA court, the NIA judge in New Delhi, and hence the action. Now, it is alleged that they are involved in the killing of Osman Hadi. Now, this needs to be established, but prima facie, now it establishes that they have killed him and they have tried to flee the country, and they entered India illegally after that. They fled into India from the Meghalaya, Bangladesh border, and they were apprehended in Bongaon, where they were trying to go back to Bangladesh. So they committed the murder, they killed Hadi, and they entered illegally inside India, and they tried to go back to Bangladesh via Meghalaya itself. Now, this needs to be investigated further, their role, and clearly Bangladesh will also be closely monitoring the developments that are happening in India, because they are related to the killing of a very famous personality, a student activist and the leader of Inqilab Moncho.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much for joining, Shivam. We will definitely get back to you with more updates regarding this incident and the latest NIA arrest in this regard. Now, moving on to the next story, the BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections. The BJP has given a ticket to the mother of the RG Kaur victim from Panihati constituency as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. We have all the details. Take a look in this report.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking from Manipur. Now, tensions gripped in Tuibong in Churachandpur district in Manipur on Wednesday evening after a road accident involving a vehicle has left 2 civilians injured and triggered massive protests against the security forces. According to initial reports, the incident occurred around 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday night when a vehicle allegedly ran over 2 individuals riding a scooty. As news of the incident spread out, a large crowd gathered at the site and enraged locals reportedly set fire to another vehicle that arrived shortly afterwards. And this has in fact escalated the situation much more. The injured individuals have been rushed to the district hospital where they are being currently treated as well. And now this is the big update coming in from Manipur, from Churachandpur district. As you can see in the visuals where protesters have in fact overturned a vehicle, vandalized it and set it on fire, as their rage has been targeted towards this particular incident where a vehicle ran over 2 civilians and have been severely injured. You can see flames burning of the vehicle as the violent protests have overturned the vehicle and set it on fire. You can see this happened in Churachandpur district last night on a Wednesday night at 6:30 p.m. local time. And there you see on your screens this particular vehicle where where the locals in fact overturned this vehicle, vandalized it, and then have set it on fire as well, completely damaging the particular vehicle there. All right, so this is one of the big updates from Churachandpur district in Manipur. You can see visuals where this particular vehicle has been completely set on fire. And now you see here latest visuals where the vehicle has been completely turned to ash and completely destroyed. You can see the protesters even throwing more stones towards the particular vehicle that has already been destroyed. You can see that the protesters are in fact very angry, and then they have targeted their fury towards this particular vehicle as well. And as now we are being joined by Johnson from Imphal. And Johnson, my question to you is that this is the latest that we are picking up from Manipur in Churachandpur district in Tuibong area. And then we see this violent mob that have already overturned this vehicle and set it on fire. And as we all know that Churachandpur district has been a hub of the violence in Manipur since the past 3 years. But what is the latest that has turned this into such an escalation?
Yes, Amita, this is one very sad incident. Yesterday, accidentally, security forces hit 2 civilians, as per the report, 2 civilians of the Kuki group in Churachandpur itself, and resulting to that, there was a huge mob unexpectedly from the Kuki groups, and which turned out to be volatile, turns out to be a huge violence, and they they burned down one of the security convoy vehicles that also reportedly belong to the CRPF as per the report. And yes, regarding this, taking confirmation from the Senior District Police from the Churachandpur district, a case has been registered. And further investigation is going on. And yes, as we have also mentioned, Churachandpur is one of the very main hotspots, one of the very main hubs of the ongoing conflict between this Meitei and Kuki since May 3rd of 2023, and also now since one of the vehicle has been vandalized by these Kuki mobs. There's still tension in Churachandpur area, and also resulting to this violence in the Churachandpur area. Also, villagers from Phagokchau, Ikai, and Tronglaubi, of the Bishanpur district have seen rounds of bombs and sophisticated weapons firing towards the Meitei villages, and also it is clearly seen from the border villages of Bishanpur district. And also regarding this, talking to some of the police officials from Bishanpur and Churachandpur, it is reported that the firing incident took place between the Kuki armed groups and the central, not only the central, but between the armed groups and the security forces. As per the, it's a follow-up of this tense incident that happened yesterday evening. So right now there is still tense in Churachandpur, and also as the firing of bombs and armed sophisticated weapon is seen from the Meitei villages, the villagers of this Phagokchau, Ikai, and Tronglaubi, they are tense, and some of the old aged villagers are unable to stay in Tronglaubi area.
Also, Johnson, as you mentioned that some of the nearby areas of Churachandpur have also been targeted recently, and we have also been hearing news of such reports of cross-firing across in the other district, other hill districts, which is Ukhrul and Kamjong as well. So are you picking up some of the tensions still being reignited in the hill districts of Manipur?
Some of the fresh violence that is happening in the hill district is in yesterday itself in Tamenglong, Kaikunda area, there were huge cross-firing between two groups. It is illegally reported to be ZUF and NNs, and I am as per the report, but it is yet to be officially announced. And yes, yesterday also, the security forces continued to do operation, and even they have dismantled, they have destroyed some more bunkers of the both Kuki and the Naga community. And now there is still tense in both, almost in all the hill areas like Kangpokpi and Tamenglong, Churachandpur and Ukhrul, and also Detu and like Kamjong also. There is still tense, and the security forces is trying its best to control the mob, to control any unwanted situation. And right now in Churachandpur also, security forces have taken its best action. To
all right,
solve the issue.
Thank you, Johnson, definitely for giving us all the latest in the Churachandpur incident. We will definitely get back to you for more updates. And now moving on to the next big story, which is that India is continuing to closely monitor the evolving conflict in West Asia, particularly the impact on shipping routes and energy supplies. Amid rising tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, Indian-flagged vessels carrying LPG have managed to safely navigate the region and head towards Indian ports. The development comes as India intensifies efforts to safeguard Indian ships, seafarers and energy supplies during the ongoing conflict. Take a look at this report.
Two Indian-flagged LPG tankers, Pine Gas and Jagvasant, have successfully navigated the tense waters of the Strait of Hormuz and are now on their way to India. Earlier this week, both vessels took an unusual and longer route while crossing the strait, avoiding the conventional shipping paths to ensure safer passage. The tanker, Jagvasant, carrying nearly 47,000 metric tons of LPG, is expected to dock at Kandla port on March 26th. Meanwhile, Pine Gas, transporting around 45,000 metric tons of LPG, is scheduled to dock at New Mangalore port on March 27th. According to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the two vessels together have over 60 Indian seafarers on board. Both ships sailed through the Kesh-Malarak Channel instead of the shorter and more commonly used route into the Arabian Sea. During the journey, the ships also changed their identifiers from generic signals like Indian ship and crew to more specific tags identifying the vessels as Indian. The move signifies a prior approval received from the Iranian officials when the West Asia conflict escalated. 28 Indian-flagged vessels were present in the Strait of Hormuz. Of these, 24 were present on the western side and 4 on the eastern. In the past few days, at least 4 vessels have managed to safely move out of the high-risk zone. With the Strait of Hormuz remaining a critical global energy choke point, India continues efforts to ensure the safety of its vessels and the uninterrupted supply of energy to the country.
And now shifting focus to the war in West Asia and the talks that are going on, President Trump's proposal to halt the conflict was rejected by Iran's authorities on Wednesday, and they pledged to keep fighting until a number of their own demands were satisfied. Payment of war reparations and acknowledgement of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz are among some of Iran's demands. As the battle nears its 1-month mark, the reaction may have been dealt a big blow to the U.S. proposal, but it also marked the beginning of some kind of negotiation between the two big nations. Israel is also committed to continuing its war against Iran and the militant organization Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have all the details. Let's take a look at this report.
Absolutely sure sign that Trump has got it all wrong is when he starts blaming his own defense secretary, the wet-jailed Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, at a roundtable in Memphis, which was going on, Trump sat next to his own defense secretary, his own appointee, Pete Hegseth, and in front of cameras and reporters said something which absolutely looked like he was putting all the blame, the entire blame, on Pete Hegseth. He said, Pete, you were the one. It was your idea. You said, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders take the onus on themselves. And here's a man who's realized he's messed up so badly, he's got no exit option. The Iranians are not giving him an off-ramp. He's riding a tiger he can't get off, so he's decided to tell the tiger to go attack Pete Hegseth. This is a cowardly move by the President of the United States.
And then unfortunately I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end, or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that.
Pete, you were the one. It was your idea, he says. Now, ladies and gentlemen, depending on who is in the administration of the Trump government, who you asked on any single day, they say this was a war to end 47 years of the Iranian regime. But now, is there a solution? My view is, as of this minute, there is an unbridgeable gap between the United States and Iran. All these diplomats, these diplomatic types who talk about an off-ramp, back channel, etc., this, that, have got it all wrong. Look at the actual terms on the table and ask yourself whether there is any middle ground here. One, the US has apparently sent a 15-point proposal. Conditions include dismantling of UN's nuclear capabilities, a ban on uranium enrichment on Iranian territory, handing over the stockpile of highly enriched uranium to the IAEA, abandoning all regional proxy activity, opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and limiting Iran's missile capability, both in terms of range and quantity. Iran is not going to accept any one of these, not one of these 6 or 7 options or proposals which the US has given. What does Iran want? Iran has put 7 demands, and none of these will be accepted by the US. Iran has asked US to close all military bases in the Gulf, lift all sanctions imposed, pay war reparations, which is absolutely not going to happen, say that we are going to agree to a missile program of Iran with no limits, end all Israeli strikes on the Hezbollah, start new rules for the Strait of Hormuz, giving them superpower status in the Middle East, and give a written promise that war will not restart. Now, there is no negotiating room between the two. The only hope people are having is that both sides are actually very tired, and out of fatigue, if nothing else, they're going to give in. But ladies and gentlemen, for that also, there needed to have been a pause. I want to show you 8 visuals tonight, 8 visuals to prove there has been no pause. There has never been a pause in this. Visual number 1, March 25th, Dimona nuclear power plant, which was hit. Ladies and gentlemen, the visuals show, you see this, smoke rising over the Rotem industrial zone close to Dimona after an Iranian missile hit. March 25th, the IDF said airstrikes in Tehran have been completed. These are the visuals of that. Ladies and gentlemen, multiple infrastructure targets which were hit. March 25th, Iran fires coastal cruise missiles targeting the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Not too long back, they're keeping a watch. Where is the pause as I show you these visuals? Visual 4 tonight. Airstrike on Western Iraq military clinic, which killed 7 troops. This is in a site belonging to Iraq's Shiite Popular Mobilization Forces, or PMF. Where is the ceasefire, I asked tonight on Republic? March 25th, Iran released a video of the 80th wave of Operation True Promise 4. Where is the pause? We ask here on Republic. Visual number 6, March 25th. Israeli Air Force targeting 2 sites involved in the production of the naval cruise missiles in Tehran. Visual number 7, where is the ceasefire tonight? Where is the pause? March 24th, Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant hit by Israel. Visual showing dark plumes of smoke rising after the strike. 8 as well, Iran launching missiles towards Israel. This is Iranian state TV releasing the footage. Ladies and gentlemen, where is the pause? You have to have blindfold on and not watch any of these visuals to start believing that there is a pause. It's only sections of the Western media which has lost all credibility in the last few days which still insist there is something called a pause. Now, here is the part of the story that nobody in Washington wants you to see. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 29, 2026, exactly 1 month before the war began, Lockheed Martin signed a framework agreement with Pentagon's Department of War to quadruple the production of THAAD interceptors. From 96 missiles a year to 400 missiles a year, each THAAD interceptor cost the American taxpayer $12.7 million. Ladies and gentlemen, this was on January 29th. The war technically began on February 28th. Everything is about making money on the stock markets. It's about the stock prices of these defense companies. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what's happening in the war, ask Lockheed Martin, not Pete Exit. Lockheed Martin's, since the beginning of 2026, their share price has gone up by 30-40%. Ladies and gentlemen, numbers don't lie. I'm giving you 5 points tonight. This is war capitalism at another level. 5 points. 1, Pentagon wants $300 billion more for the Iran war. Point number 2, US defense stocks are up 30 to 50% in the last 12 months. Point number 3, earnings in the S&P 500 index are expected to rise 20% in the next 12 months. 4, US oil firms have gained more than 100 billion since the war began. And 580 million bet has been placed just 14 to 15 minutes before Trump's Iran post on Truth Social. Ladies and gentlemen, and therefore you need to look at everything in perspective. If this war continues, the defense war machine in America makes a lot of money. So it doesn't look to me like there's any de-escalation or ceasefire plan right now, because America continues to beef up its military presence. In fact, the 82nd Airborne Division's 2,000 paratroopers are moving around in the Middle East. Additional military options are being sent by Trump. Trump also deployed another 2,000 Marines from the 31st Expeditionary Unit traveling aboard USS Tripoli. What kind of ceasefire plan is this that requires this level of military mobilization? Secondly, Israel is not part of any dialogue. They have not committed to any dialogue. It's only a pause button apparently on a certain nature of oil infrastructure sites by Americans. Israel is not part of it. So if the peace plan is just a red herring to buy time, then what about the deployments which are taking place? You see, ladies and gentlemen, here is the hint. Trump has spared targeting the Karg Island from where Iran exports 90% of this oil. Is this military buildup aimed at trying to take Karg Island after Friday? I think this weekend is going to be extremely important. The Speaker of the Parliament in Iran has said very clearly, we are closely monitoring all US movements in the region, especially troop deployments, do not test our resolve to defend our land. Even Iran, therefore, as of tonight, is strongly suspecting a possible military ground intervention by America, maybe for Karg Island. Is that the military surprise that Trump was planning? And in response to that, what is the quote-unquote surprise that Iran has in mind? For everybody who did the calculations and told you, on Monday that everything's getting fixed, it's all over. It's not. Even if it is to get fixed, which I think there is a strong likelihood of within a April 10th timeline, and that is my own calculated guess, trust me, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
All right, coming up after the short break, counterintelligence Kashmir raids various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts of Srinagar, Shopian and Ganderbal. Coming up next after the break, stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict, on what the latest Donald Trump has said. He has claimed that they have been victorious and they have been very successful in the war against Iran, and also goes on to claim that the Iranian leaders want a deal pretty badly, but they fear retaliation by their own. We'll get you all the latest details from the West Asian conflict and also the top in national and international breaking news developments as they come. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump says Iranian leaders want deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only in its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. US denies Iran's claims of successfully targeting American F-18 fighter jet. Huge escalation in West Asia war. Iranian missile hits the industrial area of Rotem near the Dimona nuclear power plant. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the US and Israel. Counterintelligence Kashmir, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts like Srinagar, Shopia and Gandarbal. And 2 Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles have been set ablaze. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. And this is coming from Kalyan. We'll get you the latest visuals of the story. And this relates to an accident which has happened. A CCTV footage of a tragic accident in Maharashtra's Kalyan, which claimed the life of businessman Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling when struck by a speeding car driven by a 17-year-old minor. It is a hit and run. Now, CCTV footage captured the incident, showing the boy lost control of the vehicle and rammed into Srinivas. And the minor's parents, including his mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, are facing legal action. The police have seized the car and taken the boy into custody. Now, this incident highlights concerns about reckless driving in the area, with locals citing removed barricades as a contributing factor. So this is the person who lost his life, businessman Srinivas, who lost his life. He was cycling when he was struck by a speeding car, which was being driven by a minor who was a 17-year-old minor. Now, the CCTV footage, which has been captured, shows the incident, showing that the boy lost control of the vehicle and rammed into Srinivas, killing him. Now, the minor's parents, including the mother of the minor, that is Kamini Yogesh Pandey, are facing legal action. The police have seized the car and taken the boy into custody, who in this case also is a minor. Now, this also means there has been negligence on the side of the parents to allow their minor child to be driving the car. And this has led to the tragic accident where the 17-year-old lost control of the vehicle while Srinivas was riding a bicycle. He was cycling when he got struck. He got struck from behind, and that led to his tragic death in this case. Now, news is coming from Kalyan. All right, we have Meenakshi for more details on this story. Meenakshi, what are the latest you are fetching? We are getting to know that the one who was driving the vehicle was a minor in this case. But what more details?
See, according to information, a minor boy who took the car keys from the home and went out for driving on a ring road. And during this time, he lost control of the steering and rammed into that boy who was cycling on the road from behind. The impact was so severe that that boy died on the spot. And after that, police, Khadarpada police act swiftly and seized the car, and the 17-year-old minor accused was taken into custody on Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. We are getting information. A case has been also been registered against the minor's mother, and action is being prepared against the father as well. So this is the incident. We are getting information. The entire incident, you can see the CCTV footage now. The entire incident was captured on a nearby CCTV camera, where we can see clearly. It shows clearly the car came from behind and rammed that boy who was cycling in this area. Is an incident of Kalyan, Maharashtra. And this particular incident happened on a ring road near Chandori in Kalyan, which was recently become a hotspot for accident due to overspeeding and reckless driving. And according to the locals, residents, barricades were earlier installed on this road but were removed a few days ago, after which traffic and number of speeding vehicles increased. So this is the background of the incident, and after that, what we have seen now, we are seeing in the CCTV footage how that car came from behind and rammed that boy. And a member of the cycling group once he stated that the safety of people who go for the morning walks, jogging and cycling on this road at risk now. And in a protest against this incident, the cycling group and local citizens will stage demonstration on Thursday.
Yeah.
So this is the latest information from here. Back to studio.
Meenakshi, but the point is this might not have been the first time that Srinivas must have been cycling from the very same route. It's very tragic, very scary, very unfortunate, the visuals which we are displaying on the screen. But also, this is not the first time that a minor is involved in a road accident and reckless driving, high-speed driving. Clearly, negligence on the part of the parents also. If you can share details of the previous cases also. If you remember the Pune Porsche case, it was similar to this one.
Yes, this is absolutely right. You have mentioned the Pune Porsche case and the other case in Worli in Mumbai, where we have seen the same incident, where at Worli we have seen a car came from behind and rammed the scooter, and two persons were in the scooter, and one husband and wife, they both were going to a fish market. And the wife died on the spot. And after that, we went to their house, and that husband was telling us how the car rammed his scooter. So this is there are lots of incidents in Maharashtra, as you have mentioned in Porsche case also. But this is the raising question. Why there is no control from the parents, as you have rightly mentioned. This minor boy negligence claimed that life of a well-known businessman. The businessman's name is Srinivas Tandale. This incident I am mentioning in Kalyan, Maharashtra, the businessman's name is Srinivas Tandale, who was riding a bicycle, died on the spot after hit by a speeding car. And that incident really shocking and raise questions also.
Yeah, what can we expect legally in this case? The boy is in the custody of the police. This is what we are getting to learn. The car has also been seized. What details about the legal aspects and what the police is doing as we speak right now, Meenakshi?
As we are speaking right now, police has taken action. The 17-year-old minor accused was taken into custody, as you have mentioned, and he was taken into custody on Wednesday morning around 9 a.m. And a case has also been registered against that minor's mother, whose name is Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and action is being prepared against the father as well. Action has been already taken against the mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and action is being prepared against the father as well. The incident is, as I have earlier mentioned, the incident is near Chandwari in Kalyan. And the family is that businessman family, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and his husband is now the police is looking for her husband, Kamini Yogesh Pandey. And as I have earlier mentioned that the boy is into custody on Wednesday morning.
All right. Thanks a lot for the details. Keep tracking this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story, but pretty tragic. Again, a case of reckless driving involving a minor. Let's go to another big breaking news that we are getting from the West Asian conflict right now. Another big breaking development that we have. Yes, US-Israel attacks 2 residential areas in Iran's Isfahan. Now, in an airstrike this morning on 2 residential areas in Isfahan, several residential units were destroyed and some houses also were seriously damaged. Now, the injured in the incident have been transferred to medical centers by the rescue forces, and rescuers are still clearing the debris. Now, currently, there is no information on the possible victims of the incident. Additional information will be released later. Now, this is the latest. Who says that the war has stopped? Now, US-Israel attacks has been reported in residential areas in Isfahan. Several residential units in Isfahan have been attacked. Now, all this is happening while the IRGC has launched the 80th wave of missile attacks targeting US and Israel forces. Now, this is the latest. There are strikes ongoing as we speak. The war is ongoing. Escalations are on. The US-Israel attacks have been reported on in two residential areas in Iran's Isfahan. This was an airstrike this morning on two residential areas in Isfahan, and several residential units were destroyed and some houses were seriously damaged beyond repair. Now, the injured in the incident have been transferred to medical centers. There's no information about the casualties, but by rescue forces, and rescuers are still clearing the debris. It's a developing story. Currently, there is no information on possible victims of the incident. There might be victims in this incident. There might be casualties in this incident. Additional information will be coming later. But this is the latest from the West Asian conflict, from the war zone, which is ongoing even while Donald Trump claims that we are very close to securing a deal. I have been given a very big gift by Iran. Now, this is the latest. The war is on and the strikes are happening as we speak. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top stories. Now, amid the escalating tensions in West Asia, the centre has reached out to political parties to brief them on the evolving situation and its possible impact on India. At an all-party meeting held, the government assured leaders that India's energy supplies remain stable and the overall situation is firmly under control. Now, ministers also highlighted India's ongoing diplomatic engagement in the region, particularly efforts to ensure the safety of Indian citizens and the continued movement of Indian ships through the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. Here's more in this special report.
In the all-party meeting held in New Delhi, leaders from both the ruling alliance and the opposition came together to discuss the evolving situation in West Asia. From the closed-door meeting, sources say the centre assured leaders that there is no cause of concern and the overall situation arising from the crisis remains under control. According to sources, a detailed presentation was made at the meeting by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, followed by remarks from union ministers. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri highlighted that India's energy security remains stable with adequate availability of crude oil, LPG and other essential supplies. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju also said the opposition and the ruling parties have reached a broad understanding to present a unified front in the ongoing global tensions. The government also emphasized its proactive diplomatic outreach, saying India remains in touch with all the sides and is working to ensure stability and coordination. With fuel supplies stable, diplomatic engagement underway and Indian ships continuing to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, the government says India has so far managed the crisis effectively while prioritizing the safety and interests of its citizens.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, India continues to closely monitor the evolving conflict in West Asia, particularly the impact on shipping routes and energy supplies. Now, amid rising tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, Indian-flagged vessels carrying LPG have managed to safely navigate the region and head towards Indian ports. Now, the development comes as India intensifies efforts to safeguard Indian ships, seafarers and energy supplies during the ongoing conflict. Take a look.
Two Indian-flagged LPG tankers, Pine Gas and Jagvasanth, have successfully navigated the tense waters of the Strait of Hormuz and are now on their way to India. Earlier this week, both vessels took an unusual and longer route while crossing the strait, avoiding the conventional shipping paths to ensure safer passage. The tanker, Jagvasanth, carrying nearly 47,000 metric tons of LPG, is expected to dock at Kandla port on March 26. Meanwhile, Pine Gas, transporting around 45,000 metric tons of LPG, is scheduled to dock at New Mangalore port on March 27. According to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the two vessels together have over 60 Indian seafarers on board. Both ships sailed through the Kesh-Malarak Channel instead of the shorter and more commonly used route into the Arabian Sea. During the journey, the ships also changed their identifiers from generic signals like Indian ship and crew to more specific tags identifying the vessels as Indian. The move signifies a prior approval received from the Iranian officials. When the West Asia conflict escalated, 28 Indian-flagged vessels were present in the Strait of Hormuz. Of these, 24 were present on the western side and 4 on the eastern. In the past few days, at least 4 vessels have managed to safely move out of the high-risk zone. With the Strait of Hormuz remaining a critical global energy choke point, India continues efforts to ensure the safety of its vessels and the uninterrupted supply of energy to the country.
All right, viewers, now we're getting a big breaking news development related to Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is coming in from Iran. Now, as per reports, Iran is preparing a law to charge tolls for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this means that Iran is planning to impose tolls for vessels to cross Strait of Hormuz. This is a very big development coming in. Now, Iran is planning to impose tolls to cross the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran will, as per the latest that we are fetching, Iran will impose tolls, is planning to make a law to charge the ships that are passing the Strait of Hormuz. This is the latest that we are fetching in this case. Iran planning to give tolls, put tolls for ships to pass from that location because IRGC claims that it is under the Strait of Hormuz is under the control of Iran. Now, as per the latest that we are getting, Iran is preparing a law to charge tolls for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this means that Iran is planning to impose tolls for vessels to cross a Strait of Hormuz. So, will there be a charge? Will there be a toll for all the ships that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz? Because IRGC definitely, as we speak, holds very good control of the Strait of Hormuz. It is conducting strikes in and around that region as we speak. The vessels, they pass Iran only, the Strait of Hormuz only after taking permission from the Iranian regime, from the Iranian government, from the IRGC. Now, this is coming as the latest. Iran planning to impose tolls to cross Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, now let's shift our focus to elections. Now, the BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections. Now, the BJP has given a ticket to the mother of the Arjikar victim from Panihati constituency as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. More in this report.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Devnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Devnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Devnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top big breaking news that we are getting right now. Indian-flagged LPG carrier Jagwasant carrying nearly 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas, that is the LPG, is expected to dock at Kanla port today. So Jagwasant will be coming today. Now, Indian Navy is escorting the carrier after it passed through the Strait of Hormuz earlier on Monday. So we are completely tracking the path of the ship as we speak. This is the Indian-flagged LPG carrier named Jagwasant, which is carrying nearly 45,000 metric tons of LPG, that is the liquefied petroleum gas, which is expected to dock at Kandla port today. Now, Indian Navy is escorting the carrier, ensuring the safe passage of the carrier. Now, Indian Navy has been playing a very active role in safeguarding the ships and ensuring that they stay safe in their transit after they cross the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Indian Navy ships are escorting these vehicles, these vessels as we speak. Now, very soon, Jagwasant will be docking, will be very close. Now, there are two LPG tankers which are being tracked. One of them is Jagwasant. Jagwasant is also en route, and very soon you will get to know that it has docked. Indian Navy escorting LPG tanker Jagwasant to dock in India today at Kandla port. Now, this is also the map on your television screen. On your screen, you can see the route of the ship on your screen. As you can see, departure from Mina Al Ahmadi, and you can see the Strait of Hormuz and in the map, and the passage and the route that is being followed by the ship in this instant, Jagwasant, which is being escorted by the Indian Navy. It is an LPG carrier carrying more than 45,000 tons of LPG, very crucial for the energy requirements of Indian citizens, as most of our LPG is imported from that route. Most of it is imported, and it comes from the Strait of Hormuz. It is an Indian ship with all India crew, and it is Jagwasant, which will be docking in India today, and we'll get you the latest visuals of that also. And it has it transited via the Ladakh Channel. Now, these tankers, there are two tankers actually. Now, this is one of them carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG. These tankers possibly received an approval by the Iranian authorities to cross, and they explicitly broadcasted their identities also, that we are friendly, and thus they reduce the risk of being targeted also. And plus, you have the Indian Navy leading the way, showing the path, and escorting these ships in these waters, in the sea, where possibility of a strike is very high, because the IRGC holds the control and has already declared the Strait of Hormuz as a war zone. This amidst the West Asian conflict, while Donald Trump claims that de-escalation is that they are trying to fetch a deal, tensions are still high, and during these turbulent times, in these turbulent waters, this is Jagwasant coming. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Iran has rejected a US proposal to end the war, saying any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Now, Iran has also listed strict conditions, accusing the United States of trying to control how and when the conflict ends.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم میزدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year. with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump says the Iranian leaders won't deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the US and Israel. Two Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at the Kandla port today. Nirav Modi's latest attempts to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopia and other areas. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protest triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. Getting you some breaking news coming in. TVK Chief Vijay has received clearance from the court and the EC to campaign in Tamil Nadu in Perambur for the upcoming assembly election. His party, the TVK, decided to go solo in all the 234 constituencies, and with Vijay likely to make his electoral debut from Perambur. The party General Secretary Adhav Arjuna had earlier announced Vijay's decision to contest from Perambur, and a senior executive Sengotia had submitted a petition to the Chief Electoral Officer Archana Patnaik seeking permission for Vijay's campaign. Vijay is set to kickstart his campaign in Perambur on March 25th with a 2-day intensive outreach program planned covering multiple localities and interacting with residents. So TVK Chief Vijay gets north to campaign. This is a huge update in terms of what we are seeing, the developments which are coming in. Just ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections, we can see that there have been multiple updates in terms of what we can expect next. The latest is that TVK Chief has been given a nod to campaign in Perambur. Let's go to Shardha, who's joining us. Shardha, coming across to you, just to help our viewers understand, why this is a significant update ahead of Tamil Nadu elections, and why did Vijay seek the nod of the court and the election commission to campaign in Perambur. We do remember that stampede that had taken place at the TVK rally. Was that a significant part of the nod which was given to TVK chief?
Well, if you remember, Vijay's campaign has been receiving a lot of restrictions following the SOPs that the court and also the government of Tamil Nadu had imposed, telling that not more than 5,000 people should be arriving at the TVK rally. So for the past 6 months, Vijay's rally only saw a number of not more than 5,000 people, even if it was a public meet. And he was also stopped from doing road rallies. So now, following which the Election Commission had been approached by the party's General Secretary Sengotia, who initially submitted a letter to the Chief Election Commissioner of the state yesterday, and following which the court today has also agreed for Vijay's campaign to go in Perambur. Earlier, an Adhav Arjuna in a party executive meeting stated that Vijay is looking for constituencies to contest in Chennai city, and it was from his party executives that more people said Perambur would be the right constituency for the actor turned politician. And for the past few days, TVK has been working extensively in the constituency of Perambur in Chennai. And the work also had TVK putting up a small makeshift office in Perambur constituency, talking to the people, trying to meet their requirements, asking what their demands for the upcoming elections would be, and asking questions if the constituency, what kind of development is required in the constituency. So now, with an objection that Vijay would be contesting in the elections in all 234 constituencies as a solo party, likely that the leader will be contesting from Perambur in the Chennai city, which is an urban area, and Perambur being one of the important constituencies, it's likely that Vijay would be going on a rally, a campaign in his constituency, which is Perambur, where he'll be meeting the residents of the area directly. So in that case, the permission has now been obtained by the actor turned politician, and likely he'll be starting the campaign very soon after the 30th, when the nominations are completed. He is now conducting interviews with his party members to make sure that all 34 constituencies have the candidates booked.
Shardha, we have seen that earlier. TVK got permission earlier. Now, after the stampede, TVK had got nod earlier to hold their first rally, but that time when they held their first rally post the Karur stampede, there was an advisory, there were some riders which were given by the the advising committee, but now, what is the latest? Like, what are the riders for this particular rally that TVK will be holding? Because this is a rally connected to the upcoming polls.
Well, post the Karur stampede, Vijay has denied permissions to conduct a rally, and only public meets and he had to be stationed in a particular place and conduct the public meet with not more than 5,000 people, whether it's cadres or general public. Now, with this particular rally, the commission given to him is that he can conduct rallies, but at the set time, in a very limited time, is when Vijay has been allotted by the election commission, saying that the actor might invoke more crowd. In that case, actors party should take responsibility to work, coordinate with the state police, and also take prior permissions and get the campaigns approved by the election commission beforehand. The main request that's been kept by the ECI is for the actor to arrive on time and not delay, because with the code of conduct in place following Vijay, there'll be other parties who will also be campaigning in that particular area. So the ECI has requested the party to make sure to maintain time-bound activities of the actor and politician. Also mentioned that no big road rally should be conducted. So when actor Vijay generally is moving from location to location, we see two-wheelers surrounding his campaign vehicle, chasing around him. So ECI has also requested the party to make sure that the general public or the actors' fans do not speed or race around the campaign vehicle, and make sure that and have asked to make sure that the actor takes certain precautions in providing water also if required.
All right, so court and EC is given a big nod to TVK's Vijay to campaign ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. And like Sharda is saying, it's coming with some riders and some precautions which need to be taken post the Karur stampede. Getting you some more updates coming in. The BJP has released its third list of candidates for the West Bengal elections. The BJP has given a ticket to the mother of the RG Kaur victim from Panihati constituency as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. More on this report. Take a look.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the RG Kaur victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's RG Kaur hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Getting some breaking news coming in from Manipur, Churachandpur, after the overnight clashes. A violent protest triggered by a road accident where 2 civilians were injured and vehicles were set ablaze. Now FIR has been registered and 32 people have been detained in connection with the incident. So big updates coming in here. 32 arrested in Churachandpur violence case. And this is an update coming in as we keep getting you the latest. Churachandpur is a major town and a district headquarter in southwest Manipur in India. There was some violence which was reported there. And violent protests had erupted in Manipur's Churachandpur. Post that, viewers, we see that 32 have been arrested in the Churachandpur violence case. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. It's a very sensitive area, and after violence was reported, we see that there were tensions which were linked to local disputes. And now we'll, of course, try to go across to our colleague Johnson on this story to help us understand what exactly is happening post that violence. So 32 arrested in Churachandpur post the violence case. Let's tell you exactly what is happening Breaking news is coming in from Manipur after the overnight clashes over violent protests triggered by a road accident where 2 civilians were injured and vehicles were set ablaze. Now, the FIR has been registered and 32 people have been detained in connection with that incident. Violent protests erupted in Manipur's Churachandpur district after 2 civilians were injured in a road accident involving a vehicle of the security forces. Now, the accident took place around 6:30 p.m. in the Tuibong area, where security force vehicles allegedly hit 2 individuals riding a 2-wheeler. The injured individuals were rushed to the hospital, where they were discharged after the first aid. There was violence protests. There were a lot of protests which are very violent, and now 32 people have been detained in connection with that incident. So let's go across to Johnson, who's joining us. Johnson, yes, go ahead. Take our viewers through what happened and about these arrests which have been made.
Yeah. Actually, just after, the vandalizing of the one CRPF vehicle by these protesters, more protesters which are reported to be from the Kuki community. Yes, security forces in a very swift and quick action, they have arrested 32 people after an FIR has been lodged and after a case has been registered. And as of now, the names and the identity of those arrested, detained 32 people have not been disclosed as it is as the investigation is still under process. And now the thing is that there is still tension in this Churachandpur itself area, and also it is it is a very good step for the security forces. It's a very good step for security forces, and there are still the further investigation so that they can arrest what is the actual agenda, what is the actual intention of those protesters.
Yes. Okay, also take our viewers through exactly what happened, because the violence has broken out in Manipur, Churachand, after road accident. However, Churachandpur is a very sensitive area. Many disputes, local disputes have led to violence previously as well, Johnson. So these are overnight clashes over violent protests triggered by a road accident where 2 civilians were injured. What is the status of these 2 civilians? Take our viewers through that update as well.
Yes, the 2 civilians that has been injured due to the road accident hit by the central security vehicle. They have been immediately admitted to the district hospital by the security force itself. And after that, as of now, there is no more update regarding the seriousness of those injuries. But as per the report, those injured are now under control. They are stable right now. And yes, after this, even though the accident was hit by army vehicle, but unfortunately the protesters, they have vandalized the vehicle of the CRPF, sir.
All right. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news. CCTV footage coming off a tragic accident in Maharashtra's Kalyan, which claimed the life of a businessman, Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling when struck by a speeding car driven by a 17-year-old minor. Now, the CCTV footage captured the incident, showing the boy losing control of the vehicle and ramming into Tandale. The minor's parents, including his mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, are facing legal action. The police have seized the car and taken the boy into custody. This incident highlights concerns about reckless driving in the area, with locals citing removing barricades as a contributing factor. Okay, so this is a cyclist who was cycling, and this is an update coming in of a cyclist who was cycling on Ring Road. Then we see that this unfortunate accident took place. Very unfortunate accident took place. We will, of course, get you more updates on exactly what the investigation is pointing to. But the tragic accident happened in Maharashtra's Kalyan. This has led to the death of a businessman, Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling when he was struck by a speeding car. The speeding car was being driven by a 17-year-old minor. And that is the CCTV footage captured in that incident. The boy lost control of the vehicle and rammed into Tandale. I want to go straight across to Shivam, who's joining us live from our Republic newsroom. Shivam, a very unfortunate incident which is coming in. This is a cyclist, a businessman who lost his life. A 17-year-old boy rammed into him as he cycled on an incomplete section of the Kalyan's Ring Road. Just to help our viewers understand what the latest is, the police have registered an FIR for rash and negligent driving along with a non-bailable charge.
Yeah, now this is pretty much concerning, and especially once again, Shivangi, it involves a minor in this case, and it reminds us of the Pune Porsche case where the accused was also a 17-year-old. Now this is one of the many cases in which the minors are involved in reckless driving and killing the pedestrians or the cyclists in this particular case. Now he was a businessman and might not have been the first time that he was traveling in that route, on that route, while he was going for a morning cycling routine as usual. Now what happened is exactly the boy took the keys from his parents while they were asleep, while they were not there, and he fled with the vehicle. And while he was driving recklessly, very high speed driving, he was doing very high speed, he was driving in a very high speed, and that's when he did the accident, and that killed the businessman in this case. Now it is a very tragic accident which happened in Kalyan, which had claimed the life of the businessman in this case. Now the CCTV footage which has been captured clearly explains how the speed of the vehicle, which has been a very high speed vehicle case in this one. Now we are showing three visuals in this case, one from the Pune accident, the other from the Kanpur accident, and the third one from the Kalyan accident. Now in the Pune case, as you can very well see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, there was a 17-year-old minor involved driving the Porsche taken. Now he was drunk driving at around 200 kilometers per hour, and he rammed into the bike, and which killed two IT professionals in that case. Now there was massive outrage during that accident also, because that was also that amounts to killing somebody while you are drunk and driving in that case. Now parents, doctors were accused of evidence tampering in this case. Now the other case which we are showing right now is of the Kalyan case. Now this again involves the minor. This initially was a hit-and-run case. Now later he was arrested by the police. The vehicle has been seized by the police in this case. Now there will be charges against the parents also, because it clearly amounts to negligence on the side of the parents.
All right, Shivam, thank you for getting those details. And in Kalyan, you can see how the businessman was flung into the air when that vehicle slammed into him. Very unfortunate. Now, President Trump's proposal to halt the conflict was rejected by Iran's authorities on Wednesday, and they pledged to keep fighting until a number of their own demands were satisfied. A payment of war reparations and acknowledgement of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz are among Iran's demands. As the battle nears its one-month mark, the reaction may have dealt a blow to the U.S. proposal, but it also marked the beginning of some kind of negotiation between the two nations. Arnab Goswami emphasizes that as the US-Israel-Iran conflict escalates, conflict and questions are rising about the absence of a ceasefire. Take a look.
Absolutely sure sign that Trump has got it all wrong is when he starts blaming his own defense secretary, the wet-gelled Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, at a round table in Memphis, which was going on, Trump sat next to his own defense secretary, his own appointee, Pete Hegseth, and in front of cameras and reporters said something which absolutely looked like he was putting all the blame, the entire blame, on Pete Hegseth. He said, Pete, you were the one. It was your idea. You said, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders take the onus on themselves. And here's a man who's realized he's messed up so badly, he's got no exit option. The Iranians are not giving him an off-ramp. He's riding a tiger he can't get off, so he's decided to tell the tiger to go attack Pete Hegseth. This is a cowardly move by the President of the United States.
And then unfortunately I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end, or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that.
Pete, you were the one. It was your idea, he says. Now, ladies and gentlemen, depending on who is in the administration of the Trump government, who you asked on any single day, they say this was a war to end 47 years of the Iranian regime. But now, is there a solution? My view is, as of this minute, there is an unbridgeable gap between the United States and Iran. All these diplomats, these diplomatic types who talk about an off-ramp, back channel, etc., this, that, have got it all wrong. Look at the actual terms on the table and ask yourself whether there is any middle ground here. One, the US has apparently sent a 15-point proposal. Conditions include dismantling of UN's nuclear capabilities, a ban on uranium enrichment on Iranian territory, handing over the stockpile of highly enriched uranium to the IAEA, abandoning all regional proxy activity, opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and limiting Iran's missile capability, both in terms of range and quantity. Iran is not going to accept any one of these, not one of these 6 or 7 options or proposals which the US has given. What does Iran want? Iran has put 7 demands, and none of these will be accepted by the US. Iran has asked US to close all military bases in the Gulf, lift all sanctions imposed, pay war reparations, which is absolutely not going to happen, say that we are going to agree to a missile program of Iran with no limits, end all Israeli strikes on the Hezbollah, start new rules for the Strait of Hormuz, giving them superpower status in the Middle East, and give a written promise that war will not restart. Now, there is no negotiating room between the two. The only hope people are having is that both sides are actually very tired, and out of fatigue, if nothing else, they're going to give in. But ladies and gentlemen, for that also, there needed to have been a pause. I want to show you 8 visuals tonight, 8 visuals to prove there has been no pause. There has never been a pause in this. Visual number 1, March 25th, Dimona nuclear power plant, which was hit. Ladies and gentlemen, the visuals show, you see this, smoke rising over the Rotem industrial zone close to Dimona after an Iranian missile hit. March 25th, the IDF said airstrikes in Tehran have been completed. These are the visuals of that. Ladies and gentlemen, multiple infrastructure targets which were hit. March 25th, Iran fires coastal cruise missiles targeting the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Not too long back, they're keeping a watch. Where is the pause as I show you these visuals? Visual 4 tonight. Airstrike on Western Iraq military clinic, which killed 7 troops. This is in a site belonging to Iraq's Shiite Popular Mobilization Forces, or PMF. Where is the ceasefire, I asked tonight on Republic? March 25th, Iran released a video of the 80th wave of Operation True Promise 4. Where is the pause? We ask here on Republic. Visual number 6, March 25th. Israeli Air Force targeting 2 sites involved in the production of the naval cruise missiles in Tehran. Visual number 7, where is the ceasefire tonight? Where is the pause? March 24th, Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant hit by Israel. Visual showing dark plumes of smoke rising after the strike. 8 as well, Iran launching missiles towards Israel. This is Iranian state TV releasing the footage. Ladies and gentlemen, where is the pause? You have to have blindfold on and not watch any of these visuals to start believing that there is a pause. It's only sections of the Western media which has lost all credibility in the last few days which still insists there is something called a pause. Now, here is the part of the story that nobody in Washington wants you to see. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 29, 2026, exactly 1 month before the war began, Lockheed Martin signed a framework agreement with Pentagon's Department of War to quadruple the production of THAAD interceptors. From 96 missiles a year to 400 missiles a year, each THAAD interceptor cost the American taxpayer $12.7 million. Ladies and gentlemen, this was on January 29th. The war technically began on February 28th. Everything is about making money on the stock markets. It's about the stock prices of these defense companies. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what's happening in the war, ask Lockheed Martin, not Pete Exit. Lockheed Martin's, since the beginning of 2026, their share price has gone up by 30-40%. Ladies and gentlemen, numbers don't lie. I'm giving you 5 points tonight. This is war capitalism at another level. 5 points. 1, Pentagon wants $300 billion more for the Iran war. Point number 2, US defense stocks are up 30 to 50% in the last 12 months. Point number 3, earnings in the S&P 500 index are expected to rise 20% in the next 12 months. 4, US oil firms have gained more than 100 billion since the war began. And 580 million bet has been placed just 14 to 15 minutes before Trump's Iran post on Truth Social. Ladies and gentlemen, and therefore you need to look at everything in perspective. If this war continues, the defense war machine in America makes a lot of money. So it doesn't look to me like there's any de-escalation or ceasefire plan right now, because America continues to beef up its military presence. In fact, the 82nd Airborne Division's 2,000 paratroopers are moving around in the Middle East. Additional military options are being sent by Trump. Trump also deployed another 2,000 Marines from the 31st Expeditionary Unit traveling aboard USS Tripoli. What kind of ceasefire plan is this that requires this level of military mobilization? Secondly, Israel is not part of any dialogue. They have not committed to any dialogue. It's only a pause button apparently on a certain nature of oil infrastructure sites by Americans. Israel is not part of it. So if the peace plan is just a red herring to buy time, then what about the deployments which are taking place? You see, ladies and gentlemen, here is the hint. Trump has spared targeting the Karg Island from where Iran exports 90% of this oil. Is this military buildup aimed at trying to take Karg Island after Friday? I think this weekend is going to be extremely important. The Speaker of the Parliament in Iran has said very clearly, we are closely monitoring all US movements in the region, especially troop deployments, do not test our resolve to defend our land. Even Iran, therefore, as of tonight, is strongly suspecting a possible military ground intervention by America, maybe for Karg Island. Is that the military surprise that Trump was planning? And in response to that, what is the quote-unquote surprise that Iran has in mind? For everybody who did the calculations and told you on Monday that everything's getting fixed, it's all over. It's not. Even if it is to get fixed, which I think there is a strong likelihood of within a April 10th timeline, and that is my own calculated guess, trust me, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Viewers, much coming up, 2 Indian LPG tankers across the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jug Vasant expected to arrive at the Kandla port today.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हम
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict, where Donald Trump is saying that the Iranian leaders are pretty badly wanting a deal to take place, and also that they are afraid of retaliation by their own in this case. But also, Iran has rejected the claims of any ceasefire or any deal. We'll get you all the latest of this story, plus top national and international breaking news developments as we speak. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel. 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. And Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir, CIK, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Gandarbal. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first top big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment, and this is about Nirav Modi. We're getting a big breaking news development in this case. Republic accesses 18-page Nirav Modi judgment copy. A big win for ED and the CBI. Now, Nirav Modi runs out of legal options. Now, Nirav Modi is one step closer to face a trial in India. Now, this comes as a big victory, big win for the Enforcement Directorate, the ED and the CBI. Now, Nirav Modi runs out of legal options. Nirav Modi one step closer to face trial in India. Now, this is that Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. So a big failure for him and a big development in this case. All right, we have our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan, for more details on this big development. Shravan, over to you for more details. Now, it's a big victory for ED and the CBI, but if you can put this into perspective and break it down for our viewers. Shravan. All right, our Deputy Executive Editor Shravan is also with us to explain the latest developments in this case. Shravan, if you can hear my voice, what is the latest that we are fetching as we speak right now? A big failure for Nirav Modi.
Well, in fact, Nirav Modi's petition to reopen the proceedings against his extradition order by the UK court has been rejected. This happened yesterday at the High Court of Justice King's Bench Division in London. And the matter was strongly argued by the Crown Prosecution Service, and they were assisted by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate's team and the investigating officers who were basically in London for the hearing. In fact, after a very long time, we're given to understand that Nirav Modi had appeared before the court in person, is what we are being told. The reopening application had been filed on the basis of Sanjay Bhandari's judgment. In fact, Sanjay Bhandari, the arms dealer who is on the run, in fact, with sustained and coordinated efforts that coming in from the investigative agencies, the challenge was basically successfully overcome, is what we are being told. And the High Court basically, they were handing out the judgment. They think that the reopening of the petition and the circumstances surrounding it are not exceptional, and so as to make it appropriate to reopen it. So, in fact, what happens right now, Shivam, is that legal options available before Nirav Modi has only dwindled. In fact, it seems right now that the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate will once again press upon the Home Office in United Kingdom to take a final call as to whether at all Nirav Modi should be sent back to India. Because if you look at from the legal point of view, it seems that there is very little option available before him. We are talking about a man who has basically been charged for a significant financial wrongdoing, and that too that is involving a public sector bank, and the proceedings essentially go back to 2018. Following which, since 2019, the courts have heard the matter multiple times. In fact, they've approved his extradition. They've rejected his earlier appeals, and frankly speaking, there is no legal barriers accepting the assurances regarding his treatment in India, because as I understand from the judgment that has been passed by the UK court, they have also made it very clear that there is nothing to believe that if at all Nirav Modi is sent back to India, he would essentially be tortured, because that is exactly what was being argued in the court.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the arguments, one of the concerns that Nirav Modi was putting forward in this case is the possibility of an ill treatment. Now, what kind of arguments was given by the counsel on behalf of Nirav Modi in this case, Shravan?
Well, in fact, the main argument that has been made by Nirav Modi's counsels have largely been on the fact that if at all he is sent back to India, he would essentially be tortured and persecuted, is what they have largely argued in the court. When they have basically sent back this entire thing, now they've largely relied upon the fact that in the past too, they have essentially argued on the count that if at all they are sent back, there's going to be a political witch hunt that is going to be carried out, because he's largely argued on the ground that this is more of a case which is political in nature, and the fact that the current dispensation has made a political example out of Nirav Modi. Having said that, remember, all the courts so far which have basically heard this entire matter has actually rejected the claims that have been made. He was certainly borrowing a leaf from Vijay Mallya's book, but it seems that it has now completely failed, and perhaps this move that he has now made before the High Court in United Kingdom, where he's trying to reopen the entire matter, arguing against the extradition, now with the court basically rejecting it, then it seems there is very little option available before him.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot, Shravan, for the details and updates on this story. We have Sarthak with us for more updates on this story. Sarthak, what are the latest you are fetching? Now, in this case, we are also getting to know that the Crown Prosecution Service Counsel defended the case, who received the full support. They received the full support of a dedicated team from the CBI. Sarthak.
Yes, absolutely, Shivam. The Crown Prosecution Services has strongly opposed the plea, and they were supported by a team from CBI. The CBI officers were present in London for the hearing. However, after the arguments, the court says that the case does not mean the exceptional circumstances status, because in these kind of cases, the court says that unless there are circumstances, the court cannot pass an adverse order. The legal challenge was based on a Bhandari judgment, rejected the arguments that were placed on record from the counsels of Nirav Modi, was that a Bhandari judgment was taken as a precedent, where last year UK High Court had granted, had passed an order in favor of this individual on the grounds that that he might not be treated well if he is extradited to India, and there were other arguments that were made on that end. But however, the court has said that there are no exceptional circumstances in this particular matter due to which this petition cannot withstand. And just to remind the viewers, Nirav Modi has been declared as a fugitive and an economic offender by India. And CBI has been seeking his extradition since 2018. In 2019, he was arrested in UK in March 2019, and then he was taken into custody. He has applied for these anti-extradition petitions before as well. UK courts had already approved his extradition. This is not the first time he had filed a petition before the High Court. And previous appeals were also dismissed by the courts. And this time as well, the UK High Court has decided to dismiss this petition, stating that there is no strong enough reason or any merit in his petition to believe that his case has some exceptional circumstances. And therefore, it seems like all the legal remedies and everything that he could have taken at his disposal to make sure that he delays the matter have completely gone out of the window. And CBI at this point might be seeking early extradition of him and may try to bring him back to India as early as possible. Just to remind the viewers, his extradition was almost confirmed last year in August 2025, but he just took this legal route and tried delay the matter and bring these legal hurdles into the entire issue. But now it seems like all his means, all his resources have exhausted, and CBI may try to bring him back to India as early as possible and put him under trial. Back to you.
Yeah, one of the observations in the High Court decision was that the petition, the circumstances for the petition were not so extraordinary in this case. Now, is this the last and the final setback for Nirav Modi? And we can expect that he will be brought back to India very soon in this case, because this is a long political battle that the CBI has been following. All right, we have our executive editor, Legal Rhythm, on a phone line to speak on this issue and put this into perspective for more details. Rhythm, over to you for more details. A very big setback for Nirav Modi.
It was bound to come, as the London High Court has now stated that Nirav does not have any chance before them. They reject the appeal against return Modi. London-based High Court of Justice King's Bench Division has rejected Nirav Modi's petition to reopen the proceedings against his extradition order issued in the UK court. Remember earlier also in the Vijay Mallya case, we've seen the Crown Prosecution Service Council defending the Republic of India. Today, here also the Crown Prosecution Service Council, who received the full support of a dedicated team of Indian CBI, including the investigating officers who travelled to London for the hearing, have said Nirav does not stand a chance now. The petition that was filed, it was an appeal on the basis of the Sanjay Bhandari case verdict, but that challenge was also successfully overcome by the coordinated efforts of the CBI. What does this really mean? This means the High Court has said in its decision that any petition Nirav filed for reopening the circumstances that were related to his extradition will not be reopened. Remember, since 2018, CBI has been seeking the extradition of Nirav Modi, who's wanted in the case of the bank scam related to Punjab National Bank. He was arrested in the UK in 2019. The courts approved his extradition and dismissed earlier appeals, holding there was no legal impediment, and assurances were given that India will treat him fairly.
Yeah.
The process was delayed due to the legal delay, but now it's time Nirav is dragged back to India.
Yeah, Rhythm, you have been following up this story since the beginning. Now, what were the complexities in this case and cases of this type? What were the challenges which were being faced by the ED, the CBI?
Let's be frank and tell our viewers, the CBI and the EDI has done a marvelous job in this case, just like the earlier case. The basic things that Nirav Modi or any fugitive who's traveling abroad, who's staying abroad and does not want to be extradited, says and lies that the Indian jail conditions are not proper and we will not be treated well by India and in the Indian jail. But this is something immediately that the coordinated efforts of the CBI and the ED team were successful in getting a rejection from the court, saying that the Indian jails are fine. In fact, we broke an exclusive story pictures of where these people would be put and where will they be placed in Arthur Road Jail. This is the same Indian team that also ensured that in the Vijay Mallya case, his extradition was successful. We just have to see why there is some stoppage in that case. But I have personally worked and seen the way the CBI and the ED teams are working in coordination. In fact, for the Mallya case, we travelled to London. We were there in the Westminster court. And similarly, in the Nirav Modi case, Republic has been the only channel following the case. The third case that Nirav Modi tried to get on was the Sanjay Bhandari case. My colleague Shavan Sen was in London. He was the only journalist to have tracked Sanjay Bhandari, tried to have a word with him. Yes, in that case, it's been a setback for India because sometimes the laws that were seen by the UK courts were different. It was a different case, different facts of the case. But in the Nirav Modi case, India has been extremely successful in a jurisdiction in the United Kingdom where usually extradition is not given. It's painstaking work to put everything forward before them. The Crown Prosecution Service that appeared for us in the Nirav Modi case did a marvelous job with lots of efforts by the CBI and the ED team, and we have been successful in getting the Nirav Modi petition filed before the London High Court to be rejected now. I think it would be a matter of time before Nirav is dragged back. He's been arrested since 2019. Remember, Republic was also the only channel to try and have a word with Mehul Choksi. We were the only channel that exclusively spoke to the uncle of Nirav Modi in this case, and that case is also pending. Similarly, we were the only channel to have tracked his brother, and we spoke with him. So when it comes to this case, Republic TV is extremely clear. We want these fugitives to be dragged back. We're doing our best to ensure it happens. The CBI ED team doing a marvelous job.
Yeah, definitely, Rhythm. Thanks a lot for the updates and to put this into perspective for our viewers. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very big development, a big victory for ED and CBI, and a big setback for Nirav Modi as he runs out of legal options. Now, Nirav's plea to reopen extradition case has been rejected because there are no extraordinary circumstances in this case. This clearly has been mentioned by the High Court. The High Court, in its decision, said that the petition for reopening and the circumstances related to it are not so extraordinary that the case should be reopened. Now, since 2018, ladies and gentlemen, CBI has been seeking the extradition of Nirav Modi, who is wanted in the case of a major bank scam related to PNB. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated. Negotiations are underway with the right people and that the US has essentially won. He cited a mysterious oil and gas-related big present from Iran as proof that Tehran desperately wants a deal while shifting blame for starting the conflict and insisting productive talks involving Secretary of State, that is Marco Rubio, and Vice President J.D. Vance and others are advancing. However, Iran sharply rejected these claims. Now, a senior Iranian military spokesperson mocked at Trump, asking if the US was negotiating with itself amid internal conflicts, and insisted that Tehran will never come to terms with Washington, despite Trump's optimistic statements. The war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missile and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv, Bnei Brak, and Tehran.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other... We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, J.D. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look.
And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Coming up. And also, CIK, that is the Counterintelligence Kashmir, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Kandabal.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
Coming up next, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
a very, very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're tracking all the developments. It's day 27 of the war against Iran. Many updates coming here. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines we're tracking right now. Trump says Iranian leaders won't deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the US and Israel. 2 Indian LPG tankers across the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag Vasant will be arriving later at the Kandla port today. 17-year-old in a speeding vehicle rams into a cyclist in Kalyan, Maharashtra, killing the latter on the spot. Nirav Modi's latest attempts to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts like Srinagar district, Shopia and other districts as well. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. 32 people have been arrested over this violence. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Air India flight, which was flying from Delhi to London, had to divert viewers to Mumbai. This is a big update we're getting for our viewers. Air India aircraft A350 VTJRF operating Delhi to London diverted to Mumbai due to technical reasons. Reportedly loud grinding noise from AFT. Aircraft is currently near Oman. Okay, big updates coming in here. Huge updates. On Republic TV, Air India flight had diverted to Mumbai. There are technical issues, reportedly loud grinding noise from the AFT, which could have led to this. So we're getting these updates on Republic TV. So big updates coming in here. We'll tell you exactly what is happening in terms of this new diversion. Not the first time we have seen Air India flights be diverted. We have seen DGCA they have put out a protocol for all these airlines to follow. And we have seen earlier a few days as well that Air India Bengaluru to London flight was also diverted to Jeddah. That happened 2 days ago. One more Air India flight has been diverted. Let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha, yes, a very good morning to you, Harsha. Just to help our viewers understand what this case is all about. One more reason given of a technical issue, and just 2 days ago there was a Bengaluru to London flight which was diverted to Jeddah. This flight, the one we are talking about today, was diverted to Mumbai. Yes, Harsha.
Yes, Shivangi, back-to-back the technical issue, sustains in the Air India aircraft. This is A350 and also it is AI111 Air India aircraft, which took off for London from New Delhi, but it has been diverted to Bombay. What we've got to know that the plane is still, what the flight radar shows is that plane is still over the Oman airspace. It has yet not landed at Mumbai. And the reason for diverting it to Mumbai was the technical reason, which was the loud noise which was heard from the AFT of the the plane. AFT usually is the area towards the cargo side of the plane, and there was a loud thumping noise, and the noise was too heavy that the pilot could get the alarms in the cockpit, and that was the reason why the pilot had to divert it to Mumbai so that any untoward incident doesn't take place. And right now what we're learning is that by 11:30 the plane will be landing at Mumbai. It has already been diverted. The diversion took place around half an hour to 40 minutes before, and the entire information has been shared by the Air India to the DGC, which is a regulatory body. But what we know so far is that there's no stopping to the lenient attitude of Air India. There's no stopping to the maintenance and repair issues or the technical issues in Air India aircraft, be it the new series of the A350 or the new series of the Boeing or the A320 Neo. All these aircrafts are new in series. The fleet is entirely newly purchased and brought, but still the technical issue remains the same. Sometimes it's in the cargo, sometimes it's in the cockpit, sometimes it's in the engine. So we can clearly say that the ground maintenance team of Air India fails to maintain and repair the aircraft so that it should reach its destination. Every time there's a technical issue because of the maintenance and repair team not giving full attention, the smallest or slightest of the mechanical error and issue coming and pertaining again and again in the aircrafts of Air India. That might be major reason why again and again the causes, the problems, the technical errors are repeating in the Air India aircraft. Right now what we know is that plane will be landing at Mumbai airport in another half an hour, and when this flight will take off from Mumbai to London where the passengers originally has to reach, this has not been shared yet, but the plane will be well checked, maintained, and the technical issue will be fixed. Only then the passengers' plane will be arranged for London. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, and also, just to help our viewers, Harsha, again remember the DGCA, the protocols which have been set for airlines. Also the Ministry of Civil Aviation has set some protocols. Even after so many protocols have been set, so much of safety standards have been relayed to these airlines again and again. Why do we see these issues, especially mid-air?
Because Shivangi, it all pertains the maintenance and technical team which is on ground. Usually it is the process. Whenever the plane comes from one location, and before departing to another location, it has to be checked thoroughly by the maintenance and repairing agencies which has been hired by the airline company, by the aviation company. And usually what happens is that because of saving their time, because of not extending the waiting hours, the maintenance and repair team usually checks it not thoroughly, but from the upper level only. They check that cockpit is fine, the alarms are working fine, the engine looks fine, the cargo looks fine. Everything is ticked, marked, and the plane is given heads up to depart for another location. But usually in mid-air it happens because the plane has not been technically thoroughly checked by the repairing and maintenance team. That's one of the major reasons why every time there are technical glitches reported mid-air, and after landing it is seen that, oh, in this particular aircraft there was this MEL issue. There was the MEL issue in the engine, there was MEL issue in the cargo area. MEL, Shivangi, means minimum equipment list. There are aircrafts which are flying with minimum equipment list, and there is some deadline also till how long they can fly without this particular fixation of this error in the aircraft, and it is given by DGCA only. That if the timeline of any MEL concludes, it finishes before time only, it has to be fixed. But aircrafts, because to make profits, because to make money, and this situation of conflict also, they want more and more aircrafts to be in air. They don't want the aircrafts to be on ground. They want the aircrafts to be running to fly for more hours, and that is also one of the reasons why the technical issues are not being fixed as it should be fixed for the longer routes, for the longer destinations. All
right, well, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more, Harsha, on this development. And thankfully, we should see, these airlines really listen to these protocols and make sure that the passengers are not put under any inconvenience when it comes to their safety. Okay, let's move ahead. Getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's move ahead. US-Israeli airstrikes have flattened a building in Bandar Abbas, southern Iran. So let's put out those pictures also for you. This is the latest coming in. It's day 27. I repeat, it's day 27 of the war, which is continuing. And we have also got some statements from Donald Trump a short while back, where he says Iran's leaders are afraid to admit they are negotiating with the US. The US president was speaking after the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told state media Iran had no intentions of negotiating for now. The country will keep defending itself. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is a airstrike, and it has flattened a building in southern Iran. So latest strikes continue, US-Israeli strikes continue against Iran. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran earlier issued 5 conditions to end the war, including conclusion of the conflict across all fronts and payment of reparations. So this was a condition which had been put by Iran. So escalation continues. Getting some breaking news coming in. Kerala Cyber Police registered a case against Meta and X for circulating a fake video of Indian Prime Minister Modi and Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar. In the video, the duo was discussing something about the elections, and it created serious doubts among the public on the credibility of Indian democracy. Case filed. Big updates coming in here. Case filed against Meta and X over fake video. And this is the update that we're getting for our viewers here on Republic TV. Okay, so we will, of course, try to get our reporters on with us so we can understand what this case is about. But the case was filed by the Kerala Cyber Police. This is against Meta and X because there was a video, a fake video of Prime Minister Modi and the Chief Election Commissioner, which was circulating online. And in that video, the duo, both these leaders, both the election commissioner and Prime Minister Modi were discussing something about the elections, and it created serious doubts among the public on the credibility of the Indian democracy. So given these very serious updates, we see the case was filed against Meta and X over the fake video. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now. Kerala Cyber Police have registered a case against X and Meta for this fake video which was doing the rounds. We'll try to go across to my colleague in a short while from now. And in the past as well, we have seen that both X and Meta have been pulled up. I just want to go back to my colleague Shankar joining us. Shankar, you know, there has been so much of discussion lately about the circulation of fake videos online. Now, this is not just something which is concerning here in India, but all across the globe. In this case, we see a fake video was circulating online of the Chief Election Commissioner and Prime Minister Modi, absolutely fake video. Now, we see that the police has gone ahead, filed a case against Meta and X. What have the police said? What did the Kerala Cyber Police say as they registered this case against these giants?
Yes, exactly. 2-3 days ago, a document which was circulated by the Chief Electoral Officer in Kerala to all political parties regarding the guidelines to be followed by the candidates and even the political party leaders were circulated. And in one among the documents, there was a seal of the BJP, and it was a big controversy in the state. And this particular video, which was circulated on Meta and X and shared by millions of people across the globe, in which the Narendra Modi was Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking with Ganesh Kumar and other constitutional heads. In fact, it was actually a fake video created using artificial intelligence. In this video, there was a reference of the document which was provided to the political parties by having the seal of BJP by this Chief Election Commission in Kerala. So this was mentioned, this was being discussed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Ganesh Kumar and other constitutional heads in the fake video, and the Modi was heard speaking about the electoral process in the states, and the video, the 1 minute 27-second video, gives an impression among the public that the Narendra Modi Prime Minister was planning and devising strategies to sabotage the election and manipulate the electoral process across the country, and the election are taking place in 5 states in the coming weeks. So there was the video gives an impression among the public that there was an attempt from the central leadership, Modi-led governments, move to sabotage the election, and this was seen by the chief electoral officers in the state, and this was forwarded to the cyber police team in Thiruvananthapuram, and soon letters were issued to all profile handlers who sent and created and shared this post on Meta and X. Later, a letter was also sent to Meta and X chiefs in India to remove this video. But despite sending several reminders and several letters, these social media heads were not willing to remove this fake artificial intelligence created video from their profiles. Soon, the state police, the Thiruvananthapuram cyber police.
Shankar, I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. So let's go to the next set of breaking news. This is ahead of the election. So the Congress and the CPM in the state are accusing each other of keeping a secret pact with the BJP in many wards. The Congress central and state leadership said there is a hidden Communist Janata Party front in the state, and the BJP has fielded weak candidates in many constituencies to help the left. Whereas the Kerala CM Vijayan alleged that the hidden pact is actually between the BJP and the Congress. So these are very, very big allegations coming in ahead of those elections that we are counting down to. And very expected, Shankar, that now allegations will keep flying in the air against each other, the Congress, CPM accusing each other of a secret pact. What's the latest that we're getting here? What are the allegations?
Such accusation, like the pact between the CPM and Congress, the pact between BJP with the Congress and the Communist Party in Kerala are not something new. It comes up it comes up during every assembly elections and even the local body elections and the Lok Sabha elections. But this time, the allegation was first raised by the Congress senior leaders, Ramesh Chennithala, and opposition leader, V.D. Satheeshan. They alleged that the CPM is in a pact with the BJP in as many as 10 seats across the state, and they said they will reveal the names of the constituencies where the pact between the CPM and the BJP will be disclosed in the coming days. And the allegation was first raised by this Congress leaders by stating that there is a hidden pact called CJP in the state, Communist Janata Party. They called it Communist Janata Party, and it was aimed at dividing the votes of BJP and the Communist in favor of the UDF, Congress-led United Democratic Front in the state. But soon these statements, the allegations of this Congress leaders became viral, and a controversy in the state, and the senior CPM leaders came up against it, and the Chief Minister of Kerala called a press conference in which he reminded the public of the Kohli Pact, which was formed in 1991. He said in 1991, during the assembly elections, the Congress, Muslim League, and the BJP had contested from various constituencies together, and there was a pact called Kohli Congress League and BJP in 1991. And KG Mara, the then BJP leader, was promised votes from the UDF, and in return, BJP was asked to vote for Congress and Muslim League leaders in Thiruvananthapuram and several
thank you, Shankar, for getting those details. We are counting down to the elections, and now allegations being thrown and flying in the air against each other in Kerala. Okay, getting some more updates coming in. Amid rising drone threats from Pakistan, Indian Army has deployed the Ashni platoon along the Samba sector of the international border. Ashni platoon is a specialized Indian Army unit equipped with the Ashni system to counter the enemy drones. Now, we see that Lieutenant General Rajan Sharawat has reviewed the ground preparedness and operational readiness of anti-drone unit. Pakistan has been actively using drones to drop weapons and narcotics into the Indian territory in this area of the international border. Okay, Indian Army has deployed the Ashni platoon amid the drone threats coming from Pakistan's side. This is something which is very concerning. We have seen how Pakistani drones are sent across the border towards India, carrying narcotics sometimes and dangerous substances. Okay, I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran who's joining us. Gursimran, Indian Army deploys Ashni platoon in Samba. This is the rising drone threat. So we have reported about these drones which Pakistan sends across the border, and many of them have narcotics. They send narcotics across the border. This is an effort by the army to counter these dangerous drones. Yes, Gursimran.
Yes, Indian Army has deployed its Ashni drone platoons along the international border, especially in the Samba sector, and it has been reviewed by the Lieutenant General Rajan Sherawat, who happens to be the General Officer commanding of the 9th Corps of the Indian Army, the Rising Star Corps, based in Ewell, under which comes the Kathu and the Samba districts, and a part of Jammu district under their command where they operate. Now coming to the threats of the drone, they looms large, because after Operation Sindoor, during Operation Sindoor also, we have seen excessive use of drones to target the vital installation and also for the recce of the vital installations of the Indian Army. So after that, it was decided that the Bhairav Battalion as well as the Ashni platoon that will be raised along with the Rudra Brigade. And now coming into being is the Ashni platoon that has been deployed along the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Samba district, so that any threat that emerges from Pakistan using the drones or the UAVs, that can be curtailed. Not only it is limited to the recce of the area or only to monitor the threats, but also the counter threat bears are also being deployed in the form of Ashni systems. Also, we are getting to know that in days to come, there will be deployment of the Bhairav Battalion in the area as well, so that the hinterland security can also be beefed up, and also the Pakistani attempts that they are trying to target the civilian areas or pushing the weapons and narcotics into the Indian territory, that can be foiled. And now are the visuals that we have managed to access, where the Lieutenant General Rajan Sherawat, who happens to be the GOC of the 9th Corps, he is reviewing the operational preparedness of the Ashni platoon that has been deployed in the Samba sector of Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Okay. Gursimran, take our viewers through, what the Indian Army has planned. Ashni platoon has been deployed. How does this Ashni platoon really work? How do they counter these drones? We can see some pictures on our screens. I know they're using some equipment there. And we can see they're holding some drones too. How are they going to counter these Pakistani drones? What is the SOP there?
See, what they are going to do, they are also equipped with the kamikaze drones. So if the threat is of that level that it needs to be neutralized, the kamikaze drones that are also known as the suicidal Fidayeen drones, that can also be used by the Ashni platoon. Because in this is part of the infantry of the Indian Army, but they have roughly 20 men that are trained to handle the UAV operations. That includes assessing the threat, monitoring the level of the threat, and also responding to the threat. That includes from the small drones to the larger kamikaze drones. All are part of their this fleet of this elite unit of the Indian Army that has been raised recently and has now been deployed at the key locations where the threat from the Pakistan is imminent, and there have been regular instances where the Pakistani threat has come down, though it has been pushed back by the BSF. But yes, keeping in view the sensitivity and the present global position, the geological situation, that geopolitical situation that emerges, there lies a threat, and keeping that in view, the deployment of the Ashni platoon has been done in the Samba sector. It is said that apart from this area, there will be more areas where the Ashni platoon will be deployed along with the Bhairav Battalion in days to come.
Right. Okay, thank you for these details. I'll be coming back to you, Gursimran, for more on this development. Big development. Indian Army has launched the Ashni platoon to counter the Pakistani drones. I'm getting some breaking news coming in. We shift to focus on the war. It's day 27 of the war. So we're getting an update from America, from the U.S. Central Command. And this as the U.S. Navy leaders, Admiral Brad Cooper says that we are in the 4th week of the campaign and we are on a plan in achieving very clear military objectives to eliminate Iran's ability to protect its power. U.S. forces have struck more than 10,000 military targets. In fact, we hit the 10,000 Iranian target just hours ago. With the help of our allies, we have struck thousands more, clearly demonstrating that we are stronger together. Today, we have damaged or destroyed over 2/3 of Iran's missile, drone and naval production facilities and shipyards. And we are not done yet. We are on a path to completely eliminate Iran's wider military manufacturing apparatus. So this is a big update coming in. Day 27 of the war, and US making it very clear that their aim is to weaken the Iranian defense systems as much as they can. Okay, taking a short break, viewers. We will be right back, taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, Trump says Iranian leaders want a deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
हमें धीरज के साथ,
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict, because Donald Trump is claiming that Iran wants the deal very badly, but they are afraid of the retaliation by their own. On the other hand, there are reports that Iran has rejected the claim of ceasefire or even the talks that are supposed to happen. We'll get you details of all this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects the US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel. And top focus, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. A 17-year-old in a speeding vehicle rams into a cyclist in Kalyan, Maharashtra, killing the latter on the spot. Big setback for Nirav Modi. Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. CIK, that is the Counterintelligence Kashmir, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Gandarbal. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. 32 people have now been arrested over this violence. Viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. This is about a Russian-flagged crude carrier, whose name is Anatoly Kolodkin, is currently mid-North Atlantic and is expected to reach Cuban waters in the coming days. Now, Cuba is facing a very big crisis as we speak. Now, this is the Russian-flagged crude carrier Anatoly Kolodkin, which is currently mid-North Atlantic and is expected to reach Cuban waters in the coming days after departing 11 days ago. Now, this comes as the US has effectively enforced a de facto fuel blockade on Cuba since February under its max pressure policy, specifically targeting fuel shipments. Supplies from Venezuela have dried up amid the Maduro situation, while Mexico has scaled back under US tariff pressure, now leaving Cuba with near zero inflows. Cuba reportedly faced a near grid collapse earlier this week due to acute fuel shortages. Now, this was the third time that they faced a near grid collapse situation. Now, this tanker could become the first real test of US enforcement, raising the risk of a direct US-Russia maritime standoff, a Cuban missile crisis type flashpoint. Now, because Cuba, as we speak, is in dire need of fuel supplies. They've completely dried up whatever they had in this case, and this is one of the worst crises which is being faced by Cuba as we speak. Now, this might come as a relief and a first tanker, a first crude carrier that will reach Cuba amidst the ongoing crisis in Cuba because of United States of America. Now, this is the Russian-flagged tanker. Anatoly Kolodkin is indeed sailing towards Cuba carrying a lot of crude oil. Now, it departed Russia as a Primorsk port around early March and has crossed the Atlantic, and it is expected to arrive late in March and early April. Now, Cuba is facing a severe fuel crisis. Near blackouts, grid stress has been reported, and no major oil inflows for months, ladies and gentlemen, because of the blockade, the virtual blockade. Now, supplies disrupted because Venezuelan oil has been stopped after the Nicolas Maduro crisis. Now, Mexico reduced shipments under US pressure. So yes, Cuba is critically dependent on this shipment, very much on this shipment, and needs a lot more of such ships for the crisis, to overcome the crisis. Now, the US under Donald Trump has tightened sanctions and economic pressure on Cuba, threatened tariffs on countries supplying oil to Cuba. Now, will it become a flashpoint between Russia and the United States of America? We'll have to watch, but there is no official naval blockade as we speak. There is a de facto energy squeeze via sanctions plus deterrence and no declared military enforcement. Now, will there be a standoff? This we'll have to wait and watch. The shipment is being described as a test of US enforcement. No flashpoint as of now as we speak, but definitely it might lead to a trigger point between US and Russia. However, a few days ago, it was the United States of America which removed the waiver on the Russian oil and allowed countries to buy Russian oil, which was already stranded at sea. And also there was a removal of waiver. There was a waiver on the Iranian oil that was at sea by United States of America. So US was the one which has allowed the purchase of Russian oil, but it's different when it comes to Cuba. There are sanctions when it comes to Cuba. The situation is pretty much tough in Cuba. Now, this is the Russian flag tanker Anatoly Kolotkin, which is sailing towards Cuba, carrying more than 730,000 barrels of crude. Departed from Russia's Primorsk port around early March and crossed the Atlantic. And Cuba, during this severe fuel crisis, definitely needs this shipment in the time of crisis, because the oil that used to come from Venezuela, the Venezuelan oil had stopped after Nicolas Maduro crisis, and Mexico also has reduced shipments under US pressure because of fear of US pressure. The tightened sanctions and economic pressure by the United States of America has led to a severe crisis and a situation in Cuba, but there's threatened tariffs on countries supplying oil to Cuba. The shipment is being described as a test of US enforcement in this case, and near blackout and grid stress reported in Cuba more than 3 times. All right, we have Ishan for more details in the story. Ishan, if you can share more details about this oil tanker which has set sail for Cuba. Will it be reaching Cuba soon? Will there be a standoff between US and Russia in this case?
United States has imposed a near blockade on Cuban fuel supply, and now Cuba is running dangerously low on fuel supply. Now, the primary suppliers to Cuba were Venezuela and Mexico, and under US pressure, where US has arrested Maduro and has put in threat of sanctions on Mexico, the supply of fuel to Cuba has become nil. And now since February, this has been going on. And Cuba is now on the verge of collapse, wherein the energy infrastructure is suffering the most. On Monday, we saw that there was a total near blackout, wherein a lot of people died due to ventilators being shut off in hospitals. In this situation, Russia has now sent one of its flag carriers, Russian flag carriers, Anatoly, is set to reach Cuba in the upcoming next week. This will be the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis where the United States Navy has imposed a partial blockade of Cuba, wherein only food supplies are being let through. And this will be a standoff situation between a Russian-flagged oil carrier and the United States Navy. We will have to see how this progresses, where the Russian-flagged carrier, once it reaches Cuba, will it be allowed to dock at Cuba? Will it be permitted to provide fuel or offload its cargo at Cuba? Or will it be stopped by the United States Navy? And will this lead to a standoff? This is reminiscent of the 1979 crisis of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where again, there was a total naval blockade imposed on Cuba by the United States, and now we are seeing a similar situation arise. With the tensions in West Asia rising and the Ukraine war still ongoing, this is a new front that we are seeing. Back to you.
Yeah, there are 2 questions. Are there any escort vessels in this case escorting the tanker? Because there's a very tricky situation when it comes to Cuba in this case. And also, how severe is the crisis in Cuba, and how much of a requirement of oil is needed for Cuba right now?
Right now, there are no reported sightings of a Russian naval escort for this tanker. However, it is a Russian tanker owned by a nationalized corporation in Russia. Therefore, it is a Russian flagged carrier that is moving towards the Cuban waters. There are no reports of it being escorted by the Russian Navy, and Cuba is on the brink of day zero. Now, day zero means that it will have zero fuel to power its generators, and it will have zero fuel to power its grid. And that is the day that all the electricity in the Cuba stops. this electricity generation rationing of electricity has been happening in Cuba for some time now, and there has been some reports of unrest in the Cuban people. Donald Trump also a few days ago said that he will have Cuba soon in a statement issued during one of the White House press conferences. And now we are seeing that this total collapse of near total collapse of Cuban electricity infrastructure took place in the last week, and now we are seeing that this is the only hope that Cuba has right now. And it is also important to note that this carrier is not carrying finished fuel, it is only carrying crude, and even if it reaches Cuba, it will take 20 to 30 days of processing of this crude, this 150,000 barrels of crude, for Cuba to start producing electricity. What Cuba needs right now immediately is finished fuel, and there is no supply of finished fuel on the horizon for Cuba. We'll have to see how this progresses. It is a situation that is rapidly evolving. Back to you.
All right, Shan, thanks a lot for the details on this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in the story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated. Now, negotiations are underway with the right people, as per Donald Trump, and the US has essentially won. Now, however, Iran has sharply rejected these claims, despite many claims being made. Despite Trump's optimistic statements, no, the war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missiles and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv, Bnei Brak, and Tehran. Watch this report.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other... We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end, or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمیگردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچو ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه Well, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Damage was caused in the central city of Kfar Qasim, Israel, by apparent submunitions from cluster bomb warhead following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. So the war is ongoing. The war is ongoing between Iran and Israel as we speak. There's no end to the war, and this is the latest from the war zone. Damage caused in central city of Kfar Qasim, Israel, by apparent submunitions from a cluster bomb warhead following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. The Iranian ballistic missile carrying cluster warhead has struck the central city of Kfar, Israeli city of Kfar Qasim. The missile dispersed multiple submunitions, which are called bomblets, over the area. Now, these bomblets caused localized damage across multiple points, not just a simple impact site, because they are pretty much very dangerous. Now, as per reports, there might have been injuries because of this attack by Iran. Emergency teams have confirmed damage to buildings due to these individual bomblet explosions. Now, these are cluster munitions which are designed to spread destruction, increase the chance of hitting targets over a very wide area even after being intercepted. These wreak havoc in the cities that they strike. And in this is the ongoing war between Iran and Israel. Now, Donald Trump is claiming that they are trying to get a deal, the Iranian leaders, but the war is ongoing. The IRGC is conducting a lot of strikes as we speak. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a major drone attack has hit Kuwait, with a fuel tank catching fire at Kuwait International Airport after a drone strike by Iran. Now, authorities say several drones were intercepted, but at least one struck the airport, sending a massive plume of smoke into the sky. The attack comes as Iran continues to target oil infrastructure and airports across Gulf nations and maintain a stranglehold on the critical Strait of Hormuz. Here's more in the story in our report.
A huge plume of smoke billowed over Kuwait International Airport on Wednesday after a drone attack by Iran, according to Kuwaiti officials. Authorities say multiple drones were intercepted by air defenses, but one managed to strike a fuel tank at the airport, which prompted an emergency response. The attack is part of a wider campaign since the start of the war last month, with Iran targeting energy sites and infrastructures across Gulf countries. Meanwhile, the United Nations is warning that the conflict may have devastating consequences in the region and beyond.
The situation is extremely dangerous and unpredictable, and has created chaos across the region, affecting Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and beyond.
The constant attacks have disrupted shipments through the critical Strait of Hormuz, with Iran selectively allowing ships to pass through. The latest drone attack on Kuwait signals a widening escalation in the war, with fears that critical infrastructures may be targeted in the coming days.
All right, we're getting another big breaking news. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain and Jordan issues joint statement on Iran, ask Iran to take necessary measures to immediately halt attacks by militias, armed groups. Now, statement renews their condemnation in the strongest terms of the blatant Iranian attacks, which, as per them, which constitute a flagrant violation of their sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, international humanitarian law, and the Charter of the United Nations. Now, whether carried out directly or through their proxies and armed factions they support in the region. Big development coming in. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Jordan issuing joint statement on Iran, asking Iran to take necessary measures to immediately halt the attacks, immediately stop the attacks by militias, armed groups. Statement renews their condemnation in the strongest terms of the blatant Iranian attacks, which constitute a flagrant violation of their sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, international humanitarian law, and the Charter of the United Nations, whether carried out directly or through their proxies and armed factions. Now, they support in the region. This is coming from the Middle East because Middle East became a war zone because they gave a space to the US bases, whether it be a naval base or an air base. The US presence in Middle East is something that Iran does not like and has warned the Middle Eastern countries to not give space to the US military. And now this is coming as a condemnation on the strikes that happened, on the escalating tensions in the entire Middle East. And they have asked the six, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Jordan have issued joint statement on Iran, asking Iran to take necessary measures to immediately halt attacks. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, amid the continuing war in West Asia, US President Donald Trump has claimed that Washington has held very strong talks with Iran and that a possible deal could soon be on the table. Trump has also said that the US is ready to continue military strikes if negotiations fail. However, Tehran has rejected ending the conflict on Washington's terms and has instead laid down its own conditions for a ceasefire. Here's more in this report.
US President Donald Trump, in his latest remarks, claimed that the US has dismantled much of Iran's leadership network and that he does not want Mojtaba Khamenei to be killed. He also said discussions with Iran were progressing and hinted that a deal could soon be possible.
So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Trump further claimed that Washington has had a strong round of talks with Tehran and that negotiators have already reached major points of agreement.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially.
He added that if negotiations succeeded, the conflict could end quickly, but warned that if talks collapse, the US would continue its military strikes. The US president also emphasized that Washington remains mindful of its partners across the Middle East.
We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else.
However, Iran has rejected ending the war on US terms and has instead presented its own conditions for a ceasefire. Tehran has demanded a complete halt to what it calls aggression and assassinations by its adversaries. Though Donald Trump continues to insist that Iran is willing to negotiate and that talks could lead to a settlement soon.
Well, let's move on to another top story. Now, West Asia war is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas near the sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. Watch this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorram Shahar missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. "17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies at the spot." Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching huts. 3 different incidents, violence reported in last 24 hours. Two more Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasan expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Iran meanwhile rejects US proposal on ending war, says will end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Hello and welcome. You watching Live Report with me, Shavin Sen, the show that sets the agenda for the day. This afternoon, we are starting with the big story that we are tracking very closely, a Republic exclusive. Details of the trial that has taken place in United Kingdom. This is pertaining to fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi. In fact, earlier too, remember, his extradition plea was accepted by the UK courts. His appeals have been rejected in the past, but despite that, numerous attempts have been made by fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi, hoping that he would get some sort of a relief from the UK court. This was the last appeal that he has now made before the UK High Court, reopening the extradition case. On your screens right now, we're going to take you through the quick points coming in. The big takeaways from the 18-page Nirav Modi judgment that has come in from the UK court, which has basically rejected Modi's plea to reopen the case. I'm going to quickly take you through the 18-page judgment copy before we go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. In fact, this is yet another attempt that has been made by Nirav Modi to open up the case, hoping that there would be some sort of a response. Now, some assurances that have been made by the Indian authorities. Number one is that CBI, now the ED, is basically empowered under the Indian law to interrogate Nirav Modi after he is extradited in connection with the offences for which he is being extradited. That's assurance number one. Assurance number two, in any event, there is no intention or need to interrogate Nirav Modi because these cases are already ready to proceed to trial. The third is that he will not be interrogated by the ED in relation to the matters for which extradition has been sought for, or in relation to any other allegations or proceedings. Now, as far as the conclusions are concerned, this is what the UK High Court had to say. The assurances have been given by an official within the Ministry of Home Affairs that's competent to bind the Government of India as well as the state of Maharashtra and the 5 investigative agencies. India, as far as these assurances are concerned, they are cognizable at a diplomatic level, because the consequences of any breach would be extremely damaging to the relationship of the mutual trust between India and the United Kingdom. And this is the most important aspect, where they are saying we do not consider that we need to resolve the issue of whether the video conferencing facilities at Arthur Road Prison are of sufficient quality for Mr. Modi to attend his trial remotely. It is obviously desirable that he attends in person, and we do not think that there is any real risk of torture or other ill treatment during the course of the journey in Mumbai from the prison to the trial court. It is not necessary to reopen this appeal in order to avoid real injustice, and the circumstances are not exceptional so as to make it appropriate to reopen it. And on that basis, remember, his plea has now been rejected. I'm holding the 18-page judgment with me right now. This is the judgment that has been passed by the Westminster Court in London, in which they've categorically said that the assurances that have been given by the Indian government to begin with and the Indian investigative agencies are abundantly clear, and there is absolutely no reason to believe that if at all he is basically extradited, then he would essentially be tortured. Now, this particular judgment makes it abundantly clear that all of these claims that have been made by Nirav Modi has now been completely rejected. Let me go across to my colleague Sarthak, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Sarthak, in terms of legal options available before fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi, it does appear that it has all now perhaps been completely eliminated. There are no options basically available before Nirav Modi. Is there anything more that you're picking up in terms of whether at all he is going to go the same route adopted by Vijay Mallya?
Well, Shravan, at this point, it seems like he does not have too many remedies or too many options at his disposal. All the legal remedies that he could have tried and seeking just to find any solution to his situation, it seems like he's not left with any of those remedies. The UK court has dismissed his yet another petition. This was not the first petition that he had filed before the court seeking any solution to his situation, but it seems like he is left with no other option at this point. Just to brush up the memory of the viewers, the Nirav Modi is under the controversy for being involved in a fraud linked to the Punjab National Bank case, where the amount is nearly 6,500 crores. The fraud amount is nearly 6,500 crores, where Nirav Modi and his associates got unauthorized letters of undertaking through corrupt bank officials at PNB, and then they used these letters of undertakings to obtain huge loans from overseas banks. And when the repayment time came, all the loss had to be bear by PNB. Now, after that, CBI and ED filed their respective cases against Nirav Modi and associates, and before the entire controversy surfaced publicly, he fled India, and then in March 2019 he was taken into custody in London by UK authorities. India formally requested for his extradition back to the country, and a case was also filed in the UK court. The UK court also identified that there was a prima facie case of fraud, and India and Indian courts were competent to try him, and therefore an order was passed to extradite him India as early as possible. Then there were attempts made by Nirav Modi to linger on and delay the entire matter, where he kept on filing petitions after petitions, and every petition of his was rejected by UK courts, saying that there was a prima facie case. And this time around, the UK court has passed a similar order, where they have said that there is no extraordinary circumstances which could justify his petition. Just to bring this across the viewers, that he tried taking the defense of a Bhandari judgment that was passed by UK court last year in 2025, where they had allowed the accused to go against the extradition order, where he said that he will be ill-treated in India and all the arguments that were put on record, the court considered that. But this time with Nirav Modi, the court said that there is no extraordinary circumstance in his case, and there is no reason to believe that there is a strong enough merit in his case, and henceforth the court has decided to pass an order of his extradition back to India as early as possible. And it seems like the CBI and ED at this point may try to bring him back to India as early as possible and put him under trial. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Sarthak, for getting us the latest details. A story that we'll be tracking very closely. Very surprisingly, a former Chief Justice of India had basically opined in favor of Nirav Modi. In fact, a statement was given before the UK court, basically trashing the investigation that was carried out by the Indian investigative agencies. But despite that, the UK High Court has now basically given the assurance that there is no reason why this case ought to be reopened. In fact, this was yet another plea that was made by Nirav Modi. Should we focus now to the other story coming in from the state of Maharashtra? In fact, this is coming in from Kalyan, where there is yet another hit-and-run case that has emerged coming in from Kalyan. I'll just quickly take you through some of the details basically emerging and then go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. In fact, this incident that has taken place in Thane district. It's about a reckless driving of a minor boy, claiming the life of a prominent businessman. Srinivas Tandale, a businessman who was cycling at the time, died on the spot after being struck by a speeding car. The entire sequence of events leading up to the accident was captured by a nearby CCTV camera. Now, according to the reports, a minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out onto the ring road. While driving, he lost control of the steering wheel and violently rammed into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road from behind. Now, the impact was so severe that Tandale died at the spot, and the police has now taken the 17-year-old into custody. The case has also been registered. On your screens right now, this is the CCTV footage of coming in from Kalyan. In fact, this is yet another case of hit and kill that you can see on your screens. I'll just quickly take you through some of the updates also now coming in with regards to the investigation that has been carried out so far. It seems that the 17-year-old had taken the keys from his home without letting his parents know. That's the initial information that has basically emerged so far. And in fact, after taking the vehicle and when he started driving, it seems that he lost control of the vehicle and rammed into the businessman who was cycling on the road. Let me also go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. Meenakshi, my colleague, is joining us from Kalyan right now. Meenakshi, take us through the details of the investigation that has been carried out so far.
Yes, Shravan, an FIR has been lodged for rash driving and reckless driving, and we are being told by the police that that boy's mother's name was mentioned as an accused in the FIR. Why? Because we are getting information from the police sources that that boy told to police he took the key of the car. He took permission of taking the car's key from his mother, and after his mother permission, he took the key of the car. So here his mother owned the car, and that's why her name was mentioned as an accused in the FIR. And we are getting information from our sources, from police sources, that the boy told to police that he posted on social media that he had a small accident. He mentioned that accident is a small accident, and he was feared being scolded by his father. We are getting another information that his father is a lawyer, and we are getting information that the action also has been taken against his mother, who owned the that car. And from the deceased family, we are getting information that that a businessman who owned garments shops in Kalyan, he took the cycle 2 days before the accident, and he was cycling at the road at 8 p.m. He started cycling to getting fitter. That's after first day of cycling, what happened we have seen in the CCTV footage. Now we are getting touched with the family person. They are saying they only want punishment of that boy and his family, as his family knows all about his he is driving the car. His mother knows he driving the car, and his father is trying to save his boy, as his father is a lawyer. Now these are the information we are getting from police sources and the deceased family. Back to you, Shavan.
Just a quick wrap of what we know so far of the incident that has taken place. I'll stay with these latest images now coming in. CCTV that has been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, it seems that early morning when he had stepped out of his residence for what has been seen as a cycling session that has been carried out by the businessman. And the reckless driving of the minor boy basically claimed the life of this prominent businessman. The businessman has been identified as Srinivas Tandale. He's a businessman who was cycling at that time, and as you can see on your screens right now, from behind, when the car comes and hits the cycle, the entire sequence has now been caught on the CCTV camera. This is from a nearby area where the CCTV cameras have got this incident. As per the reports, minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out into the ring road. Now, while driving, he essentially lost control of the steering wheel and violently rammed into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road from behind. That's what you can see on your screens. Now, the 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. In fact, his parents essentially maintained that they were unaware that he had taken the keys and had taken the car from the residence. We'll move on to the other big story coming in right now. Before I quickly move to the other story, just a quick wrap of what we know so far. On your screens, these are the CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV of the incident that has taken place in Kalyan in Maharashtra. The 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. The businessman who was cycling has lost his life. Should have focused now to Manipur. This is a story that we have been tracking over the last few days about the situation in the state of Manipur. In fact, cross-firing has been reported from some of the areas in Manipur, direct fighting between Kuki groups and the Thankul Naga communities. In fact, it seems that the situation has only worsened. Late last night, yet another incident was basically reported from Manipur. In fact, we're going to take you through some of the details now coming in from the Ukhrul district, where we are given to understand yet another incident has taken place late last night when the Kuki groups basically torched Thankul Naga's hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. Now, this took place around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. First incident that was reported was on Wednesday between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thereafter, yet another incident took place late last night. Now, the suspected groups, which basically includes the Kuki Liberation Army and the Zomi Revolutionary Army, and they've basically indicated that this is what they're calling a revenge of what happened earlier. In fact, these are the latest images only with Republic TV. We'll try and go across to my colleagues Lintoy as well as Johnson, getting us the latest details. But it seems right now with the Chief Minister also taking cognizance of the situation, and an attempt that has now been made by the Chief Minister of the state to pass the buck by saying that there are some groups that are basically operating with the mindset of being anti-national. Now, that's exactly what the Chief Minister had to say. Let me go across to my colleague Johnson first, and then we'll try and bring in Lintoy, getting us the latest details from Imphal. Johnson, you've been there at the spot. In fact, on the first day, that is on Monday, when the incident took place, it seemed that thereafter things only worsened. Yet another incident has now been reported, first happening around Wednesday afternoon and then late last night.
Yes, Sawan, I was there on the exact on the very spot when the very first incident of the violence erupted, like firing towards the Meteor villages, targeting the Meteor life. But yes, fortunately, the situation has become worse day by day instead of returning to normalcy and all. Yes, in in almost all the hill districts, there is a huge tension between the ethnic groups like Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community. Cross-firing continues, and like burning down of huts and destruction of poppy cultivation in Kangpopi district, in Ukhrul district, in Kamjong district is reportedly continuing as of now. And also there is a very huge tension that even though the different CSOs and chief ministers of Manipur have appealed the public for returning peace and normalcy, yet there is still tension in almost all the hill district, as we have also mentioned earlier. Yes, this burning down of huts which are reportedly used to be illegally for poppy cultivation and all. There was also a cross-firing incident in Tamenglong between these NNC and IM and ZUF also, and also in various hill districts. Reportedly, gunfight took place when some armed groups are attempting, when some armed groups they entered to destroy the poppy cultivation and all. Yes, there's mainly the this gunfight between these two ethnic groups, that Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community, erupted because mainly because of this poppy cultivation, poppy destruction and all. Yes, someone, and also one of the major incident that happened yesterday very late night is that the armed groups which are reportedly officially reported from Manipur police, it is mentioned that the armed groups of Kuki armed groups, they have targetedly fired various live rounds towards the Indian Army posts and security bunkers that have been doing their duty since the beginning of this crisis. From the 3rd May of 2023. Yes, the army post, these army posts, they are doing the duty at the general area of Phagakchau, Awanglekai, that falls under Bishnupur district. And yes, the Kuki, which as mentioned by the police official, police report, those Kuki armed groups, Kuki militants, as per mentioned by them, they have opened fire in the general area of this Foljang and Gotwal, directing the target towards the Indian Army post. As a result, and the security forces rapidly rapidly respond to the firing, that resulting the crossfire lasts about approximately 30 minutes and all. Not only this, after this crossfiring took place in Churachandpur, between Churachandpur and Bishnupur district border area, combined security forces including Assam Rifle, Indian Army, IRB, Manipur Police, CRPF, they have conducted a mass combing operation in the general area where the firing is reportedly taken place. Sawan.
Johnson, just help us understand, because we've not seen this happening in the past, where Kuki groups have taken on the Tangkul Nagas. Is there anything that you're picking up from the investigative agencies as to why suddenly this attempt has been made by the Kuki groups to target Tangkul Nagas? Is it also perhaps part of a wider strategy in order to perhaps continue with the trend of worsening law and order situation in the state?
Actually, Sawan, as per my sources, it is not actually attempt by these ethnic groups to worsen the tense situation in Manipur. But actually, as Manipur is one of the golden triangle for the drug dealing and all, Manipur government has also is also fighting tirelessly against this war on drugs, and also in support of this, mainly in the hill areas, poppy cultivation is vastly done. So many armed groups, they help the government in this destruction of poppy cultivation and all. As a result of this poppy cultivation and also some of the cookie groups, they have reportedly tried to encroach the so-called there is a the so-called ancestral land of this Takul Naga. So as a result of this, the main conflict between these two groups, like ethnic groups, namely the Takul Naga and the Kuki, this erupted as the Kuki community reportedly, continuously targeting to encroach their this indigenous land of this Takul Naga, and also yes, someone from various agency, it is reported that this Kuki groups, Kuki communities, they have been playing this game of fighting and all, even targeting towards the security forces. This is a very big threat to direct given to the security forces.
Thank you very much, Johnson, for getting us the latest details from Manipur. In fact, a story that we'll be tracking very closely through the day. That's all that we could pack in this edition of A Live Report. News and updates continue on the other side. Trump says Iranian leaders want a deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Coming up. Also, Iran rejects US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
Big win for the ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav is one step closer to face trial in India. 17-year-old ram speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching huts. 3 different incidents, violence reported in last 24 hours. 2 more Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jug Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders won't deal so badly but fear retaliation by the road. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, will not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live, we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Breaking news coming in. The global energy supplies have been disrupted all over the world. Southeast Asian countries are really facing the brunt. In the latest, Philippines suspends spot sales of electricity due to Middle East conflict. Japan starts release of state oil reserves. So back-to-back updates coming in here. US's war against Iran cripples Philippines' energy. Now, this is very concerning because global energy prices are really shooting through the roof. Global oil prices are going up. Crude oil prices are going up. Everybody, all countries are suffering the brunt of the situation, the escalation in West Asia. And the global energy markets are being disturbed. Philippines government decides to suspend the spot sale of electricity. And that is because of the situation that is unfolding. We're getting some more updates coming in. Kuki groups have torched Tangkol Naga's hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. So more escalation. This is coming in as we have seen tensions between these 2 groups intensify in the past few days. Even though there were a lot of talks and which were held, a lot of talks were being held. The CM is trying to come to an amicable solution, but those efforts not really working out because clashes are being reported once again between Kuki and the Tangkol Naga groups. So Kuki groups torched a hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. The hut was burned down at Loknang Sinaktai village between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Suspected groups include Kuki Liberation Army and the Zomi Revolutionary Army, indicated by a red ribbon on a gun. The hut owned by Tangkol Naga is in a Kuki surrounded area. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Incident was reported between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. This happened late last night. Johnson joining us live from Imphal, Manipur. Johnson, you know, there has been so much of effort. We were talking about this earlier when we broke this news, that there was a lot of effort by the Chief Minister to make sure that these warring groups really, you know, come to an amicable solution, a peaceful solution. However, we have seen tensions escalate. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, not only the Minister of Manipur, but from the various civil society organizations and also the various leaders, they have appealed for peace normalcy to return in Manipur, and also various dialogues have been talked along with the Minister of Manipur and CSO. But unfortunately, this burning down of the hut there is reported to be belongs to the Tangkol Naga community, and it is burned down by the alleged Kuki group. So it is reported that it is revenge of burning down from various huts of the Kuki community by the Tangkol Naga community. So this following this revenge-like activity, there is a serious question about worsening of the tension and the tense situation in the hill districts, mainly dominated by the Tangkol Naga and the Kuki community. And yes, this report, as you have also mentioned, this happens in the Ukhrul district. Yesterday late, as per the report yesterday, the incident happened yesterday only. So as of now, there is still tension between these two ethnic groups, the Tangkol Naga and the Kuki community, and also, the incident
Okay,
of
hold on.
fight between
Johnson, I really want you to hold on for a
groups
second. They're
was
getting some more
reported.
information coming in. Johnson, please hold on. Breaking news coming in. Suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire at a army post. So we will tell you a little bit more about what really happened there. Now, the Indian Army and the Central Reserve Police Force deployed in the area responded swiftly by returning fire towards the source, resulting in an exchange that lasted approximately 30 minutes from the early hours of 26 March. A combined operation was launched by the Indian Army, CRPF, Manipur Police, and the IRB, Indian Reserve Battalion, in the general area where the firing took place in the adjoining hill area. Situation remains to be closely monitored in the surrounding hill area. The incident occurred late, and we're getting these updates coming in. Civilians are asked to be more careful and not spread any rumors on this situation. Johnson, coming back to you. Yes, we're getting updates coming in. Johnson, and also we see that Manipur Police has written a post on this incident where Kuki militants opened a fire in the general area, directing the fire towards an Indian Army post. And if you could just help our viewers understand, because we know that the Indian Army swiftly responded by returning the fire towards the source, resulting in an exchange. And that exchange was going on for approximately 30 minutes.
Yes, Shivangi, yes. This is one of the, very illegal activities done by these, as per the report mentioned clearly in this police official press statement, it is mentioned clearly that the armed suspected armed militants, they have targeted fire, they have, they have target firing, they have fired directly targeting towards the Indian security force, namely the Indian Army post that is, doing the duty. There has been, safeguarding the Pagakchau village of Bishnupur district. Yes, Shivangi, this Pagakchau village is one of the very affected village due to the illegal activities of the Kuki community since this 3rd May of 2023, since the beginning of the crisis, since the beginning of the conflict. And in order to give safety to the village, this Pagakchau has been guarded by the Indian Army post, and also yesterday, very late night at around 11:40 p.m. This armed Kuki, suspected to be armed Kuki militants, they have opened fire directly targeting towards the Indian Army post. As a result,
Johnson,
there has been a huge
Johnson, thank you for getting those details. I'll be coming back to you. Getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. 12 have been arrested in multi-state crackdown over suspected links, ISIS links. This is in Vijayawada. So we are getting these updates coming in here. Andhra Pradesh police have arrested 12 individuals across several states in a coordinated anti-terror operation linked to online radicalization and suspected connection with banned outfits. The probe began after the arrest of 3 youths from Vijayawada: Mohammad Rahmatullah Sharif, Mohammad Danish and Mirza Sohail Beg, who allegedly promoted extremist ideology on social media and formed a group called it's a group which is called Al Malik Islamic Youth to radicalize others. Acting on leads from the main accused, the police teams conducted searches in Karnataka, Telangana, Bihar, Delhi, Maharashtra, West Bengal and Rajasthan. Among those arrested, a couple of people, including residents of Ballari. And now we will be getting our viewers more updates, because the accused are suspected of spreading fundamentalist content, maintaining contact with terror handlers, including foreign links. I repeat, including foreign links. Let's go to Aishwarya, who's joining us live from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, very, very concerning, because we also see that these arrested people have been produced before court, remanded to judicial custody. But the information that we're getting for our viewers is that these arrested people are suspected to be having very, very nefarious links, and that too across the border, foreign links. Yes, what's happening now, Aishwarya?
So this entire link was busted in Vijayawada first, where 3 of them were arrested. Later, one of the youth one of the women from Hyderabad was also arrested yesterday, which led to an burst of an entire circle where almost 10 people were arrested, is what we are learning. After which they have realized that this goes beyond Hyderabad and Andhra Pradesh, but more to almost 10 network spreads across Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, and Bengal and Rajasthan as well. So this is how the police have realized that there are more and more youngsters involved in this particular ISIS link, is what they have realized. These 3 people have formed a group, a WhatsApp group, and they were using social media as one of their mainstream as a propaganda, and they were also trying to radicalize the youngsters, sell the ISIS mindset, and they were also trying to, in fact, there are allegations that they were even trying to replace the Indian flag with the ISIS flag as well. This is how they were working and monitoring, and they were also receiving, there are allegations that they were receiving funds from the Pakistan handlers as well, under whose guidance and information and instructions that these people were running this particular ISIS racket here, alleged ISIS racket. They were first identified as terrorist sympathizers using their social media activity after the counterintelligence monitored their social media activity. Later, they actually found out that there's a lot more than them just being sympathizers of these terrorists, but they were trying to search how to build IED bombs. They were regularly meeting at mosques, and they were regularly in touch with all the people who are all the accused who are in this particular circle, and that is how this particular ISIS racket was busted.
Take our viewers through how these how these arrested on our screens, how they were engaging with radicalized content. They were engaging with radicalized content, and according to the investigation, they were also trying to radicalize others.
So as they were mainly using the social media, be it Telegram or Instagram, they were forming groups, and they were adding several youngsters into these groups. They used to regularly meet at mosques, and they were trying to sell this particular radicalized mindset. They used to try to brainwash, is what we are hearing. As they were also receiving funds, this was something very easily they were selling this propaganda to several youngsters who were either friends with them or who are in touch with them, who are they familiar with. This is how they were trying to sell, even trying to propagate against the Indian national, and they were trying to even criticize the Indian national flag, and try to sell how ISIS is more powerful and more right than the Indian national. This is how they were trying to sell, with adding more and more, recruiting more and more youngsters into their particular groups that they have formed in Telegram and Instagram.
Ashurya, hold on for a second. Yes, Ashurya, hold on for a second. I'm getting some breaking news coming in. Senior Congress leader Jeevan Reddy has quit the party after 42 years. This is a big update coming in here. And the reason is that he's blaming humiliation as a reason. Senior Congress leader and former Minister T. Jeevan Reddy resigned from the party, saying he had no other choice after facing massive humiliation. He announced his resignation at a meeting with the party workers and followers in a town in Telangana. He formally wrote a letter to AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge informing about his resignation. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Ashurya. Ashurya, the Congress leaders, they were trying really hard to pacify Jeevan Reddy, but that didn't really work. You know, he has put down his papers. And just tell us once more, what did it mean when he said he resigned due to humiliation?
So this is a huge setback for Congress, because here, if you look, Jeevan Reddy is one of the senior most Telangana Congress leader, with almost 42 years of association with the party, and even the Jagatal district where he is part of he's one of the main leaders in that particular town as well. However, he said that in this particular elections, especially after the Congress had come to power in the 2023 assembly elections, there were this deflection of MLAs from BRS party to the Congress party, rally which happened, which was supported by the Congress Congress leaders here, which did not go well with Jeevan Reddy, which he said that this is a humiliation, as his words, his actions and his loyalty to the party was not considered, while they were giving more importance to the deflected MLAs from the BRS party to the Congress party, and they were given even in the local body elections that was recently held in Telangana. They said that even during those elections, Jeevan Reddy's followers or his words were not taken into consideration. His vision was not taken into consideration, but the deflected MLAs were given more importance, and he said that this particular the way of functioning is a humiliation to him, as his association with the party goes more than 4 decades, and that is the reason he said that he could not take this humiliation anymore, and when he's not respected within the party and his work and his dedication is not taken into consideration, he said that he will quit the party. There were talks going on between the Congress leader, TPCC president, as well as Jeevan Reddy for a week, but later on, he formally resigned and submitted his letter to Mallikarjuna Kharge. He said that even though there were talks and there were attempts of pacifying him, he somehow did not fall into it, and he was not convinced by the appeals made by the TPCC, and that is the reason he has finally decided to quit. However, he said that his future political work is something that is still he will decide what to do. But there are speculations that he might join BRS as well.
I'll be coming back to you, Ashwarya. Yes, thank you so much, Ashwarya. Getting some breaking news coming in. Anti-Naxal trained special operation group personnel have been deployed to take on these jungle warfare trained Pakistani terrorists. That is right. This is in Jammu, by the way. And these are 350 Greyhound trained special operation group personnel deployed in hilly and forested areas of Jammu. Now, these SOG Jawans recently underwent specialized training from anti-Naxal unit of Andhra Pradesh Greyhound with elite army units. Pictures which are on your screen. And we also have a ground report by my colleague Gursimran, who takes us through how these special units have trained to take on these Pakistani terrorists who are trained for jungle warfare, high altitude combat and modern counter-terror tactics.
Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the elite force for countering terrorism, has now been trained by the Greyhounds, the anti-Naxal force of the Andhra Pradesh that has given Naxals a tough time. And as we approach 31st of March, the deadline for the end of Naxalism in the country, this force has played a key role. And now they have trained the troops of the Jammu and Kashmir Police to tackle terrorism. And here, from the hinterland, we are showing you the visuals of the ongoing operations that have been launched by the security forces to neutralize Pakistani terrorists that are active in the hinterland. Here you will see that this is one of the terrains, the tough terrains where the troops operate. These troops continue to be under the immense challenge that how they move from one place to another, so that the Pakistani terrorists that are in the hinterland, they do not get any information regarding their movement and they are neutralized at an earliest. These are the small teams of the Special Operations Group. These teams are tactically strengthened in such a manner that they can submerge into their vicinity. Here you will see that these Jawan of the Special Operation Group, the way he has gone down, he has taken a refuge in this very area. So it becomes almost impossible for the terrorists to trace them, and it is only their eye on the target that matters. Where on the other side you will see that these men are moving in these areas, while the advanced team, they have already on the front run, because this is a 360-degree operations that they have launched. These 360-degree operations means that they have to look everywhere. And here, wherever you will see, you will find the men of the Special Operations Group. They have already been on the ground. They are ensuring that they reach the ground, they move tactically without any collateral damage, because what we have witnessed that the Pakistani terrorists have inflicted a large-scale damage to the security forces. So now they do not want to take any of the chance, and that's why they are moving tactically. There also, you will see that the men of the Jammu and Kashmir Police have been kept on the standby. So it is a circle, a ring that they are carrying out so that they can make a cordon of themselves only, so that if a terrorist fires at them, they are in a position to give the adversary a befitting reply. And in these dense forests of the Jammu region that have become a major challenge for the security forces, because Pakistan has been sending these highly trained, jungle warfare trained terrorists into the Indian territory. But how to get through them, that is what these men of the Jammu and Kashmir police have been taught. These men have undergone the rigorous trainings. These trainings have taken place not only in Jammu and Kashmir, but have also taken place in the different parts of the country, including the Greyhounds, that is the anti-Naxal force, also the NSG, the parachute regiment, all have trained them, and now they are in a ready state to give Pakistan and their terrorists a befitting reply and to eliminate them all.
That was good, Simran, reporting from Jammu for us. Let's move ahead. President Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated. Negotiations are underway with the right people, he says, and the US has essentially won. However, Iran has rejected these claims. Despite Trump's optimistic statements, the war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missile and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv and other areas. Take a look.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
Supposed to be, I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other. We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military, by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Big win for the ED and CBI as the UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen the extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, it is going to be a month since the war in West Asia began in a couple of days, and there are no signs of de-escalation on the battlefield as Bushehr nuclear power plant still took a hit today. We'll get you all the details. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. 17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on the spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching herds. 3 different incidents of violence reported in last 24 hours. 2 more LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasint expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Donald Trump says Iranian leaders want to deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Iran rejects a US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, will not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Breaking news coming in now. A speeding car has hit a family in Indore amid a penthouse dispute, killing a female engineer on the site. Now the incident was captured on CCTV showing a father and a son driving the car, and as of now police is investigating the matter. Residents alleged that the penthouse had been operating illegally on a continuous basis. Now we've got the CCTV footage. We'll also show that to you in just a short while from now. This is the CCTV footage on your screen showing you the exact moment when this car hit the family in Indore. In fact, you can see on your screen how a speeding vehicle comes and hits the family. Now this has also led to killing of a female engineer on the spot. Now, the incident as captured on a CCTV, it shows a father and a son driving the car, and this dispute essentially arises from a penthouse dispute. All right, my colleague Satya Vijay now joins me with more details on this. Satya Vijay, do tell us what exactly triggered this incident and what is the condition of the female engineer who was in fact, it seems, injured in this incident.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर से ये दर्दनाक और खतरनाक जो घटनाक्रम है वो सामने आया है, जहां पर कि एक रिहायशी कॉलोनी है जिसमें कि पेंट हाउस जो था उसका कमर्शियल उपयोग किया जा रहा था, और इसी बात को लेकर जो उस कॉलोनी के लोग हैं और उनका और जो पेंट हाउस संचालक हैं जो कि उस पेंट हाउस का कमर्शियल उपयोग कर रहे थे, उसको लेकर उनका आए दिन विवाद होता था। हाल ही में यह घटनाक्रम हुआ जब पेंट हाउस के विरोध में लोग नीचे इकट्ठा हुए। इस दौरान जो आरोपी पिता पुत्र हैं, जो कि ये कार चला रहे हैं, जिसमें कि कार चालक ने एक महिला को भी कुचला है, जिसमें कि इंजीनियर महिला की मौत हुई है। तो विवाद के बाद जो आरोपी बेटा है, पिता पुत्र में से जो बेटा है जो कि कार चला रहा था, उसने कार रोकने की जगह वहां विवाद के बाद टक्कर मारते हुए वहां से निकला और ये टक्कर इतनी खतरनाक थी कि हॉस्पिटल पहुंचने तक महिला की मौत हो चुकी थी। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जिस महिला की डेथ हुई है, उसके पति का भी ये कहना है कि अगर वो कार रोक देता तो शायद उसकी पत्नी की जान बच सकती थी। तो पूरा जो घटनाक्रम है इंदौर का है, एक रिहायशी कॉलोनी है जहां पर कि पेंट हाउस थे और पेंट हाउस का कमर्शियल यूज हो रहा था। इसके विरोध में लोग आए। ये भी तथ्य सामने आया, जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज हम दिखा रहे हैं, इसमें वो आरोपी पिता पुत्र हैं जो कि 2 महिलाओं से बात करते दिख रहे हैं। तो ये भी कहा जाता है कि कुछ विदेशी जो महिलाएं या लोग हैं वो अवैध तरीके से उस पेंट हाउस में रुक रहे थे और इन्हीं सब चीजों को लेकर स्थानीय लोग विरोध कर रहे थे और इस विरोध के बाद विवाद इतना बड़ा कि आरोपी ने कार से रहवासियों को कुचल दिया। 2 से 3 लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हैं और एक महिला की मौत हो चुकी है।
जी बिल्कुल। और सत्य विजय, इस समय इन्वेस्टिगेशन किस स्टेज पे है? क्या कोई क्रिमिनल चार्जेस फाइल किए गए हैं इस फादर और सन के डुओ के अगेंस्ट हु आर ड्राइविंग द कार?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, हिट एंड रन की जो धाराएं हैं, जो भी आईपीसी की धाराएं, उनके तहत पुलिस ने प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है और जो हमारे पास इनपुट्स हैं उसके मुताबिक आरोपी पिता पुत्र जो है उन्हें डिटेन भी किया है, हिरासत में भी लिया है और फर्दर आगे की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो पुलिस द्वारा की जा रही है।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सारी जानकारी हमको देने के लिए, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। नाउ वी आर मूविंग ऑन टू अनदर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज वी गेटिंग एट द Savannah. Early this morning, a tragic incident took place on a Bengaluru-Hyderabad National Highway. Now this took place in Kurnool district. A Volvo bus caught fire and was completely gutted, turning into ashes within minutes. Now the bus here was traveling from Bengaluru to Hyderabad with over 40 passengers on board. Take a look at this report.
A Volvo bus caught fire with 40 passengers on board in Andhra Pradesh highway. The accident occurred around 6 a.m. when the bus was traveling from Telangana to Nellore. 12 feared dead after the bus collided with a lorry and caught fire. Authorities say around 20 injured passengers were shifted to nearby hospitals where they are undergoing treatment. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock over the road accident. He conveyed his grief over reports that several passengers were burnt alive in the collision.
Now we are moving on to another breaking news we're getting at the Savannah. Now, a parliamentary standing committee has found and cited a very concerning DGCA audit that has in fact found recurring defects in about 377 aircraft. Now, DGCA has found 100 safety lapses that took place and 19 violations in just a span of 1 year. In fact, DGCA has also recommended setting up a high-level independent panel to recommend comprehensive safety review. The reports have to be submitted in the next 6 months. It's a very concerning audit that's now taking place by DGCA. It has found about recurring defects in about 377 aircrafts, 100 safety violations and 19 violations as well. So it is a concerning development that DGCA has found in its audit report, while also recommending that a safety panel be formed to also make further recommendations within the next 6 months. Now, viewers, it's a parliamentary standing committee which had raised these concerns about India's aviation safety. We have seen several crashes taking place in the last 1 year, and now this DGCA audit also in line with those lapses that have taken place. It points out to about defects in 50% of 754 aircraft inspected. The committee also points to the Ahmedabad crash, which killed 260 people and approximately 100 safety lapses in just a span of a single year. Now, to address these issues, the committee also recommends forming an independent high-level committee to conduct a comprehensive safety review and submit the report then within the next 6 months. The committee also highlights DGCA's staffing crisis with about 48.3% shortage of staff and a financial autonomy to address critical technical staff shortages. Now, additionally, the committee also suggests implementing a just culture approach and a legally backed whistle-blower protection framework to encourage open reporting of safety lapses. Now, that's a crucial point that's now been raised about a just culture, which could in fact encourage a legally backed whistle-blower protection framework to encourage open reporting of safety lapses, because we have seen earlier also there were people who knew about the safety lapses but they did not come up to report them at the right time. And now it is recommending that a legally backed framework be set up for the whistleblowers to come up and to highlight if there are lapses taking place indeed. It is a concerning report, in fact, DGCA audit that's now been cited by Parliamentary Standing Committee. It has found recurring defects in about 50% of 754 aircraft which were inspected as a part of this exercise. Now, 50% of the aircraft which were in fact inspected were found to have recurring defects, continuous repeated defects. And also, the committee here highlights, while pointing to Ahmedabad crash which killed 260 people, that approximately 100 safety lapses took place in just a span of single year. So these are concerning numbers. We have seen for India's aviation sector, the last year has not been really well. But what really important is to now take the corrective measures, which is what this committee has also recommended. All right, my colleague Shivam now joins me with more details on this. Shivam, these are concerning numbers that DGCA audit has now found. Give us more details about this and also the corrective measures that this committee recommends now.
Yeah, definitely. There were total 754 aircrafts, and out of which 377, there were defects found in 377 aircrafts, which amounts to nearly 50% of the aircrafts. Now, we must not forget about the Ahmedabad crash also. There were 260 fatalities in that crash. Now, approximately 100 safety lapses in a single year that have happened now, and 19 safety violation notices indicate a systemic pattern that is happening. Now, this seriously concerns all those who are traveling by air about the safety and maintenance of the aircrafts, because it's almost 50% of the aircrafts where defects have been found, because it amounts to around 377 aircrafts out of 754 aircrafts. Now, this indicates serious maintenance and compliance issues that need to be addressed immediately, because it concerns the passengers and concerns the safety issues related to passenger safety while traveling in a passenger airline. Now, 100 safety lapses in just 1 year, 19 safety violations in 1 year, notice being issued, 19 safety violation notices being issued. Now, these are not isolated incidents, but it suggests that there is a pattern that needs to be addressed and examined. Now, the problems are deep-rooted and recurring. That is the major issue here, Ishita. And also, it points to possible regulatory gaps also and oversight failure in this case, and raises concerns over passenger safety standards in India overall. If we look at, because there have been many technical issues in flights related to Air India every now and then to with many passenger airlines in India, that this is a very serious concern. Now, the big recommendation here is a formation of an independent high-level aviation safety committee. The mandate would be to conduct a comprehensive safety audit, review DGCA functioning and airline compliance, and submit a report within 6 months. Now, the big question is that is the Indian aviation sector expanding faster then it is required, not keeping in mind the safety oversight that is very much required, and has the DGCA failed in a proactive regulation? Why are there repetitive defects in the passenger airlines? This is a very big issue concerning the passenger safety. Out of all the aircrafts, 50%, there were defects which were found in the 50% aircrafts, recurring defects coming in at 377 aircrafts out of 754 aircrafts, Ishita.
Right, of course, these are concerning numbers, and it's high time that some corrective measures are being taken to ensure the safety of Indian passengers. Thanks so much for joining us. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news. The Kalyan incident has now seen as some fresh developments. An FIR has now been registered against a 17-year-old boy for rash and negligent driving, along with non-bailable charges. Now, his mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, who owns the vehicle, has also been named as an accused in the FIR. And the boy here claimed that he had, in fact, informed his mother before taking the car out. Now, the boy had posted on social media as well, just shortly after the incident, stating that he was involved in a small accident and feared his father's reaction. Now, the victim, Srinivas Tantale, was a 42-year-old businessman who was cycling when struck by the speeding car and then eventually succumbed to the injuries on the spot. Now, we're getting to understand that the wheels of justice are moving rapidly in this case. An FIR has now been lodged with non-bailable charges. The mother of the accused, because accused, remember, is a minor here, 17-year-old boy, has now also been named in the case. Now, initial information pointed to the fact that he did not take permission from either of the parents to go out. But now it seems that he had, in fact, taken permission from his mother, who has also now been named in the FIR. Now, we're getting you visuals of the incident. The businessman, who's a 42-year-old prominent businessman, was out on his cycle. It was a cyclist, in fact, who was struck by the speeding car by this 17-year-old boy who lost the control of his vehicle and then rammed into this 42-year-old cyclist on the road. Now, my colleague Meenakshi joins me with more details on this. Meenakshi, I want to ask you, an FIR has now been lodged. Give us more details about the investigation that's taken place in the case so far.
Yes, as you have rightly mentioned, we are getting information from our police sources that an FIR has been lodged against that 17-year-old boy and for rash driving and negligent driving in this case. And we are getting information from the police that they have mentioned as the main accused in this case that boy's mother. Why? Because that car owned by that boy's mother, and the boy told to police that he has taken permission from his mother before he took the car out, and he took the key of the car from his mother. So his parents, his father is a lawyer, his parents knew about this, and he confirmed police that both parents knew about all this. And he told to police also that he posted a social media that he had a little accident, small accident, and he was feared from a scold from his father. So in this case, the main accused is that boy's mother. From police sources, we are getting information, and the latest information we are getting from police that that boy taken into the child home in Kalyan. So this is the development of this case, and from this family, we are getting information that the businessman Srinivas, he took the cycle day before the accident, and he started cycling for his fitness. And that road, which is a ring road in Kalyan, where the accident happened, this road was closed. Very important thing, this road was closed because of some work in this road. So no vehicles had been permitted to this ring road in Kalyan. Only cycles and walking was permittable in this ring road. So without permission, that that boy's car rammed into the businessman, and what happened, we have seen the CCTV footage. Now investigation is going on, and we are waiting for the FIR copy and latest development in this case. Back to studio.
Right, Meenakshi, it's a clear case of reckless behavior on the part of this minor, which has now led to loss of a precious life. We also have a reaction from Amarnath Wagmore, who's a senior police inspector from Kalyan. Let's take a listen.
दिनांक 24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे
सक्सेना लॉन्च जो है न्यू गांधारी रोड, वहाँ पे एक साइकिल सवार जो एक्सरसाइज कर रहा था जिसका नाम श्रीनिवास तांदड़े था और उसकी उम्र 44 साल थी, उसको एक जुवेनाइल इन कन्फ्लिक्ट बॉय था, उसने अपने ताबे में की कार जो है वो रैश एंड निग्लिजेंट ड्राइविंग करते हुए हिट एंड रन की केस बनी है। उसमें वो जो विक्टिम था वो गुजर गया है। उसमें से जो कार हमने जब्त की है और जो कार थी उसके माँ के नाम पे थी, उसको ही वो केस में आरोपी बनाया है और जुवेनाइल को हम जो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड है उसके सामने पेश किए हैं। आगे तफ्तीश चालू है।
बच्चा क्या करता है सर, पता चला है?
बच्चा पढ़ाई करता है, 11th स्टैंडर्ड जस्ट पास हुआ है और यही खड़कपाड़ा के हद्दी में जो कॉलेज है उधर वो पढ़ता है। दिनांक 24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे सक्सेना लॉन्च जो है न्यू गांधारी रोड, वहाँ पे एक साइकिल सवार जो एक्सरसाइज कर रहा था जिसका नाम श्रीनिवास तांदड़े था और उसकी उम्र 44 साल थी, उसको एक जुवेनाइल इन कन्फ्लिक्ट बॉय था, उसने अपने ताबे में की कार जो है वो रैश एंड निग्लिजेंट ड्राइविंग करते हुए हिट एंड रन की केस बनी है। उसमें वो जो विक्टिम था वो गुजर गया है। उसमें से जो कार हमने जब्त की है और जो कार थी उसके माँ के नाम पे थी, उसको ही वो केस में आरोपी बनाया है और जुवेनाइल को हम जो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड है उसके सामने पेश किए हैं। आगे तफ्तीश चालू है।
बच्चा क्या करता है सर, पता चला है?
बच्चा पढ़ाई करता है, 11th स्टैंडर्ड जस्ट पास हुआ है और
Now we are moving on. A Dhaka-bound bus with about 40 passengers plunged into a river while getting on board a ferry at the Doladia terminal. Now the bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller utility ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river as the bus driver lost control of the steering. Here's the full report. Take a look.
A bus carrying at least 40 people encountered an accident when it plunged into a river in Bangladesh. The bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river. Fire service divers launched a rescue campaign immediately and a salvage vessel also reached the scene later. Fire service officials say divers were called from other two terminals and rescuers were sent to the spot from Dhaka as well. Some passengers managed to swim ashore or were rescued, but most others remained missing as a campaign to save people was launched. The river outpost in charge did not provide numbers of casualties.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to more developments coming to light from West Asia. Now we're getting some breaking news. Reports say that US and Israel have temporarily removed Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baqir Kalibaf from their target list for about 4 to 5 days. Now this comes amid efforts to revive peace talks between Iran and the United States. The move here, viewers, signals openness to diplomatic talks despite low chances of success due to significant gaps in the US and Iranian positions. But we are looking to top leaders from Iran's leadership now getting at least a 4 to 5 day pause or removal of from US and Israel's target list. This includes the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi as well as their parliamentary speaker Mohammad Baqir Kalibaf. All right, viewers, now shifting to more breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now, CCP has warned hotels, restaurants against levying additional LPG charges. And now the CCP advisory comes amid a broader LPG supply crunch in India, which of course has been triggered by the geopolitical disruptions in West Asia. The Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked, although open to Indian vessels. Now, Central Consumer Protection Authority here has issued an advisory stating that hotels, restaurants, they cannot levy additional LPG charges for customers. In fact, they cannot also levy charges such as gas surcharge or fuel cost recovery by default. Now, the regulator here warned that non-compliance may also attract action under the Consumer Protection Act, and the CCP advisory comes amid a broader LPG supply crunch that we are witnessing in India. The move, in fact, came after there were several complaints raised by consumers through the National Consumer Helpline and media reports as well, which flagged that certain restaurants and hotels were increasingly adding such charges to bills under various names, over and above the listed price of food items and applicable taxes. So it's an important news and assurance and a big relief for consumers as well. For anyone who's watching us, let's also reiterate that the CCPA has now said that restaurants and hotels cannot levy additional charges, including LPG charges, gas surcharge, or even fuel cost recovery. And now, viewers, Iran has rejected a US proposal to end the war, saying that any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Iran here has also listed strict conditions, accusing the US of trying to control how and when the conflict will end. Here's more on this. Take a look.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده.
Iran says it has shared these conditions with mediators and made it clear that no talks will happen unless they are accepted. The rejection signals a hardening stance from Iran, raising concerns that the conflict could continue to escalate with no immediate path to a ceasefire.
And news coming up on the other side, big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to now face trial in India. All that and more lined up ahead.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy. Every day.
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I am Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, two more Indian vessels, Jug Vasant and Pine Gas, are all set to reach the Indian shores just by day after tomorrow. In fact, two more Indian vessels have managed to cross the Strait of Hormuz. A great news for India's energy security. Getting you all the details. But first, here's a check on the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. 17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on the spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even the torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Two more Indian LPG tankers crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jug Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders want the deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Viewers, now starting first with a breaking development in the Red Fort blast case. Now, the National Investigation Agency has sought more time to probe the case of the blast that took place in Delhi's Red Fort. Now, the NIA has knocked Delhi court seeking a second extension, saying new leads have surfaced and massive digital evidence is also under scrutiny. Now, remember, these are the visuals on your screens of the terror strike that hit Red Fort. the area outside Red Fort in the national capital. And now for the second time, the National Investigation Agency has sought an extension for the probe that's ongoing in the Red Fort blast case. The NIA has said to the Delhi court that new leads have surfaced in the case. Not just that, massive digital evidence is also under scrutiny. Now remember, this was a bigger plot that had to be foiled by the National Investigation Agency. A car's boot that was carrying ammunition that exploded caused the terror attack outside Red Fort, and after that multiple arrests were made by the NIA, starting right from people who were disguised as professors in colleges. Now in fact, NIA says that new leads have come out in the probe of the Red Fort blast. Joining me live on the broadcast to get us more details is Saurav. Saurav, speak to us about the NIA's extension demand. You know, they've said that new leads have come up in the case. Digital evidences have also been resurfaced.
Hello.
Yes, Saurav, we can hear you. Viewers, there was some problem with Saurav's connection, but remember, there is a major update in the Red Fort blast case. These are the visuals on your screens. Multiple people were killed. A car's boot carrying ammunition, that car exploded right outside the Red Fort. Now, the National Investigation Agency has sought a second chance, a second extension from the Delhi court, saying that new leads have come forward in the case. Not just that, they have said that they are also probing digital evidences that have come up in the case. Now, Saurav continues to be with us on the broadcast. Saurav, what are the details that you can get for us? You know, the National Investigation Agency has sought a second extension. What do you know about this so far, Saurav?
Yes, the NIA has sought second extension from the Delhi court, stating that this is a deep-rooted conspiracy which have links to the pan-Indian trans-national links, and it needs to be established in connection with the 2025 Red Fort blast. Apart from this, in this application, which the NIA has sent to the Delhi court seeking the extension, it is written in that there are several digital evidences in this case which the NIA has found in this investigation, and there are several texts which the NIA found, and it is in Arabic language, and they have also roped in a Jamia-based expert of the Arabic language to decode all these texts which is linked in this case. And they have also claimed that these texts were so radical, and in these texts it is also written that how a homemade and house-made bomb can be made by the extremists. These are pointers in the application which the NIA has given to the Delhi court, and the NIA is also seeking the judicial custody of all the accused in this 2025 Red Fort blast case, so to interrogate them again on these new digital evidences which the NIA found in their recent investigation. Back to you.
For getting us those details and for getting us a rundown of what the NIA is probing in the Red Fort blast case. Now, viewers, shifting focus. The BJP in West Bengal has released its third list of candidates for the assembly elections. Now, remember, the state goes to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th of April. Not just this, the BJP has also given a ticket to the RG Kar rape victim's mother from Panihati in West Bengal as the assembly elections inch closer. 19 names of candidates have been announced in the third list released by the BJP as the state inches closer to go to polls. Take a look at this.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the RG Kar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the war that continues to escalate in West Asia. Now the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to close the Bab al-Mandab waterway, the strait, if the United States or Israel launch a ground invasion in the Iranian territory, specifically targeting strategic locations like Iran's Karg Island. IRGC has made a big claim that shows that there is no slowing down in the war from their end. Now Iran says that they will seize the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is a crucial maritime gateway that connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. Now, approximately 12% of all global trade and 10% of seaborne oil passes through this narrow passage. As the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain suspended, all operations shut, Iran has now issued fresh retaliatory warnings against US and Israeli ground incursion. Now, remember, this comes at the heels of the US Marines actually gaining pace and gaining ground and inching closer to the Iranian territory as the war continues to escalate in West Asia. Now, IRGC has said that they will take control of and they will seize the Bab al-Mandab maritime gateway, the strait, in case there is a ground incursion that is made by the US or Israeli forces in the Iranian territory. A big claim by Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps that shows that the war is not going to slow down anytime soon. Viewers, now a Dhaka-bound bus with about 40 passengers plunged into a river while getting on board a ferry at the Dauladia terminal. Now, the bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller utility ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river as the bus driver lost control of the wheel. Here's the full report into the tragic accident. Take a look.
A bus carrying at least 40 people encountered an accident when it plunged into a river in Bangladesh. The bus was heading towards the ferry from the pontoon when another smaller ferry hit the pontoon and plunged into the river. Fire service divers launched a rescue campaign immediately, and a salvage vessel also reached the scene later. Fire service officials say divers were called from other two terminals and rescuers were sent to the spot from Dhaka as well. Some passengers managed to swim ashore or were rescued, but most others remained missing as a campaign to save people was launched. The river outpost in charge did not provide numbers of casualties.
Breaking development from the war in West Asia. A shrapnel after a missile was intercepted in the UAE has killed 3 people and wounded many others as a ballistic missile was intercepted by the UAE Air Defense Forces. Now, a shrapnel killed at least 2 people in the UAE and injured many others. Now, in United Arab Emirates, authorities in Abu Dhabi have specifically said that 2 people have been killed and 3 others have been severely wounded because of the shrapnel that struck them in the effort of dismantling, of intercepting a ballistic missile that was fired by Iran in the UAE airspace. Viewers are now shifting focus. The Bengaluru-Hyderabad National Highway, a bus on the NH44 in Kurnool district caught on fire and was completely gutted, turning into ashes within minutes. The bus was traveling from Bengaluru to Hyderabad with about 40 passengers on board. Take a look at what unfolded.
A Volvo bus caught fire with 40 passengers on board in Andhra Pradesh highway. The accident occurred around 6 a.m. when the bus was traveling from Telangana to Nellore. 12 feared dead after the bus collided with a lorry and caught fire. Authorities say around 20 injured passengers were shifted to nearby hospitals, where they are undergoing treatment. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock over the road accident. He conveyed his grief over reports that several passengers were burnt alive in the collision.
Now, one thing that everybody across the globe has been talking about, India's diplomacy coming to fore amid the West Asia escalations. India maintains its peace and neutrality stand. In the middle of that, India has been able to recalibrate its energy strategy amid the ongoing escalation in West Asia. Now, for the first time in years, India has secured an Iranian LPG carrier that is all set to reach India and give a better benefit to the looming crisis in India over LPG. Not just that, India has also diversified its routes for oil supply and trade. In fact, also making the most out of Russian oil at a time when US has removed its waiver for a brief period. Here's more on India's diplomacy amid the ongoing war and the energy resources that are coming to India. Take a look.
India has reportedly purchased its first cargo of Iranian LPG in years. This comes after the United States temporarily eased sanctions on Tehran's oil and fuel exports. The move is being seen as both strategic and urgent. The sanctioned tanker Aurora, loaded with Iranian LPG, is now expected to dock at Mangalore on India's west coast. What makes this even more critical is the backdrop of disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, a key global energy route shaken by the ongoing West Asia war. In 2019, India has shunned energy purchases from Iran under pressure from Western sanctions. Historically, Iran was a significant supplier to India, accounting for as much as 11.5% of total crude imports at its peak as per data. Similarly, amid West Asia war, India purchased nearly 60 million barrels of crude oil from Russia for delivery next month. India is paying a premium of $5 to $15 per barrel above Brent. This move comes after a 30-day waiver by the United States, allowing delivery of Russian oil already loaded before March 5. The relief window later extended to shipments at the sea before March 12 and widened further to support countries hit by supply disruption. From Iran to Russia, India is diversifying its energy bets to secure supplies, even as global tensions reshape the oil market.
Viewers, now quickly cutting across to a fresh breaking development. The Russian Foreign Ministry has issued a statement against the aggression that has been unleashed by the US and Israel. And this comes after US and Israel tried to spark a nuclear disaster as per Russia with a second strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Now, Moscow has also said that they were forced to evacuate more staff members from the joint Iran-Russian site. Now, Russian Foreign Ministry has come down heavily on the US and Israel and have accused them of trying to spark a nuclear disaster with a second strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Now, Moscow says that they were forced to evacuate more staffers from the joint Iranian-Russian site as the strikes continue on energy and nuclear infrastructure across the Gulf region. Now remember, Bushehr has been hit by US and Israeli strikes multiple times, and once again another strike was launched, and this time Russia has spoken over it. Russian Foreign Ministry saying that they were forced to remove staff members from the joint Iranian-Russian site. Viewers, getting in some more breaking development. This time, the Chinese Ministry of Defense has said that they are calling for an end to the conflict in West Asia. Now, remember, yesterday it was China's Foreign Office that said that they will continue to bat for peace, for dialogue, for negotiations amid the escalating tensions. And today, China's Defense Ministry has issued a stern statement saying that they want an immediate halt in the ongoing escalation, in the ongoing war between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Now remember, China's stand since the beginning has been very clear. 28th of February is when the war started. Today is the 27th day of the war, and Beijing maintains that they are looking for peace in the region. Beijing has in fact issued statements yesterday as well as today asking for an end to the conflict that's ongoing in West Asia. Viewers, now shifting focus to Jammu and Kashmir, where in the valley, the government has formed 3 control and command centers for LPG and fuel situation monitoring. Now, these control rooms are formed at district level, divisional level, and even state level. Now, Jammu and Kashmir's Chief Secretary is monitoring the supply of liquefied petroleum gas and fuel and the situation at each level, all the 3 levels that have been divided. Fuel companies have also informed the Jammu and Kashmir government that sufficient stock of fuel and LPG is available for the state's usage and supply. Now, Santosh Sharma, who is the Assistant Director for Civil Supplies, spoke exclusively with Republic, where he says there is no need to panic. The state has sufficient stock available. Let's listen in to what the Assistant Director for Civil Supplies had to say in an exclusive conversation with Republic.
देश भर में एलपीजी को लेकर जो है लोगों में कहीं ना कहीं संशय है। इस बीच हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर फूड एंड सिविल सर्विसेज संतोष शर्मा मौजूद हैं। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा क्या अभी सिचुएशन है जम्मू संभाग की अगर बात की जाए, क्योंकि उस तरह के ह्यूमन क्राई तो नहीं है, लेकिन ओवरऑल सिचुएशन क्या है? कंट्रोल रूम सेटअप किए गए हैं?
जी, ये जैसे वार मिडिल ईस्ट में चल रही है, तो उसको देखते हुए गवर्नमेंट ने अपनी प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स पे स्टेट लेवल, डिवीज़न लेवल और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कंट्रोल रूम्स बनाए हैं, और पब्लिक में कोई भी रूमर्स जो फैल रहे हैं उनको हम मिटिगेट कर सकें। और इसीलिए ये आज बाइट देने का भी पर्पज़ ये था कि पब्लिक को यही इन्फॉर्म करें हम कि आप निश्चिंत रहें, एलपीजी, पेट्रोल, डीजल का स्टॉक सफिशेंट है, कोई भी क्राइसिस नहीं है। तो आपको अगर आपका सिलेंडर बुक करना है, एसएमएस, मिस कॉल, कॉल के थ्रू, व्हाट्सएप के थ्रू, जो ऑयल कंपनीज़ की ऐप्स है उनके थ्रू बुक कर सकते हो, गूगल पे से बुक कर सकते हो, और आप घर बैठ के अपनी डिलीवरी लें। और इन केस कोई भी कंपनी आपको नहीं डिलीवर करती है तो आप हमारे दिए गए नंबर्स पे जो मीडिया में दिए गए हैं उन पे कॉल करके आप अपना ग्रीवेंस लिखवा सकते हैं। हम इमीडिएट रिड्रेसल उसको विद इन 24 आवर्स करवाएंगे।
Now, US President Donald Trump has been seeming confused since the beginning of the war about what his narrative is as the escalations continue in West Asia. Earlier, he said that they have decimated the entire Iranian military infrastructure. Their navy is gone, air force is gone, their army is of no good use anymore. They also said that they've killed all senior military commanders. Later, he says that, you know, the US and Israel have essentially won the war and the war will end soon. After that, he announces a 5-day truce, and essentially no truce happened. He also said that a peace deal is being brokered, a compromise is being reached with Iran, and that the US is in touch with very important people inside the Iranian authorities. But none of this has materialized. In fact, attacks have only grown. About 7,000 new troop deployments from the US are on its way as the war escalates in West Asia. And on the other hand, Israel and Iran continue to exchange strikes and counter-strikes. In fact, one recent that also happened at the Bushehr nuclear power plant, even when Donald Trump said that energy infrastructure will be left out of the war. Take a look at this.
Well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمسه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق برنمیگردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck here. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه باشه
17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Getting you all the leads on the 2 big stories after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, almost 30 days into the war in West Asia and there are no signs of de-escalation on the battlefield as Bushehr, a nuclear plant, still takes a hit today. We'll get you all the details on that and more. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav Modi now one step closer to face trial in India. DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined, recommends setting up an independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file a report. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast case, claims a deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links needs to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old boy who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of herds. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Russian Foreign Ministry condemns a US-Israeli strike near Bushehr plant, accuses them of attempting to spark a nuclear disaster. All right, viewers, we've got some breaking news developments from West Asia at this point. Now, after the premises of Iranian nuclear power plant in Bushehr was struck for the second time earlier this week, Russia's foreign ministry has now accused the US and Israel of trying to spark a nuclear disaster. Now, this comes with a second strike reported near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant, forcing Moscow to evacuate more staff from joint Iranian-Russian site. Now, the Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi reiterated his call for maximum restraint to prevent nuclear safety risks during the conflict. All right, viewers, retired Major General Rajan Kota now joins us on broadcast. He's a defense expert. Thank you, Major General, for joining us on Republic. Sir, I want to ask you, despite Donald Trump saying there's a 5-day pause in the conflict, there are no signs of de-escalation on the field. We're looking at a second strike on Bushehr nuclear plant this time, and with Moscow saying that US and Israel strikes could now spark a nuclear disaster. How do you look at these developments, sir?
Thank you for inviting me. I think this is a very, very serious development because Bushehr is a civilian nuclear facility. It's not being touted as a nuclear weapon making facility. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo are those three major facilities where the fissile material is in excess of 65% enrichment. Here, this material here is just about 2.5 or 3% enrichment. And this has been certified by the IAEA. So I don't see any reason if this location can be connected with the nuclear weapons program. So the intention is very, very clear because Bushehr provides a large amount of electricity, especially to northern parts of Iran. Almost 2% to 3% of the total requirement of electricity is provided by this region. So in my own assessment, I feel that this is a method of causing hardships to the people of Iran so that they start coming out against the regime, which is unlikely to happen. And Russia has got its own teams here. There are, 4 reactors here which are maintained by...
All right. Sir, I'll request you to just hold on to your thought. We've got some breaking news at this development. IRGC Navy commander has now been killed by Israel. It's a big claim that's made from the IDF side, saying that they have now eliminated IRGC Navy Chief Ali Reza Tangsiri, who's now been killed in the Israeli strike. Sir, coming back to you, I want to ask you, US says it's a pause. There are negotiations going on with Iran, but Israel continues the bombing. So do you think it's also a good cop, bad cop situation where they also try to achieve their military aims while also conducting talks at the backside?
You have made, because right from the beginning we have seen that Israel has not relented on its strike.
Yes.
And even on the day when Donald Trump made this statement for a 5-day cessation of hostilities, Israel was still continuing. So it is very, very clear. It's a joint strategy between the US as well as the Israel, because no decision Donald Trump can take in this war without consent of Netanyahu. So we need to understand that, and the viewers also need to understand that whatever is happening right now in Iran, it's a joint strategy. So after having known this fact, I think what United States was doing was to buy time because its Marine Expeditionary Force is on the way. I'm given to understand by Friday they will be in location close to the Strait of Hormuz, and it's about 2,500 of these, and also 82nd Airborne Division, approximately 4,000 of these paratroopers are also coming in. And my last point is that you see, America has been launching a very, very intensive attrition war, so that logistic stamina is wearing out. So these 5 days, what America would have done is beef up its interceptors, beef up its missiles to get into the next phase of battle. And a strong possibility is emerging that they may be a ground offensive to capture Kharg Island.
Right, so coming back to that link, you said that there could be a next phase of this conflict. We are seeing about 7,000 US soldiers. They're on their way to West Asia. This includes Marines and the ground combat forces. So do you think, as you mentioned also, that Karg Island could be their next target? Then how do you envisage this conflict to escalate further?
What is happening is the Iran is not relenting. The demands what Iran has made on the US, I don't think is going to be agreed by the US in any case. And the US 10 points or 15 points demand has been made on Iran has had absolutely no effect on Iran. So it means that negotiations are not going anywhere, even if Pakistan, Turkey, or Egypt are involved. I don't think anything is going to happen as far as the negotiations are concerned, because both sides have to concede. They have to come to a meeting point. And unless you come to a meeting point, it's very, very clear that Donald Trump is not going to relent on the intensity of the war. And therefore, I think, you see, after having fought for 26 days, Donald Trump has realized that if he has to push into this war, he must try to capture a piece of land, and Karg Island will dominate the Strait of Hormuz. But then again, his military commanders would have advised him to go against this kind of an option, because it's very, very easy to attack, but very difficult to hold, because subsequently you're going to see there'll be a huge volume of artillery on fire, especially from the Zagros mountains. You see, Iran has played its cards very well. It has prepared all kinds of contingencies. From the Zagros mountains, you may see artillery fire also happening, missiles also happening, and drones also happening. So the security of these Marines and these soldiers in Karg Island, I think, as a military thinker, I would, and if I was an advisor to Donald Trump, I would not advise him to go for this operation.
All right. Major General, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. I'll come back to you. We're getting some more developments from the battlefield. This time, in fact, we're getting some more developments from Iran. It seems that there have been more attacks that are now taking place. And we've got some breaking news developments at this hour. More developments are coming to light from war zone now. There have been strikes reported in several Israeli cities, including Haifa, Shemesh, West Bank, as well as Kafir, Kasma. Now, multiple buildings have been destroyed. One has been injured as well in these targeted strikes by Iranian missiles, and even cluster bombs are now being used by Iran. Now, Iranian missile fragments, they've landed in several parts, including a West Bank settlement, while 5 cluster bombs, they fell into Haifa. Now, just a short while ago, viewers, it has caused extensive damage as well to several buildings, while injuring a person in the leg with a minor injury. Now, damage was also caused to a home in West Bank settlement by these cluster munitions. So we are looking at Iran ramping up its attacks across Israeli cities, not just now using missiles and drones, but also cluster munitions. Major General Rajan Kochar continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Major General, coming back to you. Sir, we were talking about the big picture. You said that, there could be an invasion of Karg Island. I want to ask you, there is war fatigue on both the sides right now. Donald Trump here is looking for an off-ramp so that he can take a negotiated, respectful exit from this conflict. And we'll try and connect with Rajan Kochar there. But viewers, that's the big breaking news we are getting to you at this hour. Now, strikes have been reported across Israel. Multiple buildings have been destroyed. Injuries have also been reported across the cities of Haifa, West Bank, and Shemesh. Major General Rajan Kochar is now back with us. Major General, coming back to you now. So I want to ask you, there is war fatigue on both the sides. It's almost a month since the war began. So if you say that, Donald Trump is looking for a big exit, an off-ramp, and Karg could be that exit, how do you think Iran is now going to react to that invasion? Because we have seen statements coming in from Iranian side that we are ready for US Marines and they are not ready to end this war on the terms and conditions of Donald Trump.
You see, it's like a cat and a mouse game happening right now. because Iran has also played its cards well, and it has threatened that it will close the Strait of Hormuz permanently if there is a strike on Kharg Island. And it has the capability to put mines there. It has got midget submarines, which so far have not been targeted by the United States because they're all underground and well concealed. And even with fishing boats in the night time also, mines can be laid in this area. And once mines are laid in this area, you can consider that a Strait of Hormuz will be permanently blocked. So I think that'll be a major economic concern, not only for Donald Trump and the Gulf countries, but for the entire world. So I see this to be an act of desperation, and I don't foresee this operation to be a great success. And I'm sure that because American military commanders are quite competent, I'm sure that they would have advised Trump against it. So maybe it's a psychological warfare being played as of now. We really don't know. In a couple of days, I think we'll be able to decipher what exactly Trump is planning to do.
All right, Major General, I'll come back to you, but we have some more developments now coming to light. This time it's from Japan. It is about the release of oil reserves. And now Japan here, we are seeing world over an energy crisis due to the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. Several countries are now resorting to releasing their strategic oil reserves, and Japan is also one of them. It has now released about 30 days worth of state oil reserves, which is aimed at ensuring a stable oil supply and to minimize the fallout from the war in the Middle East. Now, viewers, the release here began at Kikuma National Petroleum Stockpile Base in the western city of Imabari. It was transferred then to a nearby commercial refinery via pipeline, and the Japan Organization for Metals and Energy Security has released this information. The discharge of the state-held reserves comes just 10 days after Japan started releasing 15 days worth of oil from private sector reserves. Now remember, there was also a meeting that took place between the Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and Donald Trump, and we had seen Donald Trump also requesting several allies, including Japan, to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, but that's not the plan, how it panned out. However, Japan now releasing more strategic oil reserves to ensure that there is stable supply of oil as well. Now, Major General Rajan Kota continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Coming back to you, and you said that it does not look like Iran will be willing to give up its control over Kharg Island. This could lead to a big economic crisis as well in terms of oil, in terms of crude, because it happens to be the major export center for Iran. So I want to ask you then, where do we see this conflict going in that case? Because, that's the question on everyone's mind right now. It's been almost 30 days. It started with a 4-day period, and it does not look like there's a de-escalation in sight at all.
It's very interesting, your question. Everybody is wanting to find an answer to this question. And I think who will blink first is the question now. Who is going to blink first? Who's going to play his cards well? It's a very, very clever game of strategy. And, it's something like the game theory, which the management students are taught in MBA. So it is something like a game being played between the two countries as of now. And it's very important to understand that Iran has decided that it is not going to stop this war, and if this war is going to stop, it's going to stop on its own conditions. So if that is the resolve of the leadership of Iran and the will of the people, how much can you destroy Iran from outside? See, if you have to gain control here in Iran, you will have to move inside, and Iran has 16.5 million square kilometers of area and a diverse kind of a terrain. It will be a death knell for the Americans if they go inside. Americans also know it. So, so now is the question that where, to what extent this war can end. I think Oman and Qatar have to play a slightly more proactive role here, because UAE and Saudi Arabia are now perceived to be seen in the camp of the United States as far as Iran is concerned, because Iran does not see these two countries as their friends. So I think now it boils down to Oman and Qatar. These are the two countries which possibly, if a kind of a mediation can come, and maybe some of the demands can be mellowed down, because that is the only flicker of hope. And if that does not happen, I'm
Right, sir.
sorry to say, this war will go for another 6 months.
All right, sir. Major Rajan Kochar, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you and hear your analysis of these latest developments. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. And now, viewers, moving on to another news we're getting at this hour. Now, the director of a research at Bahrain Center for Strategic and International Studies, Omar, in fact, spoke to our executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, about the ongoing developments in West Asia. Where is the war headed, and what will be the role of West Asian countries regarding the mediation that could come in between Iran and the United States? Take a listen.
All right, joining us on this broadcast to understand what's happening in Middle East and West Asia after the announcement of President Trump's 5-day ceasefire is Mr. Omar Al-Obaiduli. He's Director of Research at the Bahrain Center for Strategic International and Energy Studies. Very welcome, Mr. Obaiduli. And my first question to you is, President Trump has announced a ceasefire, though of course it's specific to energy infrastructure. You think finally we are looking at the possibility of peace coming back to West Asia?
Thank you for having me. It's too early to say for sure, because this conflict has escalated and de-escalated at several points. And we also know that both sides are tough bargainers. However, it's definitely a welcome step in the right direction compared to the stress we were under in the last 48 hours when we were expecting a potential serious escalation.
All right, and my question is that if this is only for 5 days, this is only limited to energy infrastructure, which means that the war anyway continues. Israel, for example, has not commented at all on the peace, on the possibility of ceasefire from their side. So in a way, the war continues and the situation remains tense.
Yes, absolutely. The war continues, and even the 5-day commitment is a commitment that could potentially be, reneged upon at any time as circumstances evolve. So we're a long way from a situation where we can feel confident and calm. But I reiterate that if you compare this with what we were in the last 36 hours, it's still definitely something better, because it is easy to underestimate how catastrophic it would have been if we had a situation where the energy infrastructure and the electricity generation of 5, 6, 7 countries would have been destroyed and subjected to heavy bombardment. That would have resulted in heavy civilian suffering for all sides, and would have had big negative consequences for the global economy. So at least for the next 5 days, we have something that we can feel a little bit optimistic about.
All right, Mr. Obaiduli, I want to draw your attention to the fact that immediately after announcement by President Trump of the ceasefire, energy prices cooled down by as much as 12 to 15%. And the crude, which was above $112 to a barrel, came down to about $104 dollars to a barrel. You think that this trend is going to continue going forward, and the prices are going to cool down and the world can breathe easy?
Well, if I knew for sure, I'd be a very rich man. But I will say that at the moment, it seems that the one of the major issues that is affecting US policy is the oil price. And in particular, when the oil price rises, that means higher gasoline prices in the US, which is something that is politically undesirable. And so in principle, President Trump will be taking steps to avoid a situation that leads to increasing oil prices. And that's been reflected in his statements as well. He's definitely concerned about oil prices. However, at the same time, there's been a lot of rhetoric which suggests that the conflict is not over and that there may be some escalatory steps still in front of us. And President Trump has also indicated that he's willing to tolerate higher oil prices in the short term if it means securing strategic objectives in the long run. So for the time being, I think that this cooling off in the prices reflects some degree of optimism, but the markets are a long way from feeling secure. I would also add that one positive aspect coming from President Trump's tweet is that he indicated the existence of communication between the US and Iran. And although that was denied by Iran, it is plausible that there is some sort of back channel communication, which is definitely something which will promote a peaceful resolution.
Okay, and in that case, what happens to the Hormuz choke? Do you see the possibility of that opening?
So I think that in the long run, all sides would like the Straits of Hormuz to be open and for civilian traffic and commercial traffic to be operating smoothly. What remains to be seen is exactly how that will be achieved and who will be in charge. We're yet to see a unified vision from the warring parties on that issue. However, the Gulf countries, along with several other countries, most other powers in the world, are adamant that the final conclusion should involve freedom of navigation throughout the straits, as you see in every other major waterway in the world, for the benefits of the region and for the benefits of the world.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, brutal daylight murder of a woman reported near Afzalpur. Video of killing goes viral from Kalaburgi, Azadpur. All that and more lined up ahead for you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. There is a development from West Bengal, pole-bound West Bengal. We'll tell you all about it, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines that we're tracking right now. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. The DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined, recommends setting up independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file a report on it. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast, claims deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links needs to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching huts. 3 different incidents violence reported in last 24 hours. Reports say that IRGC Navy chief has been killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. Breaking news coming in from the pole-bound state of West Bengal. Alleged attack was reported on BJP candidate's campaign in Basanti, 24 Parganas. One BJP party worker has been injured. Meanwhile, BJP candidate alleged that the TMC is behind the attack and many police personnel are also injured in this case. So we're getting these updates coming in here on Republic. We'll tell you a little bit more about what has happened so far. Okay, we'll put out the pictures. Now, in these pictures that we have put out on the screens, this is attack on BJP's candidate campaign in Basanti, South 24 Parganas. One BJP party worker has been injured. The BJP candidate alleged that TMC is behind that attack, and many police personnel have been injured. This is BJP's candidate in South 24 Parganas. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha, BJP candidate alleges that TMC is behind this attack. You know, we have seen earlier as well that a lot of BJP leaders and candidates, when it comes to elections and upcoming polls, have alleged that TMC could be behind that attack. If you could just give us the latest updates, pictures coming in from Basanti, West Bengal, what is happening there?
So Shivangi, during at the time of elections, we have seen violence as a new normal in the state of West Bengal. And if we see that violence, every time there's an election situation, election campaigns, violence hits West Bengal, the state of West Bengal. And if we talk about this particular incident today, it was it is a Basanti candidate, BJP candidate, who was carrying out his rally, his election campaign in his own constituency from where he has been fielded from. At that time of the campaign, only TMC goons, they reached with the rods and bamboo sticks in their hands, and they started attacking the BJP Karyakartas who were part of the campaign, who were part of the rally of the of the BJP candidate Vikas Shordar. We are getting to know this, that it was all in the presence of the state police. The state police was deployed during the campaign of the BJP candidate, and at most in the time when the MCC is already, in the state of West Bengal, there's a model code of conduct which is imposed right now, and in the presence of the security officials, in the presence of the state government police official, this entire incident have taken place. If you see the visuals itself state that what was the gravity of the violence. In huge numbers, TMC goons, they came, they attacked the BJP Karyakartas. In fact, they tried to attack the BJP candidate Vikas Shordar as well. Now, BJP candidate had clearly alleged that there is a TMC, they are the TMC goons. It is a TMC which is behind this attack, and also they are being shielded by the state government police official. To all our viewers to understand that during these campaigns, huge deployment of the police officials takes place at different vantages, at different points. But still, while BJP candidate was campaigning here in this location of Basanti, in presence of the BJP Karyakartas, the TMC goons came, they attacked, and there was the attack with the bamboo stick, with the rods in the hand. They didn't leave any vehicle also there. Whatever was parked there, they had hit all those vehicles, and the visuals could be seen. There was a clash between both BJP Karyakarta and TMC. The BJP responded to the attack once when the TMC started attacking them with the rods and the bamboo stick. The visuals on our screen which clearly tells what is the gravity of the violence which took place in this particular constituency, Basanti, where the BJP candidate was campaigning, and it seems like they were shielded. They had the hands of the local police with them, and that's the reason how when they interfered, when they entered in middle of the campaign of the BJP, no police officials stopped them. They started beating the Karyakartas with the rods and stick. These are the visuals. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, we'll put out those pictures coming in. Let's take these pictures that are coming in after the BJP candidate was attacked. Violence has broken out. And remember, Harsha, as you keep getting us those details, the Election Commission this time around is very serious when it comes to pre-poll and post-poll violence in West Bengal. We have seen violence break out before polls, during polls, and even after polls. Harsha.
Shivangi, you rightly pointed out, but one thing I would like our viewers to know, that not the BJP candidate, but the BJP rally was attacked. The main focus, the main idea, intention of the TMC people were to attack the rally, were to disrupt the rally of the BJP candidate Vikas Shordar, who was at that time campaigning in the place where he has been fielded from, and to tell our viewers that the BJP candidate has not been hurt in any of way. But yes, the rally was the main target point. The rally was the main target of the TMC goons, who that very point tried to attack the rally, tried to disrupt the rally, and they wanted the clash to happen. They wanted the violence to happen. They wanted the Basanti area to burn with violence, and that is the reason they didn't come unprepared. They came full prepared with the rods and sticks in their hand. The visuals are on screen, which clearly states that what BJP candidate is stating right now is is that TMC came prepared, they came planned. And he's also alleging that the state government officials, that the police officials who were deployed in that particular area, they were aware that this clash is going to happen, but they didn't do anything as certain and that point of time to ensure that a violence doesn't happen. Also, Shivangi, today is such an important day. There's a Ram Navami, and also there was heavy deployment of police officials in several vantages of West Bengal. In total, 5,000 personnel were deployed in the state of West Bengal in different vantages to ensure that there's no clash, there's no violence anywhere. Today, at least today is the Ram Navami. Most of the places the Shobha Yatras were also carried out. But this particular incident is of the campaign, of the rally, of the candidate whose safety, whose security is of the utmost importance right now at the time when the leaders are doing election campaigns. But rather than police officials were standing there watching TMC goons attack the rally with the rods, with the bamboo sticks, and they were doing nothing. And that's the reason why BJP candidate is stating that the voices of the BJP Karyakartas went unheard at that moment of time. And also,
right, hold on for a second there. Former Union Minister of State and Nishit Pramanik is joining us. Thank you for joining us here. Mr. Pramanik, your first reaction, the BJP rally was attacked. And we have also seen, Mr. Pramanik, that the Election Commission is very serious this time around. They have put in measures to make sure that there is no unrest during elections. However, things are looking pretty bad just before the polls.
देखिए, एक विषय स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि हम लोग पहले भी बताया कि इलेक्शन कमीशन जो कर रहा है और जो कह रही है, ये और भी कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इलेक्शन कमीशन जो रूरल साइड है वहां पर विजिट ही नहीं किया। जैसे मुर्शिदाबाद हो, मालदा हो, बासंती हो, या फिर नॉर्थ बंगाल का कुछ बिहार या अलीपुरद्वार, यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा संघर्ष होता है और इससे पहले भी वायलेंस की घटना घटी है। सिर्फ घटना होने के बाद कोई आईएएस या आईपीएस को वो ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग करके ही इसका समाधान नहीं होता है, बल्कि पहले ही इतना ज्यादा प्रिकॉशन लेना चाहिए कि ऐसा घटना घटे ना। क्योंकि जब ऐसा क्लैशेस होता है, जब ऐसा ब्रूटलिटी होता है, जब ऐसा संघर्ष की घटनाएं पश्चिम बंगाल में होता है, तब जाकर कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लगता है कि बंगाल में रूल ऑफ लॉ है ही नहीं। लेकिन जब इलेक्शन कमीशन की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में चुनाव हो रहा है, तब इलेक्शन कमीशन को और भी ज्यादा सख्त और भी ज्यादा मजबूत होकर डिसीजन लेना चाहिए। और ये जो घटना हुआ है, ये घटना भी लैक ऑफ, मैं कहूंगा कि आपका जो है कि पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन की वजह से हुआ है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा डिप्लॉयमेंट चाहिए तो और ज्यादा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस का डिप्लॉयमेंट चाहिए, और इसको जो घटना का पीछे जो दोषी है, इमीडिएट उन लोगों को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
Mr. Pramanik, आप भी contest कर रहे हो. You are contesting from Mato Bhango. You're also a candidate. The BJP released a second list and you have been fielded. You're also campaigning. What is your experience, Mr. Pramanik? आपको लग रहा है कि TMC is making the situation more difficult on the ground?
See, this time after SIR, TMC is, ये लोग डर गई है और अभी ये लोग जो है अपनी बाहुबली पर उतर आए हैं, क्योंकि जब इन लोगों को पता चल गया है कि जब घोस्ट वोटर ही नहीं रहा, तब ये लोग इस चुनाव में ये लोग धराशायी होने जा रहा है। क्योंकि जिस घोस्ट वोटर और फेक वोटर की ये लोग पिछले कई बार चुनाव में जीते हैं, तो इस बार उन लोगों का ये जो है पॉलिसी जो है ये इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इसीलिए लोगों को डरा के एक फेयर साइकोसिस का माहौल पूरा जो है रूरल एरिया में ये लोग करना चाहते हैं, ताकि लोग कम से कम वोट देने आए और ये लोग जो है आपका मनमानी बूथ पर कर पाए। क्योंकि अगर वोटिंग परसेंटेज, पोलिंग परसेंटेज कम होता है, तो ये 4 बजे के बाद सीसी कैमरा ऑफ करके ये लोग वो छप्पा कर सकते हैं, यानी खुद वो वोट पोलिंग कर देते हैं। तो यही यहाँ का स्टाइल है और वो फेयर साइकोसिस क्रिएट करने का माहौल ये लोग बना रहा है। मैं कहूंगा इलेक्शन कमीशन को और मजबूती के साथ और जो है कठिन स्टेप लेना चाहिए। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स चाहिए तो उसका ज्यादा डिप्लॉयमेंट करना चाहिए और उसके साथ साथ जो ब्यूरोक्रेटिक जो पोस्टिंग है वो भी इमीडिएट चेंज करना चाहिए। नीचे का जो लेवल का है सेक्टर ऑफिसर से लेकर जो नीचे लेवल की जो बी कैटेगरी का ऑफिसर्स होता है उनको भी सेम सब डिवीजन में ना रख के बल्कि दूसरा सब डिवीजन में ड्यूटी में भेजना चाहिए, क्योंकि ज्यादातर आधिकारिक जो है वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉइज है और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इसको जब डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर या उसके माध्यम से जब इन लोगों का नाम जाते हैं तो ये लोग ज्यादातर जो टीएमसी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ ज्यादातर जो नीचे लेवल का ऑफिसर है उन्हीं लोगों का नाम इसमें रखते हैं।
All right, Mr. Prananik. Yes, thank you for joining us here, former Union Minister of State who's also contesting in the West Bengal elections, talking about this BJP rally which just has been attacked. The violence once again breaking out in West Bengal ahead of the polls. I'm being also joined by BJP leader Dilip Ghosh, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Ghosh, now we see that the BJP in West Bengal has said time and again that criminal elements and the Trinamool Congress have become one. And the BJP saying again and again that central forces have been deployed. Mr. Prananik is also saying that this is not enough. We need more central forces in West Bengal, given the fact that violence keeps erupting there before elections.
चुनाव घोषणा होते ही पहले ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी चुनाव कमीशन के खिलाफ फिर एसआईआर के खिलाफ आंदोलन करते रहे। धीरे धीरे चुनाव जो आगे बढ़ रहा है उनकी स्थिति खराब हो रही है। लगभग 70-75 लाख जो फर्जी वोटर वो अलग हो गए हैं, उनको छांट दिया गया है लिस्ट से। अब उनका जितना मुश्किल हो रहा है, एक एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में 50,000 से 80-90 हजार तक फर्जी वोटर, मतलब 20 से 35% तक ऐसा फॉल्स वोटर था जो निकाले गए। इसलिए जितना मुश्किल है, इसलिए वो धीरे धीरे हिंसक हो रहे हैं, प्रेशर कर रहे हैं। और अभिषेक बनर्जी सीधा बोल रहे हैं बीजेपी वाले आएंगे तो उनको मारो पीटो, और ममता बनर्जी बोल रहे हैं जो भी हाथ में मिले हथियार लेके निकलो, महिलाओं को बोल रहे हैं। कल भवानीपुर ममता बनर्जी की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है वहां पर हमारा चुनाव ऑफिस उस जोन में वहां पर अटैक किया उन लोगों ने। आज बासंती में हमारे कैंडिडेट्स के ऊपर अटैक किया है। तो जगह जगह और भी ज्यादा हिंसा बढ़ेगा, डराने का प्रयास वो लोग करेंगे। जो सेंट्रल फोर्सेज आई है वो तो आ गए हैं, मार्च पास्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इतने में काम होने वाला नहीं है। वो जानते हैं कि ये लोग चुपचाप खड़ा रहते हैं, पुलिस वाले उनको संचालन करते हैं। इसलिए जो बाहर से आए हैं ऑब्जर्वर, उनको ये कमांड हाथ में लेना चाहिए, सेंट्रल फोर्स को एक्टिव करना चाहिए, उनको एक्शन में आना चाहिए। नहीं तो जनता में जो भय की वातावरण अभी भी है वो निकलेगा नहीं और फ्री फेयर इलेक्शन हो नहीं पाएगा।
Mr. Ghosh, the BJP rally was attacked. Could you just tell us a little bit more about how many BJP workers have been injured? Because on our screens, we can see that multiple BJP workers have been injured. Could you just tell us a little bit more about this?
ये जो बासंती है, गोसाबा है, ये सुंदरबन क्षेत्र में आइलैंड से अलग अलग, वहाँ पहुँचना जाना आना इतना आसान नहीं है। 2-3 नदियाँ पार करके जाना पड़ता है, कम्युनिकेशन ठीक नहीं है। और वहाँ एक प्रकार से अलिखित रूप से गुंडाराज चालू करके रखे हैं। ये सुंदरबन से माफिया आते हैं, वहाँ से स्मगलिंग होती है, ये सब टीएमसी का नेक्सेस है। जो बहुत पॉपुलर हुए शाहजहां, संदेश खाली में, ये भी सारे आइलैंड्स है। एक आइलैंड से दूसरा आइलैंड नहीं जा सकते हैं। सरकारी वहाँ बना हुआ कंस्ट्रक्शन जो जिट्टी होता है पारापार करने की जगह, उसको कब्जा करके पार्टी बस बना के रखे हैं टीएमसी वाले। लोगों का जमीन हड़प करके वहाँ फिशरी भेड़ी बना के रखे हैं, मछलियाँ खेती करते, दूसरे का धान का खेती का ऊपर जो चाहे करते हैं। अभी भी वहाँ शासन कायम करके शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव करना एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है।
Right, Mr. Ghosh, also, you know the central forces have been deployed. So, according to you, what really went wrong there? Central forces have been deployed, the Election Commission being very careful. But what happened? Because we saw that the allegation has come in that even though there's a lot of preparation underway, this incident took place.
सेंट्रल फोर्स रास्ता में मार्च करने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, और हर चुनाव में होता है। पंचायत चुनाव में भी हुआ है, यहाँ पुलिस उनको संचालन करती है। जगह एक जगह गड़बड़ हो, नॉर्थ में तो साउथ में उनको भेज देते हैं, वो लोग ऑफिस में बैठा कर रखते हैं। एक्शन में नहीं आने से क्या फायदा है? तो अभी भी वैसा ही हो रहा है। महीना भर पहले से आ गया सेंट्रल फोर्स, लेकिन हमारा जो परिवर्तन यात्रा हुआ, यात्रा के ऊपर अटैक हुआ कई जगह, फोर्सेस भी थी लेकिन कोई एक्शन नहीं हुआ है। तो टीएमसी वाले जानते हैं कि पुलिस जैसा बोलेगा और सेंट्रल फोर्स ऐसा करेगा। पुलिस हमारा ए टीम है तो सेंट्रल फोर्स बी टीम है, तो इसलिए सेंट्रल फोर्स को अलग करके डिप्लॉय करना चाहिए। नहीं तो बूथ के अंदर जो सरकारी कर्मचारी पोलिंग और प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर जाते हैं वो भी इनके साथ मिले हुए, या तो उनको डरा करके ये लोग फॉल्स वोटिंग करते हैं, फर्जी वोटिंग करते हैं और रिगिंग करते हैं। तो ये सब होना बहुत बार हम लिखित में बताए हैं, चुनाव कमीशन को सब पता है, उनकी जिम्मेदारी है उसको ठीक ठाक करके और निरस्त करना, नहीं तो लोग निकल के वोटिंग नहीं करेंगे।
All right, Mr. Ghosh, BJP leader Dilip Ghosh, thank you for joining us there. The BJP is saying that once again TMC is resorting to the politics of fear. This is something that the TMC, they say, has been doing for every election cycle. And let's go to my colleague Harsha on this. Harsha, now we have put out those pictures. There are three pictures on our screen: the BJP rally which was attacked, the violence breaking out, and the BJP workers who have been injured. So multiple BJP workers have been injured. Just coming back to you to get a input on what the latest is.
So Shivangi, the latest is that several BJP karyakartas who were injured badly in this violence clash which broke out between TMC and BJP, the karyakartas have been taken to the nearby hospital. But it's very sad state of campaigning, Shivangi. One must have to understand that how every time when there are elections in the state of West Bengal, and majorly when the opposition party goes to the ground to campaign for their particular constituency, at that particular time, every time the violence breaks out. This clearly states that how in the state of desperation the TMC leader Mamata Banerjee is right now, because every time they resort to violence to silence the opposition leader, to silence the BJP candidates who have been fielded against the TMC strong hits, and that's the reason why such violence visuals we see every time during election. And just the election campaign have rolled out, it has just started in full-fledged. We'll see more high-octane drama in several vantages and pockets of West Bengal. But this clash in the Basanti which broke out today morning tells you that how is the security arrangement on this day as well, on Ram Navami, when there was supposed to be heightened security measures, heightened security officials deployed at several vantages. In the presence of the local police officials only, this entire clashes broke out. We saw the visuals how TMC karyakartas were taking bamboo sticks and dots and they were running after the BJP karyakartas. Such are the visuals from South 24 Parganas, Basanti area, from where, because Sardar is the BJP candidate who was campaigning in his rally, this entire incident has transpired, how the violence broke out, the clashes broke out, the TMC karyakartas were running behind the BJP karyakartas trying to disrupt the rally, not to be taken out rally from that particular vantage from where the BJP karyakarta was taking out. Such were the visuals since morning when the BJP candidate took forward his rally, meeting people and also BJP karyakartas in huge number. Right now we are seeing the visuals because there are three screens on our frame. Shivangi, we see how the injured BJP karyakartas have been brutally targeted and have been injured brutally by the TMC karyakartas, and they have been admitted in the nearby hospital. They have been injured, they have got massive head injury, knee injury, hand injury and thighs injury, which has been reported to the BJP karyakarta by the medical superintendent of the hospital where they have been taken. But this is the latest update which we are learning right now. In fact, we got to know that when the situation got out of control, in fact, TMC karyakartas, TMC goons, they attacked the police officials also who were deployed at that very rally point. And there are several police officials who have also been injured. But in the first instance, Shivangi, it is the duty of the local police officials, if they are sensing that something like this is going to transpire in this particular rally, they should have stopped the TMC goons at that very moment, which didn't happen in this rally. For almost 15 to 20 minutes, to the stretch of 30 minutes, the TMC goons, they kept on attacking the BJP rally, BJP karyakartas. After that, when police officials entered to stop the clash, they were also hurt, and we have got to know several police officials who have been hurt. They have also been taken to the nearby hospital. But yes, these are the visuals since morning from Basanti. Latest, we have got to know that the situation police is trying to have under control because the personnel have been deployed. We're understanding that the personnel will also be reaching that very point so that no untoward incident more now takes place in that particular area of South 24 Pargana, which is Basanti, where the BJP candidate Because Shardar was
BJP rally has been attacked. Harsha, thank you for getting those details. Harsha joining us live from our Republic Bangla newsroom. Okay, now tragedy occurred early this morning on the Bengaluru-Hyderabad National Highway in Kurnool district. A Volvo bus caught fire and was completely gutted, turning into ashes within minutes. The bus was travelling from Bengaluru to Hyderabad with 40 passengers on board. Here's more on this incident.
A Volvo bus caught fire with 40 passengers on board in Andhra Pradesh highway. The accident occurred around 6 a.m. when the bus was travelling from Telangana to Nellore. 12 feared dead after the bus collided with a lorry and caught fire. Authorities say around 20 injured passengers were shifted to nearby hospitals, where they are undergoing treatment. Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock over the road accident. He conveyed his grief over reports that several passengers were burnt alive in the collision.
From the situation that is unfolding in West Asia, Ali Reza Tangasiri, the head of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps IRGC Navy, was reportedly killed in a precision strike in Bandar Abbas, southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli media claims the strike was carried out by Israel, citing an official who stated that Tangasiri was responsible for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. However, Iran has not fully confirmed Tangasiri's death, leaving room for uncertainty. Tangasiri, who led the IRGC Navy since 2018, was known for his aggressive stance against the US and Israel, and his killing marks a significant blow to Iran's military leadership. Big updates coming in here on Republic. The Iranian Navy chief has been killed. Well, that is what the reports are saying. This is Al-Reza Tangasiri, killed in southern Iran, which is near the Strait of Hormuz. So back-to-back updates coming in here on the situation in the war. Now, we have seen that US-Israeli strikes continue to pummel Iran. IRGC released a new video of 82nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 being carried out at dawn today. Wave 82, I repeat, Wave 82 of Operation True Promise 4 was executed using destructive drones against predetermined targets, including, I repeat, including Arif Jan Al-Khaj, the US military logistics site, in response to the attack on Khorram Sheher. A Patriot radar system, a P-8 spy aircraft, hangar, US support fuel depots, an NQ-9 hangar, and a satellite communication dish. So we're getting these updates. Let's have a look at this video. And we were taking a short break. FIR filed against the accused minor in the hit and run case in Kalyan. And reports say that the IRGC Navy chief has been killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, starting with our focus story for the day. Now, Indian government says that we have secured at least 60 days of energy supply and that there is no shortage, and all our oil supplying industries are working at over 100% of their capacity. We're getting you all the details onto that. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. The DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft that were examined, recommends setting up independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file further reports. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast, claims a deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links need to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in a non-bailable offence after ramming a speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Reports say IRGC Navy Chief Tang Siri killed in Bandar Abbas amid latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, now the Ministry of Petroleum has taken full cognizance of the energy crisis in India. In fact, they have said that they have secured these supplies for the next 60 days and that India does not worry about any shortages hereforth. Now, they have said that over 60 days of supply has already been secured by Indian oil companies and that there is no shortage in supply. In fact, every refinery in India, as per the Ministry of Petroleum, is operating at over 100% capacity. In fact, they've said that India has no need to declare a national energy emergency, especially in regards with oil. Now, while some countries have declared a national emergency due to oil shortages like Philippines, they've said India does not perceive the need for any such strict measure to be placed. Now, they've said there is no shortage of supply in India and the isolated incidents of panic buying have been reported at select petrol pumps only and were caused by deliberate spread of misinformation. Now, the government remains put on its resolve that there is no shortage of LPG or even oil in India. Now, remember, this comes as India continues to diversify its energy supply routes from 27 countries in the past to 41 partners now as the crisis looms large. We're being joined by my colleague Harsh to get us more updates onto the matter. Harsh, speak to us about the government's recent statement. They say the supply for the next 60 days has been secured, and this also comes as Jag Vasant is going to reach the Kandla port anytime after today evening. Harsh.
Yes, right. This, in fact, is the big breaking that we are fetching, that the Indian government has maintained that there is no need for India to declare a national energy emergency. However, remember, there are some countries around the world that have declared national energy emergency, but India is not in a place where we have to declare some kind of energy with regards to our energy reserves. The government of India has also maintained that we have secured, that Indian oil marketing companies have successfully secured 60 days of crude reserve, which clearly means that we are in a comfortable position. Also remember that throughout the time when we have been attending the interministerial briefings, the government of India has continued to maintain that there is a cause of concern with regards to liquid petroleum gas. However, the supply of domestic LPG, at least at this point, remains to be 100%, and there is no cause of panic booking, and the only few instances that have been reported across the country where there are some kind of lines and queues outside vendors and retailers is because of deliberate spread of misinformation that is to be avoided at this hour. And also, we earlier broke for our viewers this morning that Jag Vasant, which is an LPG carrier that passed through the Strait of Hormuz earlier on Monday, is about to dock at the Indian port later today evening. Now, this LPG carrier is carrying approximately 45,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas, which will be prioritized and which will be sent to the end consumer as soon as it will be docked at the Kandla port later in the evening today. Also, what should be noted is that there is another big oil vessel, big LPG vessel that has traveled through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this vessel is called the Pine Oil, which is carrying nearly 45,000 metric tons of liquid petroleum gas and will be docked at the New Mangalore port tomorrow. Now, the expected arrival date of this vessel is tomorrow, and when we combine the total liquid petroleum gas that these two vessels are carrying, it comes down to somewhere around 92,000 metric tons. And it is a big supply of LPG, especially at this hour when LPG remains to be a cause of concern here in India.
Right, Harsh. In fact, also speak to us about the fact that, oil prices have not budged in India, except for the premium oil. No price hike has been seen, or fuel price hike has been seen in India's pumps. That has been the case with many countries, especially in the global south. But at the same time, the government spoke about panic buying at petrol pumps, which was actually triggered by a barrage of fake news that was being spread across. Talk to us about that also, Harsh.
Well, right. In fact, we managed to question the Ministry of Petroleum in regards to is there any plans at the government's end to raise the price of petroleum here in India, where they have continued to maintain that we are in a comfortable position, at least when we talk about crude oil and petroleum, and there is no need to panic. Now, when we talk about misinformation, it is also it is to be noted that there are social media posts that are circulating online round the clock that ultimately becomes the reason of people deliberately lining outside petrol pumps and in fact LPG retailers, which comes as a cause of concern because the Petroleum Ministry has continued to maintain that users must ensure that they book their cylinders online and delivery of their cylinders will be ensured right at their doorstep, and there is no need to line up outside vendors because at least at this hour the Petroleum Ministry
Harsh, in fact, continue being with us. On the same conversation that we're having right now, there's another big breaking development that comes in. Now, the government has warned that there will be strict action taken against everybody who is involved in spreading misinformation and creating panic buying or panic hoarding right from LPG to fuel. The government has now said that they will take strict action against those who are spreading panic, who are spreading misinformation, and a strict action will be taken against those who are involved in spreading a panic. The conversation that we were having just right about now, where my colleague Harsh also mentioned that they spoke to the Petroleum Ministry specifically about the issues regarding panic. Harsh, speak to us about what was the ministry's response. They have now said that they will take strict action against anybody and everybody that's involved in spreading misinformation and creating panic amongst consumers.
Right. In fact, this notification from the Government of India and the Ministry of Petroleum becomes very crucial at this hour when the Ministry of Petroleum on one hand continues to maintain that there is some cause of concern in regards to liquid petroleum gas. However, they also continue to maintain that there is no need of panic buying because 100% supply of domestic LPG is being ensured and cylinders are being delivered at the consumer's doorstep. Now, when there are videos circulating online spreading misinformation regarding shortage of liquid petroleum gas or in regards to petroleum or crude, now the government has clearly said that strict action will be taken against whosoever will be found guilty for spreading misinformation that ultimately comes at a point where we are in some kind of global crisis where LPG remains to be a cause of concern. However, Government of India has continued to ensure that 100% supply of domestic LPG reaches the end consumer.
Us a detailed rundown on both of those stories. But for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track what's happening in the poll-bound state of West Bengal. Now, the battle for Bengal is only getting sharper. The state goes to polls in two phases on the 23rd and the 29th. The BJP has now released a third list securing over 19 constituency names and their candidates that will be fighting for the great battle in Bengal as the assembly elections inch closer. Now, also the BJP has given a ticket to the RG Kaur rape victim's mother from the Panihati constituency in West Bengal as the poll-bound state now gears up for the big competition. Now, take a look at this.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Devnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital. BJP declared Ratna Devnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Devnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the tragedy that took place in Kalyan, where a businessman died on spot after a minor boy driving his car rammed into him. Now, in the recent update that we have, the juvenile's mother, who is the main accused in the case and is also wanted by the police for investigation, for interrogation, is suffering from breathing problems and has been hospitalized. Now, on your screens, you see a visual that is of a speeding car that rams into a businessman's cycle. While he was cycling in Kalyan, he was killed on the spot. Now, Srinivas Tandale was the businessman who was cycling at that time, and he died on the spot after being struck by a speeding car that was being driven by a juvenile boy. Now, his mother is the main accused in the Kalyan hit-and-run case, and the police is looking to interrogate the mother of the juvenile who rammed the car into the businessman's cycle, killing him on the spot. A cold murder that unfolded on the streets of Kalyan. Now, his mother is reeling with breathing issues and has been hospitalized. That is the latest update that we have. Now, this entire sequence of events leading up to the accident was captured by a nearby CCTV camera, and you see its footage on your screens. According to reports, this minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out onto the ring road. Now, while driving, he lost complete control of the steering and violently goes on to ram into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road. From behind, the impact was so huge that the businessman died on spot. The police has taken the 17-year-old into custody and a case has also been registered. But his mother remains to be the main accused in the case and is reeling with breathing problems and has been hospitalized. We have more on the story. Take a look.
24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे के सुमारास जो सक्सेना लॉन्स है उधर से एक तांदड़े नाम का व्यक्ति साइकिल पे एक्सरसाइज करने जा रहा था। पीछे से एक कार आके उसको उड़ाई थी और उधर से वो ब्लीडिंग ज़्यादा होने से वो गुज़र गया। और जब हमने उसके मालूमात निकाला CCTVs एंड इन्फॉर्मर्स के तहत तो गाड़ी का नंबर मिल गया। इट वाज I-20 कार और जो I-20 कार थी वो पांडे नाम की महिला के नाम पे था और ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था वो जुवेनाइल था। उसका उम्र 16 साल 8 महीने थे और उसको हमने कल शाम में ढूंढ के निकाला है। उसको जुवेनाइल बोर्ड में भेजा है उसको रिमांड होम में और आज जुवेनाइल बोर्ड के सामने पेश किया जा रहा है। और जो गाड़ी थी और गाड़ी जिसके नाम पे थी उसकी माँ को भी ये केस में वांटेड एक्यूज बताया गया है। उसको हम जल्दी अरेस्ट करेंगे। शाम को 8 बजे के सुमारास जो सक्सेना लॉन्स है उधर से एक तांदड़े नाम का व्यक्ति साइकिल पे एक्सरसाइज करने जा रहा था। पीछे से एक कार आके उसको उड़ाई थी और उधर से वो ब्लीडिंग ज़्यादा होने से वो गुज़र गया। और जब हमने उसके मालूमात निकाला CCTVs एंड इन्फॉर्मर्स के तहत तो गाड़ी का नंबर मिल गया। इट वाज I-20 कार और जो I-20 कार थी वो पांडे नाम की महिला के नाम पे था और ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था वो जुवेनाइल था। उसका उम्र 16 साल 8 महीने थे और उसको हमने कल शाम में ढूंढ के निकाला है। उसको जुवेनाइल बोर्ड में भेजा है उसको रिमांड होम में और आज जुवेनाइल बोर्ड के सामने पेश किया जा रहा है। और जो गाड़ी थी और गाड़ी जिसके नाम पे थी उसकी मां को भी ये केस में वांटेड एक्यूज बताया गया है, उसको हम जल्दी अरेस्ट करेंगे।
Was getting in a fresh breaking development. Now Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to visit West Bengal tomorrow as the polls inch closer. The state is set to go to vote on 23rd and 29th of April, and before that Home Minister Amit Shah is going to visit West Bengal just tomorrow as part of BJP's intensified campaign for the upcoming state assembly elections. Not just this, Shah will also formally release a charge sheet against the ruling Trinamool Congress. Now this document is expected to detail alleged corruption, governance failures and law and order concerns under the Mamata Banerjee government. Now the BJP also plans to release a white paper highlighting what it describes as 15 years of misgovernance under the Trinamool Congress and their supremo Mamata Banerjee. In fact, joining us live to get us more updates on the matter is Harsha. Harsha, speak to us about this visit. It's not just key for the BJP's campaign, but also a charge sheet and a white paper are also expected to be released by the BJP. Talk to us about the details of the visit.
Ishita, you rightly mentioned there's a very important 2-day schedule of Home Minister Amit Shah. We can't ignore the very interesting document in detail which Home Minister Amit Shah will be releasing day after tomorrow, which is on 28th, has been termed as charge sheet. This charge sheet is against the misrule and the how economy has been quashed in the state of West Bengal by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. It will give the all detailings of the violence of the economic growth didn't happen here, and also about the misconduct, the attacks, how the projects, the money, the funds which was given by central government to the state to ensure the infrastructure development and the upliftment of the several sectors of the society, none has been used. The funds have not been used. So this will not be, let's say, 1 or 2 page document, but it will be a detailed document. And also this document will also set a template for the BJP party leaders who will be arriving in West Bengal. They'll be using the content of this template also during their speeches, during their campaigns in the state of West Bengal, wherever they go. So we can very well say this charge sheet which Home Minister Amit Shah will be releasing tomorrow is about the misgovernance of the Mamata Banerjee government in the state of West Bengal for 15 years and how this has led to the massive quashing of the economic growth and massive hatred amongst the urban sectors towards Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and till now how the funds which were allocated by central government to state government to use till now has not been used, and only the party has used it for their own benefit. So this is the reason why this Amit Shah's travel, 2 days visit to West Bengal is of utmost importance. Home Minister will also be meeting the party karyakartas and officials, strategizing the election, the campaign, or also the upcoming manifesto release as well, which the party is set to do in the first week of April. Back to you.
In fact, continue being with us. We're also getting some more breaking development. Now, at least 8 people have been arrested by the state police in Basanti incident, where BJP candidates' rally was attacked by TMC goons. 8 arrests have been made so far. Now, police officials have also assured that the election commission of more arrests of miscreants who were involved in the clash. These are the scenes that unfolded. Pre-poll violence has taken over West Bengal. TMC party workers, TMC's goons heckling the BJP as the state goes to polls in less than a month. Take a look at the violence, the visuals that you see on your screens. This is what West Bengal is reeling under right before the state goes to polls. 8 people have been arrested so far. My colleague continues joining us. What are the details that you can get us on the case?
So, Gesu, right now, the latest update in this case of the Basanti area where BJP candidate was rallying, the latest update is that 8 people have been arrested so far, and this is what the police officials of the Baroipur area have just informed the state chief electoral officer in the state of West Bengal that till now 8 arrests have been made so far. More unknown miscreants and the disturbing elements who actually attacked and were creating violence and were the part of the clashes in this BJP candidate rally rally. They will be arrested by evening. But till now, the major update is that 8 people have been arrested so far because Kesu, if you see the visuals, you see how they are holding, the TMC supporters, goons are holding bamboo logs, the tree log in their hand, and they are running behind BJP Karyakartas who were part of the BJP candidates rally, and they were beaten up very brutally that they have been severely, Karyakartas who are injured and admitted in the hospital. The Election Commission has informed us that 8 arrests have been made so far. There's no need for the complaint or FIR to lodge because the attack was posed to the police officials also who were deployed during that campaign as well, and that is the reason why more arrests will take place. We'll see more arrests happening during this time of the day. But yes, 8 arrests has happened. This is the breaking update in this Basanti clash which has been reported in the South 24 Parganas area today afternoon. Back to you.
Harsha, thanks for getting us a detailed rundown. We will closely keep an eye on the story with you, of course, on ground. But for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus. Now, viewers, India is recalibrating its energy sources as India has now diversified its energy supply routes and imports as the West Asia tension escalates. Now, for the first time in many years, India is all set to get another shipment, an Iranian vessel Aurora that brings energy resources to India. Not just that, as US has now for a brief period lifted sanctions on Russian oil, Indian diplomats have found a way around and are making the most out of that situation also. India's diplomacy at the fore, not just mediating with the Russian oil, but also Iranian vessels that are bringing new hope to India as energy partners have been diversified from 27 previously to 41 now. Take a look at this.
India has reportedly purchased its first cargo of Iranian LPG in years. This comes after the United States temporarily eased sanctions on Tehran's oil and fuel exports. The move is being seen as both strategic and urgent. The sanctioned tanker Aurora, loaded with Iranian LPG, is now expected to dock at Mangalore on India's west coast. What makes this even more critical is the backdrop of disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, a key global energy route shaken by the ongoing West Asia war. In 2019, India has shunned energy purchases from Iran under pressure from Western sanctions. Historically, Iran was a significant supplier to India, accounting for as much as 11.5% of total crude imports at its peak as per data. Similarly, amid West Asia war, India purchased nearly 60 million barrels of crude oil from Russia for delivery next month. India is paying a premium of $5 to $15 per barrel above Brent. This move comes after a 30-day waiver by the United States allowing delivery of Russian oil already loaded before March 5. The relief window later extended to shipments at the sea before March 12 and widened further to support countries hit by supply disruption. From Iran to Russia, India is diversifying its energy bets to secure supplies, even as global tensions reshape the oil market.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, news and updates continue. Now, it's a huge win for ED and the CBI as a court in UK rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen an extradition case. Nirav now one step closer to facing trial in India. In fact, on the other side, unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Getting you all the details on the 2 stories on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen the extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. The DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined, recommends setting up independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety report and file a report. NIA seeks more time to probe the Red Fort blast claims. Deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links needs to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Unrest in multiple parts of Manipur, from groups clashing with cops to even torching of huts. 3 different incidents of violence reported in the last 24 hours. Reports say IRGC Navy Chief Tangsiri killed in Bandar Abbas amidst latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the latest update coming in from the situation in West Asia. Now, in the latest, we're getting an update from the activities of the United States. Now, what we understand is that the United States is trying is preparing for the final blow of the Iran war. It's the Pentagon that's preparing the final blow, what is called the massive final blow of the Iran war. And the Pentagon is developing military options for a final blow in Iran that could include the use of ground forces and a massive bombing campaign, according to 2 US officials and 2 sources with knowledge. So we see that the situation continues to escalate, and while the US is planning for a military option, this is what is being touted as the final blow. Now, what could that be? There's nothing that has been outlined. But given the activities of the United States forces, we do, of course, have seen indications of how there have been a massive deployment and build-up from the United States. And in the meanwhile, viewers, what's happening in Lebanon? We have some breaking development coming in. This is on the situation in Lebanon. The IDF is pushing for the ground offensive to target the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and that's the breaking news we have right now. 91st Division of the Israeli Defense Forces have carried out the targeted operation of the in southern Lebanon. Now, footage of the troops in a targeted ground operation in southern Lebanon has been released. They continue the ground operations. They're calling it targeted ground operations, saying that it is to enhance the forward defense area in southern Lebanon. And so far, the division troops have dismantled over 350 Hezbollah terror infrastructure targets and eliminated over 330 terrorists, including dozens of operatives from the Radwan Force unit. And in addition to that, numerous weapons and military equipment were located in the area, including night vision devices, military vests and missile launchers, RPG rockets, magazines, Kalashnikov rifles and a machine gun to plan and carry out terrorist attacks against the IDF troops in the state of Israel. Okay, so you can see this is the ammunition that has been recovered by the Israeli Defense Forces in southern Lebanon as they continued the targeted operations against the Hezbollah, that is the Lebanese militant group, Lebanese terror group backed by Iran, the Shiite militia. And there you have the various other, the flags, the posters, everything that has been seized, and this is first and exclusive on Republic TV. All right, viewers, and now we have another update coming in this situation. Trump is desperate for support. He wants to have a dialogue with the different nations. And in the latest, Zelensky of Ukraine has said that the United States has reached out regarding their bases in Middle Eastern countries. So Zelensky says that Trump has also been approached. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Zelensky has also been approached by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Jordan and Kuwait. Zelensky says, and I quote, "We are already working with some of them, and our expert teams are already on the ground, assessing the situation and sharing invaluable experience, because no matter how many Patriots, the THAADs, or other air defense systems are in the Middle East, that alone is not enough for fully effective air defense. There are modern interceptors designed to counter heavy drone strikes." And now we are further discussing future deliveries of certain equipment that Ukraine has. We want Middle Eastern countries to give us the opportunity to strengthen ourselves as well. They have some air defense missiles that we lack. We would like to reach agreement on that. All right, so that is Zelensky saying that the US and the Gulf nations have sought help from Ukraine. Meanwhile, we have some more updates coming in right now. This is, okay, we'll just get you more details as to the other updates that we are getting in. But in the meantime, we're telling you that how Zelensky has said that United States has reached out to Ukraine. All right, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The Prime Minister is holding a meeting tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. And that's the breaking news we have right now. The Prime Minister will be holding meeting with chief ministers over West Asia war. So we've seen that how first there was a CCS meeting, then we saw Rajnath Singh also holding a meeting with our military leadership. And now we have the Prime Minister who has called for a meeting at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow evening on the situation in West Asia. He will be holding a meeting with the chief ministers across the country. And Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Gursimran, tell us more details about this meeting, please.
It is Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, who has said and confirmed that there is a meeting that is going to be held by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow evening at 6:30, wherein he has also been invited as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And he said that it will be briefed to the participants regarding the situation that is prevailing in the West Asia, especially related to the Iran situation and also the crisis that is brewing in. So this has been shared by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, when we asked him on the situation that is evolving with regards to the LPG and the fuel. He said that there is no situation is totally in control. There is no shortage of fuels. And then replying to that, he said that the Prime Minister has called a meeting in which he has been invited as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And this meeting will take place tomorrow evening, in which the Prime Minister will be sharing the present situation with regards to the situation that is presently in Iran and the ongoing conflict between United States, Israel and Iran. And all the details will be shared. We are yet to get more details with regards to this meeting, but this has been confirmed to us by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah.
All right, many thanks, Simran, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. So Iran is now continuing to hit different parts of Israel. There is no sign of de-escalation, at least in the war zone. We clearly see that Iran is refusing to back down. And in the latest, it has hit another part of Israel. It has attacked the city of Ganai Tikva. Fresh visuals from Ganai Tikva also on your screens now, showing a vehicle. We'll just spray that out. It shows a vehicle that was damaged in the attack. And these are different parts of Israel that continue to be pounded by Iran. In the latest, this is from the Ganai Tikva. You can see this car, these several cars that have been set ablaze. Seems to be an area which was a lot of cars parked there. And this is a consequence of the Iranian strike. This is coming in from the city of Ganai Tikva, and that massive blaze that you can see. In fact, these are several cars that are on fire after this strike. So Iran continues to strike multiple parts of Israel. It remains unaffected by what Trump is saying. It has rejected the conditions that has been offered by Donald Trump, by United States. So clearly we can understand that there is no de-escalation. Iran shows no signs of de-escalation.
Fireball. Whoa.
So viewers, this is just the latest. We have some other cities also that have been hit in Israel, hit by the Iranian missile strike. Cities having impact are Shemesh, Haifa, West Bank, Kfar, Qasim. They have all been targeted by Iranian missiles, and even the cluster bombs. Missiles in Beit Shemesh of Israel. Iranian missile fragment has landed in West Bank settlement also. 5 cluster bombs fell in the Haifa and in Haifa area just a short while back, and it caused massive damage to a building. Also injured a person in the leg with minor injuries. In fact, damage was caused due to a home in a West Bank settlement by an apparent cluster munition impact following Iran's ballistic missiles attack on central Israel. We see that central Israel has been a prime target of the Iranians in this war. Local authorities say that 2 homes in 2 settlements have been damaged in the attack, with one apparently being hit by a bomblet. So you have visuals from different cities of central Israel, from Shemesh to Haifa to Kfar Qasim. They've all been hit. The different cities in central Israel and beyond as well. They've all been hit, and These are buildings that have also been destroyed. And just a while back, we showed what happened in Ganai Tikva, where several cars have been burned down because of that strike.
طازة 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 عنا ببيت شامش هي طازة طازة هلا
All right. We have some more breaking news coming in right now. The Minister of Defense has inspected the Kuwait International Airport to assess the extent of material damage and to review the efforts and readiness of the relevant authorities. Now, Minister of Defense Sheikh Abdullah Al Salem Al Sabah of Kuwait has conducted his inspection, visiting the Kuwait International Airport this morning as part of field follow-up efforts to assess the aftermath of the heinous drone attack on one of the vital infrastructure components of Kuwait International Airport, which targeted the aircraft fuel supply tanks, and to monitor the efforts being made to control the fire. Satellite imagery from the 25th of March reveals this massive plume of black smoke rising over Kuwait International Airport after a drone strike hit nearby fuel shortage facilities. Okay. Now, viewers, the Director of Research at Bahrain Center for Strategic and International and Energy Studies, Umar Al-Obaidili, has spoken exclusively to Republic TV's Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor on the situation, the ongoing war in West Asia. And in this 4-minute conversation, they've touched upon multiple aspects, including the energy crisis, the global energy crisis as a result of this war. Take a listen in.
Bahrain, along with the United States, has been accused of false flag operation because it seems that the drone attack, because of which a Patriot missile was used by the United States, did not happen. And so how is it being seen there on the ground? The fact that Iran maintains that all the Gulf countries allowed their territories to be used against Iran, so their infrastructure or their targets are legit for Iran.
So I would say that, first of all, I'm an economist, I'm not a military expert, but I will say that international law does not allow the targeting of civilian infrastructure under any circumstance. And the Gulf countries have not attacked anyone's civilian Gulf infrastructure, nor is there any justification for their civilian infrastructure being attacked. And that is something that they've always adhered to. And I cannot speculate about the existence of false flags. I do know for sure that Bahrain would not be involved in any sort of false flag. That is not the way we do business. But as you're well aware, when a war starts, the first casualty is usually the truth. And there'll be a lot of crazy conspiracy theories circulating.
Yeah, there is, of course, a lot of fog of war and things happen during that situation. But Mr. Obaidili, my question, and India, rest of the world, everyone wants to know is, the kind of damage that energy infrastructure has taken in this war, more on the side of the Gulf countries, but also in the case of Iran, energy supplies are disrupted, and even the production at the source is disrupted. How long before things can normalize in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, wherever these oil refineries are stuck? And how long before normalcy can be the world can look at normalcy returning insofar as oil and gas supplies are concerned?
Well, there's multiple parallel timelines. There's, first of all, the upstream, which is the fields. That should be something that is relatively quick to resume. What will take a little bit longer, because we still have uncertainty of the Straits of Hormuz, is the distribution end of the chain. Because even once the oil is being produced and the gas is being produced, it'll take time to deliver it and for the commercial freight to be resumed in a viable way. I would also add that in some specific cases, such as the example Qatar, there's been heavy damage to the production facilities that will take many months and maybe even more than months to repair. So there's multiple overlapping timelines on how to get everything back to normal. But for the time being, people are not thinking so much about the long run as they are on the ending the proximate conflict and reaching a situation where none of the warring parties target energy infrastructure, because that is something that is completely unacceptable and runs counter to all stated aspirations.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Omar Al-Obaidly there joining us from Bahrain. He's Director of Research at the Bahrain Center for Strategic International Energy Studies. Thank you, Mr. Obaidly.
Now, President Trump has repeatedly claimed that the major success has been achieved in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated, that negotiations are underway with what he calls the right people, and that US has essentially won. However, Iran sharply rejects these claims. Despite Trump's optimistic statements, the war continues. The US is deploying now nearly 7,000 additional troops to this region. Here's more.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمسه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق برنمیگردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck here. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in from the Valley. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has now said that if people continue to queue outside and make lines outside the petrol pumps after the social media rumors that have triggered panic, he will shut down all of these petrol pumps. Now, Umar Abdullah said that rumors are being spread like a wildfire, that he has taken a review meeting and that there is no shortage of any LPG or fuel. And he says that the union government has also reviewed the situation, that there is no shortage. And he also urges people not to run to petrol pumps based on social media rumors, or else he will close the petrol pump for days. He also goes on to say the situation will deteriorate if we run on rumors, saying that the Prime Minister has called a meeting tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. wherein he will also be participating. Gursimran Singh joins us. Gursimran Singh joins us for more on this. Gursimran, well, now, we just see that Umar Abdullah is now saying that, almost threatening that he will close all the petrol pumps if at all, if at all people start to throng to these petrol stations. Because we've seen for the longest time, Gursimran, that there has been panic that has caused the hoarding of LPG cylinders and also of long queues at the petrol pumps.
Yes, Rakshita, you have rightly mentioned that Omar has warned the people that if they continue to believe on the social media post and if they continue to behave like this with the long queues outside the petrol pumps, then he will be forced to shut the petrol pumps across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This was in reply to our question when we asked him on the prevailing situation of the LPG and the fuel supply in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. He said that we have been holding the...
के साथ भी अगर अमेरिका का वाइस प्रेसिडेंट वहां जाके इन लोगों के साथ बातचीत करने के लिए तैयार है, अगर इनके बातचीत के जरिए जो है ये जंग जो है ये रुकेगी, तो मुझे तो नहीं लगता है किसी को इस पे एतराज होना चाहिए।
सर, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर सर हेल्थ को लेके एक सवाल है। जम्मू कश्मीर में जो होटल आयुष्मान के साथ लिंक है, उनकी पेमेंट्स अगस्त के बाद नहीं हुई, 450 करोड़ पेंडिंग है, एक हेल्थ क्राइसिस ब्रूइंग इन है। सर, किस तरह से देखते हैं? पहले भी हॉस्पिटल्स ने जो है 10 दिन काम बंद किया था, तो काफी क्राइसिस हुआ।
All right, viewers. So with that, we step into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll get you more update on the meeting that Umar Abdullah was talking about. The Prime Minister has called for the meeting of all chief ministers tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. as they will be briefed on the West Asia war, the impact here in India, and the measures to be taken.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pre-poll violence in Bengal, South 24 Parganas. Several BJP workers injured after the attack on rally. BJP alleges TMC hand. DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of aircraft examined. Recommends setting up of independent panel to conduct a comprehensive safety report and then file that report. NIA seeks more time to probe the Red Fort blast case. It claims that deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links which need to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old who is booked in non-bailable offence after ramming speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Reports say the IRGC Navy Chief Tang Siri has been killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, we start with the breaking news coming in right now. The Turkish-operated oil tanker carrying crude oil from Russia was attacked early this morning in the Black Sea, possibly by an unmanned surface vehicle. Turkey's Transport Minister Abdulkadir Uraloglu says that a Turkish-operated oil tanker was attacked early Thursday in the Black Sea, possibly by an unmanned surface vehicle. Turkey's Transport Minister Abdulkadir Uraloglu has said so. Same information that I'm quoting from it. He said that the Turkish-operated tanker was attacked near Black Sea, viewers. So we see how, and this was carrying a Russian oil, mind you. So we have to understand how did it get hit, who hit this vessel. This is a Russian oil carrying vessel. And meanwhile, extensive destruction in Tel Aviv was caused by Iranian missiles during the latest wave. Now, we'll show you those visuals that will be played out in a few seconds from now from the side. This is in Tel Aviv. The Iranians continue to hit parts of Israel, and they are, of course, sending out a message that this deal that U.S. is talking about, the condition they have put up, is not what they will agree to, and they continue with the hostilities, both sides in fact, and Iran continues to hit parts of Israel, even as the U.S. says that the air missile system, the capabilities have all been destroyed. But then Iran continues to pound Israel, and this is a visual from Tel Aviv where you see the cars being damaged. This is the aftermath. In fact, visuals show destruction in Tel Aviv after the Iranian strikes. And now, talking about Dimona, viewers, images have surfaced that show the destruction following Iran's retaliatory missile strike on Dimona. Now, Dimona, remember, is very, very important. There have been hundreds of casualties in Dimona. And the fact that Israel's nuclear facility, nuclear research center is also in Dimona, and hence it was hit by the Iranians. You have this fresh visual. Dimona nuclear power plant is hit. We do not know if it's exactly the nuclear center that was nuclear research center that was hit, but it's located in the Negev desert, and it's 13 kilometers southeast of the city of Dimona. And you can see that a huge plume of smoke that is billowing, and that's the visual we have right now, which we are hitting. First on Republic TV, it's a visual that is coming in. I think it's from Israeli sources. All right, so what can Trump do now? Trump says, and I quote, NATO nations have done absolutely nothing to help with the lunatic nation, now militarily decimated, of Iran. The USA needs nothing from NATO, but never forget this very important point in time. President Donald J. Trump, unquote. So he continues to attack the NATO. He continues to fire his verbal volleys against the NATO, saying that US now needs nothing because NATO did not offer any support. And now he is so miffed that he says that he will never forget this time. So Donald Trump again taking on the NATO with his posts and saying that America actually doesn't need anything, but that America will remember. That NATO has done nothing to help with Iran, but it doesn't even need anything now. Now, this is as we see that NATO has rejected any sort of involvement, and in fact, we've seen that Trump continues to slam NATO allies, and there has been, of course, a lot of criticism from Donald Trump against NATO. They are not ready to help US and Israel in the Strait of Hormuz, and Trump blasts the NATO allies, and also saying earlier a week back he said that that NATO is making foolish mistake over Iran, and now he's saying that is nothing to help with Iran, and NATO has done nothing to help with Iran. NATO is reluctant on the Iran conflict. We've seen that NATO has refrained from involving itself, and now he again slams the NATO, saying that it has done nothing to help in this war, that it has done nothing against Iran. And in fact, we've seen that the Swedish Chief of Defense, General Claesson, had also reacted to what Trump has been saying all along. He was speaking to American media, and he's saying that Russia is benefiting from the global focus on Middle East, as it continues its war in Ukraine. So every leader, Major General G.D. Bakshi, a defense expert, joins us on the broadcast for more. General Bakshi, well, this is Donald Trump once again is so frustrated that NATO is not getting involved. Nobody is getting involved in this war. And now he says that while America does not need anything, but it will remember this time.
He can give all the threats that he wants. He wants to insult every single leader of Europe, Japan, personally insult them, humiliate them. And then he expects that they will, line up behind him when his own navy has taken a kicking. The Gerald Ford is limping out of that area. So is the Abraham Lincoln. He wants the NATO's nations to put their ships and get their sailors killed for a war he started without asking them. I think there is a limit to what people can lump. And there are only some stupid people inside India who want to hail Donald Trump as the future Führer, dictator or whatever. And the rest of the world is all realizing, our government has realized that this man is most unreliable, he's most untrustworthy, and we should not let go of tried, tested friends like Russia just to suckle up to Donald Trump.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Many thanks, General Bakshi, for joining us with your reaction to this development coming in. So NATO has done nothing. He's ripping into NATO once again, as they have not really we have seen that he has not given in to their demands. Ishita joins us on the broadcast from the newsroom for more. Ishita, tell us more details about how Donald Trump has been time and again attacking NATO. What has been the NATO stand? If you could just elaborate on that.
Right, of course. We've seen ever since Donald Trump took over his second presidency, he's been ranting about NATO nations, just banking on the shoulders of United States. He's been after these nations to increase their defense expenditure as well. And in this war, which Trump started without consulting his allies in the NATO, he's now asked them to come and build a coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz. But we had seen that none of the NATO nations actually committed to building this coalition. And now he's come out and said, again, continuing with his rant about NATO nations, saying that they have nothing to offer. And United States at this point does not need anything from NATO nations. Now we have seen that Trump wanted to convert this war that Israel and the US started against Iran into a war for Europe. He wanted European allies from the NATO nations to join in to help secure the uranium enrichment from Iran and to exactly stop the aggression from Iranian side. But we had seen that none of the NATO nations came forward. They basically said that they were not consulted without this when this war was started, and therefore they will not be joining in efforts. They refused to send in their warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz, and now the rant from the US President continuing as well. He says that United States at this point does not need anything from NATO.
Right. Many thanks, Ishita, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, we shift our focus to what's happening as far as the Indian vessels are concerned. Now, Jag Vasant is expected to dock at Vadinar port at around 9 p.m. today. It's carrying LPG, and two Indian flagged vessels, Jag Vasant and Pine Gas, have passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So, Indian tanker Jag Vasant is expected to dock tonight. So that's, of course, sort of a relief that is coming in for India that's battling the LPG crisis. And one of the two tankers that have already passed the Strait of Hormuz will be reaching India today. And two of the Indian LPG tankers, Pine Gas and Jag Vasant, they have crossed Hormuz. Jag Vasant will be docking today. And that's, of course, a good. We've also showed you those visuals that have come in from the waters, and this is relief coming in, at least some bit, as you understand that one vessel carrying LPG has is en route and is approaching our coast, is approaching our port, and at the Vadinar port it will be docking tonight around 9 p.m. And talking about the other one, that's also expected to, Pine Gas vessel is expected to reach India very, very soon. Both have passed through the Strait of Hormuz successfully. So this is, of course, there are many more who are still at the Strait of Hormuz, but we've seen in the past 2 weeks, slowly and steadily, the carriers are coming. The Navy is escorting these two LPG tankers. and one of them will be reaching the Indian port of Wadinar today. Swarali is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Swarali, tell us more details. When are we expecting Jag Vasant? What is their the carriage capacity? Tell us more details.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, 2 Indian flag carriers passed the Strait of Hormuz roundabout Monday morning, and Jag Vasant and Pine Gas. Let me tell you, Jag Vasant is expected to dock at Wadinar port around about 9 p.m. today, and it is carrying more than 45,000 metric tons of LPG. If we talk about both the carriers, they are carrying more than 92,700 metric tons of LPG gas. Back in the country, we know that there has been a crisis-like situation. But before this, Shivalik and Nanda Devi also docked at the various Indian ports. On the other hand, Jag Ladki also came with the crude oil, and now these are 2 more ships or containers which are expected to be docked. If we talk about Pine Gas, it is expected to dock at the in the southern port around 27th to 28th of March. And let me tell you, both the ships were held back for 2 days because of the heavy shelling in the region and the conflict that has risen between Iran and Israel. But finally, they have crossed Strait of Hormuz and are expected to be in India.
What Zelensky is saying right now.
Went to North Korea, one of the world's darkest symbols of oppression. It sends a clear message to the entire region. And our nations are also dealing with the consequences of a deep crisis in the Middle East and the Gulf. Even if the war there ends soon, much will still need to be done to ensure stable supplies of critical resources from that region. All of these, and especially the brutality of Russia's war against Ukraine, pushes each of us to act more. And thank you for this kind of cooperation. Ukraine has now offered the countries of the Middle East and the Gulf long-term cooperation to protect their skies. They have strong financial resources and experience in dealing with ballistic threats, but they need our expertise in countering drones. This includes all types of drones. Shahid, drones which cause serious damage to infrastructure, and FPV drones, which are now used for targeted attacks on military bases and equipment in the region. The first agreements have already been prepared by our teams. Ukraine had the world's strongest experience in using drones. We offer the Middle East and Gulf countries a partnership that benefits both sides, our knowledge and technology and their funding. And we are working to make this happen. Our contribution to security in that region will also be a real contribution to global security. This matters because energy security and the cost of living, particularly in Europe, depends on their oil, gas, and other resources and stable global markets. And I believe that in Europe we need to build more close cooperation between Ukraine, your countries, and all European nations to ensure real protection on land, in the air, and at sea. The key is not only producing new weapons, especially drones, not just technology, but also real experience in using it and integrating it with radars, aviation, and other air defense systems. We have this experience. Together, we have a strong industrial base. You have financial capacity. Let's bring all of this together even more. And I'm grateful to every country we already have clear agreements with on joint production. We should work so that with all JEF countries, we build a real production alliance. And I'm grateful for the enhanced partnership status for Ukraine received in Oslo. The status already opens the door to practical cooperation, like taking part in the terraces exercise. We are ready to move forward, bringing our experience and capabilities to make the JEF community even stronger. And our goal is simple and clear. Ukraine is ready to become a full-fledged member of the JEF. And thank those who work closely with us across the military, defense ministries, and special services. We need to come together and strengthen our shared experience so we can be strong in every area, protecting lives, infrastructure, energy, the seas, and cyberspace. And I believe we can do this. I believe that a free Europe will prevail over all who threaten us. And of course, air defense is a top priority. In Europe, we must have full capacity to produce all types of air defense systems and the missiles for them. This includes protection against drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic threats. And we cannot rely on other partners' industries. We must be confident in our own industry here in Europe. Please, let's keep moving this work forward and speed it up. And while we are building this capacity, please remember that we need protection from Russian missiles every single day. And I'm grateful to those of you who actively support us through the Pearl program. It's critically important. And one more point. Oil and gas markets are very, very uncertain now. But we must not let Russia take advantage of this. We all know that for Russia, money from oil and gas means more time for war. Putin turns every dollar he earns in.
All right, we have some breaking news coming right now. Update coming in as far as the Prime Minister's meeting tomorrow with the Chief Ministers is concerned. We are getting to know that this meeting will be taking place through video conferencing on the West Asia war to review preparedness and planning of the states. And meeting will be focusing on ensuring synergy of efforts in the spirit of Team India. This is what the Prime Minister said even day before when he was addressing Rajya Sabha, urging that Team India has to fight through this battle. And this is a virtual meeting, and the Chief Ministers of States that are going for elections will be not taking part because of the code of conduct in place. So the Prime Minister is all set to hold a meeting tomorrow around 6:30 p.m. in the evening. It is going to be a virtual meeting, video conferencing, and he will take stock of this situation, how all the states are prepared. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast. For more, Abhishek, tell us more details about this meeting, as the Prime Minister has been even in the Parliament urging that Team India needs to work together and fight through the crisis.
Well, you are right. In fact, Prime Minister has been underscoring the seriousness of the situation, the fact that he made a statement separately in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and the import of both the statements was that we have to tighten our belts, so to say, and prepare for a situation which might, spiral down from here on, because if anything, the war is not showing any signs of winding down, and it might escalate even further. And even if it does not, even if it just stays in this kind of stalemate situation, with both sides hitting each other with 20 drones a day, the kind of disruptions in supplies that have taken place already, and the kind of stoppage of production of fuels in West Asia that has taken place already, the destruction of energy infrastructure that has taken place already, is going to have long-lasting impact. So the Prime Minister wants the nation to be prepared. He sort of hinted at it in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha messages. There has been an all-party meeting in which we are told that all opposition leaders were taken on board, and now Prime Minister would be speaking to all the chief ministers. I mean, it almost eerily sounds similar to what happened during the pandemic, when the Prime Minister really prepared everyone for what was coming. So I think he's preparing everyone for what was coming, what is coming rather. There is going to be a video conference of all the chief ministers tomorrow, and the Team India, as Prime Minister calls it, himself, the cabinet, and the chief ministers they would deliberate on how to tide over this crisis. And then, of course, a caveat that the election going states, their chief ministers, because the model code of conduct would not be part of it, the chief secretary would be spoken to separately by the cabinet secretary.
Okay. Just stay on with us, Abhishek. While we continue to track how India is grappling with the crisis, we have updates coming in as far as the negotiations that we do not know where they stand. But Trump continues to give an update. He continues to make claims about what the Iranians are doing. And Trump now in the latest says, and I quote, the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to deal. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong, he says in capitals. They better get serious soon before it is too late, because once that happens, there is, again in capitals, no turning back, and it won't be pretty. President DJT, unquote. Abhishek, well, Donald Trump now again repeats that Iran is, quote unquote, begging to make a deal, but they claim otherwise. And now he says that it could be really, really worse, and it calls them strange for a reason.
Well, this again underscores what we have been maintaining at Republic, Rakshita, that the ceasefire is a hoax, that President Trump announced it on the spur, or not on the spur, actually aimed at, calming the nerves of his, capitalist oligarch, oligo-capitalist friends. And maybe there is something more building up, because the Iranians are not on board. The Israelis have clearly said that they are not part of this dialogue. And it seems we are looking at the possibility of more military action after the ceasefire, or the theoretical ceasefire ends, because practically on the ground nothing changed, and each side continued to hit at the energy infrastructure of the other side. So I think what we are seeing is President Trump is desperately looking for an off-ramp, as the Americans call it. He has offered a 15-point proposal. The Iranians have rejected it, come out with a counter-proposal. So it's in a limbo, and President Trump, I think, has run out of ideas. So if you run out of ideas, then perhaps the best possible military option might be to scale it up even further and prove that, okay, fine, we destroyed everything, and then come out of it. So I think we are dangerously close to escalation in West Asia, irrespective of all the ceasefire talks, and President Trump's latest outing through his post is an indication of that.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. So we continue to track each and every update that is coming in from the war in West Asia, the happenings at war zone, and the impact across the globe. Now, we slip into a very, very short break, but on the other side, we get to how reports are suggesting that Iran's Navy chief, Tangsiri, has been killed in Bandar Abbas amid the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों
Absolutely sure sign that Trump has got it all wrong. There is an unbridgeable gap between the United States and Iran. And out of fatigue, if nothing else, they're going to give in. Everything is about making money on the stock markets. It doesn't look to me like there's any de-escalation or ceasefire plan right now. Trump has spared targeting the Kharg Island from where Iran exports 90% of this oil. Is this military build-up aimed at trying to take Kharg Island? Even Iran is strongly suspecting a possible military ground intervention by America, maybe for Kharg Island. Is that the military surprise that Trump was planning? Trust me, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, as the war comes about to 30 days, Donald Trump seems to be losing patience. He now says that negotiators on the other side better get serious, otherwise there will be no turning point from this. We'll get you all the details on this, a latest warning issued by the US President. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Pre-poll violence in Bengal's South 24 Parganas. Several BJP workers injured after attack on a rally. BJP alleges TMC behind the attack. DGCA audit of Indian aircraft finds defects in 50% of the aircraft examined. Recommends setting up an independent panel to conduct comprehensive safety review and file a report. NIA seeks more time to probe Red Fort blast case, claims a deep-rooted conspiracy having pan-India and transnational links need to be established. FIR filed against 17-year-old boy who was booked in a non-bailable offence after ramming a speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Reports say IRGC Navy Chief Tangsiri killed in Bandar Abbas amidst the latest wave of precision strikes on the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, as Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked for several nations, Indian vessels have now been given a green light, and another vessel, vessel Apollo Ocean, has now reached New Mangalore port just last night around 8 p.m. and is currently in the process of unloading operations. According to sources, the ship transported approximately 26,000 metric tons of LPG to the New Mangalore port. Officials are now expecting to begin unloading operations soon. This comes amid the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Another LPG carrier has now reached the Indian port. This one is in fact at Mangaluru port. All right, viewers, my colleague Sri Lakshmi now joins me with more details on this. Sri Lakshmi, what details do we have about this new vessel, new LPG carrier that's now arrived at New Mangaluru port?
Well, according to sources, the ship Apollo Ocean
has transported approximately 26,000 metric tons of LPG to the Mangaluru port, and hoteliers here in Karnataka are hoping that this may ease out the LPG problem, current LPG problem which is going on. And there's a huge amount of demand for cylinders on everyday basis, and around 20,000 hotels have been closed all over the state due to this LPG problem. Now they are slowly reopening the hotels and giving the services. This is the second ship that is carrying LPG to Mangaluru port. First ship was Aqua Titan, which has carried a huge number of LPG. And we can remember that there was a ship called Shivalik, which had reached Gujarat port. And through that ship, now the LPG has been transported to Mangaluru port. And it is said that there are two more tankers which are coming to Mangaluru, which will also carry LPG. And when do these two more ships reach Mangaluru is yet to be known. Now, people of Karnataka, both in domestic cylinders as well as commercial cylinders, they're hoping that the LPG problem gets solved soon, since we are receiving huge number of LPG. Back to studio.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, now there was a petroleum briefing yesterday, interministerial briefing, in which the government said about 5 more ships are expected to be docking in the coming few days. Any details about their timeline, or could we be expecting them, and what kind of, how much LPG are they carrying?
As of now, no exact details are available regarding when do these ships are going to reach. It is said that they have crossed Hormuz safely with the support of our Navy, but it definitely takes time, a week's time, at least a week's time to reach Mumbai port, and from there, it is also not known whether it is to Gujarat port or Mumbai port. From there, the LPG has to be transformed into another ships, and those sub-ships will carry it to Mangaluru port, and only after that, only after a week or 10 days, we will receive more LPG, which is going to ease out the LPG demand problem here in Karnataka. Back to studio.
All right, Sri Lakshmi, thank you so much for joining us and giving us those latest details about another LPG carrier now docking at Mangaluru port. Now we are shifting focus. According to Defense Department officials on Tuesday, the Pentagon has ordered roughly 2,000 soldiers from Army's 82nd Airborne Division to start traveling to Middle East in order to provide President Trump more military choices while he considers a fresh diplomatic approach with Iran. Now, this division's immediate response force, a brigade of roughly about 3,000 soldiers that could deploy anywhere in the world in 18 hours, would provide the fighting forces the rapid response on ground. Now, the officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the operational concerns also stated that deployment here consists of about 2 battalions, each with over 800 soldiers, as well as Major General Brandon and the division commander along with dozens of his staff. Now, viewers, according to officials, more soldiers might also be dispatched in the coming few days. This is now US is mulling over several options with regard to ground invasion. Take a look at this report.
Mr. President, Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President,
It's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good. Short-term. Short-term. Thank you. They're great. You know, we all together.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought.
Do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price.
I guess I am most concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here. And
And it remains unclear if this is just another pressure tactic by the Trump administration, as already it has called up the 82nd Airborne. That division would be key in launching attacks on airfields or potentially islands in the Persian Gulf. Already there's been discussions about the United States potentially seizing Karg Island, which is Iran's main oil terminal in the Persian Gulf, or taking islands nearer to the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which about 20% of all natural gas and oil once transited before the war.
So you're against troops on the ground?
I'll be voting against the funding if we're putting troops on the ground. I'm not going to fund that.
Okay.
Yeah, no U.S. troops.
Do you think that that the ongoing war makes us more vulnerable to an infrastructure attack? Are you concerned about that?
I'm just concerned about a lot of things. I mean, Hezbollah is here. I mean, the enemy isn't flying in on planes from Tehran. They're already here.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
I hope that wisdom prevailed, and diplomacy prevails on the other side. They understand that those who drag them into this war can drag them into also a quagmire for them. Look, even suggesting that a foreign country can put boots on the ground of another country, invade another country, occupy the land of another country, is something very much rogue, very reckless, illegal, and against all international law. There is no mandate for Americans to do that, and they are doing this because they are so drunk of power. They think that they can do whatever they want. Now we are focusing on defending our territorial integrity and our national sovereignty. Anything that can distract us from this heroic nationalist defense is not an option for now. Those who started this aggression, those who started this war of choice, those who started to invade Iran, they have to decide to stop this illegal, reckless, rogue behavior. We are defending our country. You just go and see what happened during the 8 years of imposed war on Iran by Saddam Hussein, just sponsored by all petrodollars from the region and Americans and all Western countries. The history tells you what is happening. Iranians are the oldest living continuous civilization on earth. Iran has always stood up tall. And we are going to do the same by defending heroically. This is a nationalist defense for us, and we have no option just to push back and hit back aggressors and those who started this war of aggression. I'm not in the business of speculations. You know that. We are just working by facts. He's healthy. He's in charge. and he's doing whatever is supposed to be done by him. I think that they have to think twice when they are thinking about Iran. They shouldn't take advice from those who are not knowing Iran, who wanted for decades to win a war against Iran with American taxpayers and American soldiers' blood. Netanyahu and the Israeli regime has its own agenda of making, making this war a win for them in the expense of everybody.
We're nearly 4 weeks into the war with Iran, and about 6 in 10 U.S. adults say that U.S. military action in the country has gone too far, according to a new AP North poll. At the same time, 45% of U.S. adults now say they are extremely or very concerned about being able to afford gas in the next few months. That's up from 30% in December 2024, shortly after Trump got elected, on promises that he was going to fix the U.S. economy. But now, 67% of U.S. adults say it's extremely or very important that the U.S. keeps oil and gas prices from rising at home.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. This is an honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our, and I could just say that the economy, I believe, is going to be very strong. We do have to solve some problems. We have wars going on that we didn't have. We have a lot of things happening that we didn't have that would have never happened.
America's #1 vet.
Similarly, 65% of U.S. adults say it's extremely or very important for the U.S. to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But other goals of the war get a little bit less support. Only about 4 in 10 say it's extremely or very important to prevent Iran from attacking Israel, and only about 1/3 say that about replacing Iran's government with one that's more friendly to U.S. interests.
Now, viewers, another case of reckless driving leading to loss of life has now been reported from Kalyan. In this case, a minor boy, a 17-year-old boy, rammed his speeding vehicle into a cyclist, a 42-year-old businessman, killing him on the spot. And now, in this case, fresh developments have come to light. Republic, in fact, has accessed the video of the car which was involved in this very accident. Now, remember, it was a minor behind the wheel, a 17-year-old boy, and the video is, in fact, on your screen, who was driving recklessly, and then he lost the control of his vehicle, eventually slamming into the cyclist, a 42-year-old businessman who lost his life. In fact, we also have a ground report by my colleague Meenakshi on this. Let's take a look.
A shocking accident happened at Ring Road in Kalyan, and this accident happened by this car. Now I'm showing you this car is a Hyundai i20 car, and the number is MH05FV4007, and this car is owned by Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and she's the mother of the accused, and she is also the main accused in this case, because we know police confirmed us that she knew about all the incident, and she gave permission to her son to take the car out, and the boy, who is 17 years old, he drove the car, and you can see the impact of the accident. that night, that boy, including two friends, he drove the car, and this incident happened on Tuesday, and the impact was so severe that the cyclist was flung into the air as the vehicle speed away. And we can show you the cycle also. This is the cycle, and you can see the impact of this accident is so severe. You can see the wheel of this cycle, the back wheel of cycle. It was totally damaged for this accident, and that businessman Srinivas killed in this accident. And after that, the minor driver fled the scene and went into hiding, but was traced later and arrested in the next evening. This is the car which is rammed into the businessman as he cycled on an section of Kalyan Ring Road, and this is the impact. You can observe the impact of this accident, how the glasses of the car, actually you can see the impact, how it's damaged, and its left side totally damaged. That boy with his two friends, the boy was driving the car, and one friend sit with him in this seat, and the another friend sits in behind. So this is the situation of the car, and you can observe and you can see the how this accident happened and how damaged the car is.
All right, my colleague Meenakshi has been closely tracking this story, now joins me from outside Kalyan police station. Meenakshi, do tell us, where are we headed with the investigation? Has anyone been detained in this case so far?
As per investigation is concerned, we are getting information, and also the senior PI of this police station informed us that that boy who is the accused in this case, he was arrested in the next day, it means Wednesday evening, and the mother of the accused, she is wanted accused, and she is the main accused. Why? She knew about his boy's driving, and she gave permission to his boy to take the car out. And the boy, after arrest, he confirmed to the police that he took permission from his mother, who is the who owned the car. And you have already you have seen the that car Hyundai i20 which rammed into the businessman and is caused a businessman death. So now the situation is that police is investigating about his mother. Now senior PI of this police station informed us that they got information about his mother. She is suffering from breathlessness, and that's why she was hospitalized. But they are saying, police is saying, they are focusing in this case, and they are about to go to his mother, and they may arrest his mother, because in the FIR the police have mentioned his mother as a main accused. So after that his mother is in main key point and main accused in this case. Police investigation is going on, and now his mother, the accused mother, is the
all
main
right,
concern
all
of
right,
police.
Meenakshi. So mother has also now been named as an accused in the FIR along with the minor. That's the latest we're picking up. Thank you, Meenakshi, for joining us. And now, viewers, Republic also spoke to a senior police inspector on this incident. Let's take a listen.
24 मार्च को शाम को 8 बजे के सुमारास जो सक्सेना लॉन्स है उधर से एक तांदड़े नाम का व्यक्ति साइकिल पे एक्सरसाइज करने जा रहा था। पीछे से एक कार आके उसको उड़ाई थी और उधर से वो ब्लीडिंग ज़्यादा होने से वो गुज़र गया। और जब हमने उसके मालूमात निकाला CCTVs एंड इन्फॉर्मर्स के तहत तो गाड़ी का नंबर मिल गया। इट वाज I-20 कार, और जो I-20 कार थी वो पांडे नाम की महिला के नाम पे था, और ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था वो जुवेनाइल था। उसका उम्र 16 साल 8 महीने थे। और उसको हमने कल शाम में ढूंढ के निकाला है, उसको जुवेनाइल बोर्ड में भेजा है, उसको रिमांड होम में, और आज जुवेनाइल बोर्ड के सामने पेश किया जा रहा है। और जो गाड़ी थी और गाड़ी जिसके नाम पे थी उसकी मां को भी ये केस में वांटेड एक्यूज बताया गया है, उसको हम जल्दी अरेस्ट करेंगे।
Now we are shifting focus to West Bengal, and now CEC has spoken to CEO of West Bengal over the Basanti clash that took place where several BJP workers have now been attacked by TMC supporters. CEC also inquired about why adequate personnel were not deployed and what action has now been initiated from their side till now. Now CEO West Bengal has sought a detailed report on this Basanti incident from, in fact, DG on this case, and now viewers, we're looking at Election Commission also intervening as the incidents of a pre-poll violence are now increasing in the state of West Bengal. It is set to go to election on 23rd and 29th of April in 2 phases, and the results are expected on 4th of May. But ever since the election dates have been announced, we are looking at more and more violent incidents are now being reported. My colleague Harsha now joins with more details on this. Harsha, it seems that as violence is now escalating in the state of West Bengal, Election Commission itself intervening and asking for more details and asking questions of why there was not adequate security deployment on the ground.
Yes, Gesu, and also to tell you that the model code of conduct is already in force in the state on all the 5 states wherever the elections are scheduled to happen on 9th April and respectively on 23rd and 29th in the state of West Bengal. But what we hear so far is that today after the Basanti clash, what happened in the rally of the BJP candidate, after that the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar himself called the CEO of West Bengal and also inquired about what action has been taken, because after MCC there were the security personnel who was supposed to be deployed at different vantages and sectors in the pockets of the West Bengal. And today, as we very well know, there is a Ram Navami and several places Shobha Yatra was also scheduled to happen. And keeping in mind, it was told to the CEC by the CEO of West Bengal that 5,000 security personnel were deployed. But what we saw today is that there was no CRPF forces, only there were limited number of the security local police officials deployed there. And in presence of those police officials, this entire clash broke out between TMC and BJP. And what we have got to know is that after CEC dialed to Manoj Agarwal, who is the CEO of West Bengal, after that CEO immediately has called DG Siddhinath Gupta and also have stated that he wants an entire report on the lack of the police officials deployed there at the vantages in the Basanti area when the BJP candidate was doing rally. And also we are seeking for a report and how many arrests have taken so far and how many are yet to happen, because we can't forget that the miscreants and the disturbing elements were huge in number. It is being stated that they were TMC supporters who did the clash, who actually interfered in between the rally when it was being taken out by the Vikas Suna, who is a BJP candidate from Basanti area. And during that time only this entire incident transpired. The 8 arrests so far has taken place in this incident, but more has yet to take place. But the DG Siddhinath Gupta will be giving the entire report to the State Election Commission office, and after that only the CEC will get to know the entire report of exactly what transpired, even after the MCC was in force in the state of West Bengal, because the CC has been stating that this election has to be violence-free, intimidation-free.
Right, Harsha.
There has to be no sense of fear amongst these citizens. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thanks so much for joining us and giving us the latest on these developments from West Bengal. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, Donald Trump now loses patience where the allies hits out at NATO, saying US does not need NATO's help in the war against Iran.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है।
Evening on 6 Stories at 6. Even as Donald Trump says truce talks are on, boots on ground seems to be a close possibility, with 7,000 Marines and US soldiers now inching closer to West Asia. What does this mean for the war going forward?
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.